Good morning. We'll go ahead and call the regular commission meeting of the Board of County Commissioners, October the 26th, 2021. We'll open it and have a call to order. We'll start with the invocation. It's going to be led by Pastor Philip Ham of the First Baptist Church of Palmetto. Then we will have the Pledge of Allegiance, and I understand we'll also have the National Anthem, and it will be done by Master Sergeant John Doucette, Jr. And he is a, U.S. Air Force. He's volunteering right now at the Kirby Stewart American Legion Post number 24 in Bradenton. Thank you very much for that. And thank you for your service. Thank you.
All right, will you bow in prayer with me? Father, we want to start this day by giving thanks. And Lord, as we look around the room, I want to thank you for the unity that is in this room, the diversity. Men and women who were born in different parts of the county, raised in different ways, some who grew up in different parts of the country, who come with different ideals and different backgrounds, different ideas as to how it is best to operate and run this county. So Lord, as we perpetually live in a culture that focuses more on what we disagree with, I pray for this room, for the board, for the people doing business in this room, that today we can focus on what we do agree with. Lord, I pray specifically that will be unity among the members, unity among the men and women in this room, so that, Lord, when we go to bed tonight and lay our head on the pillow, we can go to sleep knowing in peace that we have served you and we have served your community well. Lord, let this be a place that is different in our country. Let this be a place of unity. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Nice. Please remove your hats, your males. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes, sir, if you'd get to the microphone, please.
Can we present the colors, please?
Oh.
Advance the colors.
Detail. Halt. There. Hey. Present. Halt.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Woo!
Right. Hey. Forward. Halt.
You may be seated. Commissioner Bellamy, would you go down, please? We're going to do a proclamation. What's the pleasure of the board?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Whitmore, a second by Commissioner Cruz. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. It's approved unanimously. Commissioner Bellamy is going to do a proclamation at this point.
I think he went to get him.
They all got away too quick, didn't they?
Yeah.
Very efficient.
Here comes, yep. There's Don.
Well, before I read the proclamation, I just want to commend, I can't remember his name, but the young man that just sang the Star Spangled Banner, and tell him, great voice, great opportunity, and thank you for sharing that gift with us that you just gave. Okay.
Uh-oh.
But before I read the proclamation, if you've served the country, you always stand your ground, depends on what your branch is, whether it's the Army, whether it's the Navy, or the Air Force, or the Marines. So my great friend right here just reminded me that was a U.S. Marine that sang the song, and he was, hoorah, of course. I have my hoorah as an Army vet also. Thank you. Wow. Proclamation. Board of County Commissioners, Manatee County, Florida. Whereas the Congress of the United States of America has declared that November 11th of each year be set aside as a public holiday to honor Americans' veterans. And whereas the veterans of Manatee County gave their all through service and sacrifice to our country and its continuous pursuits of rights of freedom and democracy. And whereas the veterans of Manatee County expressed their support of the men and women of the Army, Marine Corps, Navy, Air Force, and Coast Guard, who have now taken up the mantle of continuing to fight and protect our precious liberties. Whereas it is proper to honor those veterans who have served with selfless love of country to preserve these United States, its freedom of democracy, and the inalienable rights of its people. That's that word. Whereas the citizens of Manatee County wish to express their continuous obligation and admiration to our veterans, who are found in every sector of society and are the bedrock of our community. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Manatee County, Florida, that November 11, 2021 shall be known, designated, and set aside as Veterans Day. In Manatee County, Florida, that with the traditional 11 a.m. Veterans Day services, the period of November 4th through November 11, 2021 shall be known as a time to support our troops and veterans in Manatee County. And further, the Board of County Commissioners calls upon all citizens, schools, businesses, associations, and the news media to pay tribute to our troops and veterans by properly displaying the flag of the United States of America, by conducting and attending appropriate ceremonies during such period, and by exercising the freedoms and privileges that so many fought and gave their lives and limbs for. Adopted with the quorum present, voting this 26th day, October 2021. Signed by our chair, Vanessa Ball, and the county clerk. Before I take and pass the proclamation, as a veteran, I am minded of the service that I had when I was in the United States Army, but more importantly, I'm reminded of friends and family who have fought for our country. Some that did not have the opportunity, obviously, to be here. Some who gave their lives, gave the ultimate sacrifice, which was their life. And as we take in, I think about Veterans Day, I think about some of the things that the military put in me, and I'm sure it put in all soldiers. as we talk about respect, as we talk about loyalty, as we talk about integrity, duty, making sure we do what's best for our comrade, never leaving a comrade behind. It's so many different skills and values that you learn from the military. But for the people that's on the front line, not just for yesterday, but more importantly, the ones that are front line today, we must, as far as our county, our nation, make sure we not only give them respect, but make sure we support them. Because as a veteran, making sure that you're on the front line and you are serving your country should always be a priority, not just to veterans, but more importantly, to the very freedom of the individuals that the veterans provide that protection for.
Thank you, Commissioner Bellany. We accept on behalf of Manatee County Veteran Services.
Can you state your name, please?
I'm Renee Medina with Manatee County Veteran Services, and we accept this proclamation on behalf of the county and the veterans of Manatee County. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners, Dr. Hopes. As part of the Veterans Council goes, we would like to invite everybody here and everybody in Manatee County to the Veterans Park on November 11th at 11 a.m. for our Veterans Day service. Thank you.
Can you state your name for the record,
Oh, I'm
please?
sorry, Don Courtney.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good to see you, Don.
Thank
Lee,
you.
we miss hearing from you.
It still reports to them.
Good morning. Lee Washington, Manatee County's Veteran Service Officer and Interim Director of Neighborhood Services. On behalf of all the veterans of Manatee County, we are proud to accept this proclamation, and we appreciate the continued support of this board. Thank you very much.
I'm the only commissioner on the board right now, but I just want to say to all the veterans in this room, thank you for your service, for protecting our country, for protecting every citizen that lives in this country. Thank you for your service. For heaven's sakes. Wow. Okay, great. What a great way to start our meeting. Any updates to the agenda, Mr. County Administrator?
Yes,
Dr.
Madam
Hopes.
Chair. Agenda updates for the meeting of October 26, 2021, under public comments. Written comments were submitted through the online public comment form, were added to citizens' comments, consideration for future agenda items, and comments on item number 15, design build amendment to agreement number 19-TA003044CD for design build services for the Manatee County Premier Project Phase 1 and the accompanying budget resolutions. Changes to the consent agenda under County Attorney, item 4, Deutsche Bank versus Bradenton Associates et al., Cortez Plaza. The permanent non-exclusive maintenance easement agreement was added to this item. Under Financial Management, item number 7, Budget Amendment Resolution B 21-124. The resolution was updated to reflect the total cost of the 2 trailers purchased. Under item number 15, the Design Build Amendment to Agreement number 19-TA003044CD for design build services for the Manatee County Premier Project Phase 1 and budget resolutions B 22-019 and B 22-022. This item was moved to new business. Items were moved from consent agenda. The title was amended to reflect the full project name, Premier Project Phase 1, and a PowerPoint presentation was added. Under property management, item number 27, maintained right-of-way map for 106th Street West. The requested action was updated to execute and record a specific purpose survey of the maintained right-of-way for a portion of 106th Street West at the intersection with Cortez Road. Item number 28, maintain right-of-way map for Cypress Creek Boulevard and K Road from First Avenue East to Port Harbor Parkway. The requested action was updated to execute and record a specific purpose survey of the maintained right-of-way for a portion of Cypress Creek Boulevard and K Road. Item number 29, maintained right-of-way maps for a portion of Bayshore Road in 2 segments. The requested action was updated to execute and record specific purpose surveys of the maintained right-of-way for a portion of Bayshore Road in 2 segments from 69th Street Court East to I-275, from I-275 to US 41. Under Public Works, item number 49, surplus equipment. This item was deleted from the agenda. Changes to the regular agenda, redevelopment and economic opportunity, items 55, 56, 57, and 58. Resolutions as printed. These items were scheduled for a 1:30 time certain, including the TEFRA hearing. Under Administrator, item number 60, negotiation was added. Negotiation of agreement with the Florida Department of Environmental Protection and HRK relative to the use of the county's Buckeye Road deep injection well. The request is to direct the county attorney and the county administrator to negotiate an agreement with the Florida Department of Environmental Protection and HRK relative to the use of the county's Buckeye Road deep injection well. Under Public Safety, item number 61, Resolution R21-181, Federal Emergency Management Administration, FEMA Flood Mitigation Assistance Grant Program. Request for adoption of Resolution R21-181, authorizing the submission of a grant application to FEMA under the Mitigation Assistance Grant Program. And those are all the amendments to the agenda, Madam Chair.
All right,
Madam
thank
Chair?
you. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Administrator, why are we deleting number 49, the surplus equipment?
There were questions that I had and others with regards to how a determination was made of who to surplus that property to. So we are reviewing our procedures that we follow in determining how we surplus property.
So we're stopping midterm so you can review the procedures?
Yes, ma'am.
Does this affect a road or anything? I don't know what this
No, ma'am.
item is.
No, ma'am.
Is this
All of
affecting
the
anything?
property in the published agenda was being directed to one not-for-profit church. And we could not get a satisfactory explanation of how that church was determined.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. County Administrator, I do have a question. Item number 1, it says announcement. And then item number 1, first hearing for Brownfield area designation, but I don't see anything in my paperwork on it. Can you help us with that, sir?
Yes, is Jerry in the room, if I'm not mistaken?
I thought that was
Joy's
last.
here. I see her all the way in the back. But it's not her.
She's here.
I believe that is that's the car landing, and it was in the briefing. Is there someone here to?
It's just, it's odd that it's put under announcements on.
Yeah, no, I understand.
That's why I was asking.
I think just announcing that, I guess you're to announce that it's the first hearing on it.
I guess. I've never seen that before. but-
That's the best answer I could come up with, Madam Chair.
Okay. All right, well, we're
Item 54.
It's item number 54, he just said.
going to go to citizen comments first, and then we'll go to item 1 to follow the agenda. The first one is consideration for future agenda items. I have several cards. Each person will be limited to 3 minutes. If the 30-minute time period has been exhausted, the board will entertain any remaining comments near the end of the meeting with the same 3-minute per person time limitation. Mr. County Attorney, did you have anything to add to this, sir?
Well, Madam Chair, I know we've had this come up a couple of times.
We moved on, Jerry.
Do you want me to proceed?
Yes, sir, please.
And, in case it comes up again, as I've said in the past to the board, the First Amendment provides members of the public with a constitutional right to express their opinions when addressing the board in future agenda items. The courts have also said this right should be balanced against the interest of local governments in conducting orderly and efficient meetings, and that has been recognized in a number of court cases. So I would ask that you read our usual pledge of civility, if you don't mind, and let everybody know before they begin their comments
Would,
that
but
they're expected to follow it.
I don't have it here. Would read it. Does anyone have the Pledge of Civility here?
At the dais?
It's at the dais.
All right, if I could have it, is it taped or something?
No, it's probably.
All right, well,
You want me to read it?
Commissioner Whitmore, would you go down there and read it for us, please?
They say it's down there, I know.
Yeah, it's on a gold plaque.
Normally, I had a copy of it, but it's not here this morning, so I'm not sure where it's at.
Oh,
Yes, it is. You are correct.
we will be respectful of one another.
Commissioner Whitmore, you need to talk in the microphone,
Okay,
sorry.
well, I'm trying. Okay, we will be respectful of one another even when we disagree. We will direct all comments to the issues. We will avoid personal attacks. Politeness costs so little. Abraham Lincoln. I kind of read a little too much, sorry.
No, I like that addition. That was very good. All right, so I have several cards. Mr. County
No,
State
ma'am.
Attorney, anything else?
That's
sir?
all I have, County Attorney now. That's
All right, we'll go ahead and get started.
Not
Who
qualified.
are you?
Congratulations.
Not qualified.
Yeah, the first one I can't read. Katie, I think, Benoit. And the second is Kevin Wright / Noel Freach.
Good morning. Hi, my name is Katie Benoit, and I am a Manatee
Well, I
County
did
resident.
terrible on that.
In January 1973, the Supreme Court issued a 7-2 decision ruling that due process clause of the 14th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution provides a right to privacy that protects pregnant women's right to choose. Before entering upon the duties of your office, you subscribe to the following oath that states, I do solemnly swear that I will support, protect, and defend the Constitution and government of the United States and the state of Florida. I will well and faithfully perform the duties of Florida Public Service Commissioner, on which I am about to enter in a professional, independent, objective, and nonpartisan manner. When we elect you to be our public servants, we expect you to put aside your personal agendas and to listen to your constituents. It has been made abundantly clear that the majority not only believe in codifying Roe v. Wade, but this isn't a county business. Are the taxpayers going to be shouldering the financial repercussions of lawsuits brought on by the proposed ordinance? Lubbock alone is facing $3.2 million in legal fees. Dustin Burrows, a Lubbock state representative, was served with 13 lawsuits in a single morning. Does Manatee County have the staff, resources, and support to manage this many cases? Who is paying for this? You state in the letter to Ashley Moody you have established a grant to organizations to assist expectant mothers in financial or physical jeopardy. How do we access this grant? What organizations? Are they all faith-based? What programs do they offer? Will there be rape and trauma counseling, emergency domestic violence shelters? What is the millage that designates millions of dollars to help children and families who may need assistance as they grow up? Does this mill include more teachers for an influx of children, the increase in food stamps and public housing, better schools, daycare assistance, unemployment assistance, maternity leave, medical expenses? Are you going to make family planning services free and more accessible? Are my taxes going up? History has shown getting rid of safe abortions doesn't lead to less abortions. It leads to unsafe abortions, creating fear around getting medical treatment and the worry of being prosecuted. The wives of our community, the daughters of our community, and the women of our community will die. The women of Manatee County are angry. We're scared, terrified actually, of what the repercussions mean for ourselves, our daughters, and our sisters in the community. And we won't forget. After you get your gold stars and political points, we will be here, putting the pieces back together, demanding support from those who claim to have it. Thank you.
Kevin Wright with Noel Freach. And then after that is Jeremy Lowen?
Cohen.
Cohen?
My
Sorry.
looks like an L, sorry.
Thank you.
It's just me, Kevin, for the record, right? Noel Freach, my partner, was going to be with me here. He's my fellow Legionnaire, my fellow United States Army veteran. And I don't think there's a scintilla of controversy there'll be in what I'm talking about here with a future, potential future agenda item. This was born out. I got out ahead of Noel because he was on the Military Matters radio show yesterday, and he's a fairly recent citizen here to Manatee County, but he's already making himself invaluable to our community because he's bringing some projects that he worked in Sedalia, Missouri, up in my old neck of the woods, and it's a blessing. And what I want to do is I want to offer Noel, and he'll be in contact with you later about how this is done, an opportunity for Manatee to be the first in the nation counties to be proclaimed a POW MIA county. There are many cities in our nation that have been proclaimed POW MIA counties. This is in addition to earlier in the year when we have POW MIA Recognition Day. It's in addition to that. Newport Richey, just a couple weeks ago, became the first city in the city of Florida to be proclaimed a POW MIA city. Manatee can be the very first county. I've got some items. You can make some copies. I'll leave it with you, Madam Chair, to provide it provides a hint. I'll leave it with the administrator. He can provide you copies about what it's all about. And Noel will be in contact with you later about how we can make this happen. And if we act in soon enough, we can be the first in the nation county, and that will be yet another feather in the cap of our great county of Manatee.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Jeremy? And after Jeremy is Tracy Lipton.
Thank you. My name is Spike Cohen. I was the 2020 Libertarian Vice Presidential candidate in the last election. I actually came here to speak about your proposed Sanctuary of the Unborn bill. I'm not actually here. I think there are going to be others that are going to talk about the abortion aspect of this. I'm actually not going to debate that part. I personally consider myself to be pro-life. I think that abortions are more often than not a gruesome and regrettable thing. And I hope that we can look at the conditions that cause a lot of people to get abortions and address those rather than try to use the law as punishment. But the thing is, this bill doesn't actually do anything about abortion. There are no abortion clinics in this county, which means if someone got an abortion right now, it would already be illegal. There are no legal abortion clinics in this county. And if someone in this county got an abortion somewhere else, they're not under your jurisdiction, which means that also wouldn't be covered under this. This actually uses the pretext of abortion to create a new enforcement mechanism for government to use. And we have plenty of history of that. The Patriot Act was originally written in order to go after the 9/11 hijackers and Al-Qaeda and other terrorist groups, and now it's being used to spy on every single electronic communication that any of us do. And also, it's now most recently being used to go after parents who are going to their school board meetings to talk about things. This uses the pretext of abortion to create a new enforcement mechanism that instead of using the criminal justice system and the due process and high burden for evidence that comes with that, and instead uses the civil mechanism for that, the incentivizing your constituents essentially to snitch on one another using the civil court system and incentivizing them with a reward of at least $10,000 and attorney's fees if they include an attorney. Under a civil court system, or at least under the system that would be created by this bill, the defendant is guilty until proven innocent, because it's actually inherent upon them to prove that what they are doing falls under the undue burden guideline, which defined in this would be the threat to the life of the mother. So you already have them guilty until proving themselves innocent. And then because it's a civil court instead of a criminal court, the threshold is not beyond a reasonable doubt. The threshold is the preponderance of the evidence. The thing is, this is all supposedly to sidestep the courts, and the bill doesn't actually claim to challenge the constitutionality of abortion. It claims that it doesn't matter if it's constitutional or not because you're using the civil courts instead of the criminal courts. Now, more than likely, this would get struck down. I think we'd all hope it gets struck down, because if it doesn't get struck down, if you don't end up wasting a bunch of money, you will instead be wasting a constitutional republic, because it won't end with abortion. Once government has the ability to simply use the civil system, the snitching system, instead of a criminal system, it doesn't matter what is actually being enforced. They can say that all guns are illegal. Again, if the courts actually upheld this, guns, vaccination status, whether you use certain words that the government allows you to use, all of these things, if this were ruled to be constitutional, any otherwise constitutional bill or law could be enforced in this way. You can either be heroes or villains in this. I hope that you choose to be heroes. And being hero means rescinding the letter that you wrote to Attorney General Moody and putting this bill in the trash where it belongs. Thank you.
We cannot have any of that in chambers, please. No clapping. Next is Tracy Lipton, and then Kate Deheny. Been this before. Smits?
Mr. Cohen, you're a hard act to follow. My name is Tracy Lipton. I am with Women's Voices of Southwest Florida. And first, let me say that James Satcher, he just never will look at you, will he? Has blocked members from Women's Voices of Southwest Florida on Facebook, and that alone is illegal. And I have some questions for James Satcher. And if he cowardlessly decides not to answer, then just consider my questions as statements. James Satcher, did you say in an email?
He will not be responding, so you know.
That's fine. I didn't expect him to.
Okay.
That's just fine.
Okay.
Did you say in an email that if a person, and I quote, and their friends do not support your abortion ordinance, then they should not expect you to support anything that they put in front of you? And if that's not pay for play or quid pro quo, I don't know what is. And I'm curious if that's in line with your oath to be a public servant and not a self-servant. I'm also curious, did you switch to a private email and second phone number to speak with Mark Lee Dixon? And why would you do that? Because we have them. Did you use the term in those emails and text messages, puppy ordinance as a code word for abortion ordinance, ever in an email or a text? Did you say after praying, and I quote, you decided that politics and the ministry can work together? And how does that work with the separation of church and state? And is your abortion ordinance based on your religious beliefs? I implore you, commissioners, to read thoroughly the ordinance written in your names and not only consider it as a whole, but also take it apart piece by piece, including section 2-2.1.4, that, like Texas, pits everyday citizens in charge of policing their neighbors with the reward of financial gain instead of loving thy neighbors as the God you worship and quote mandates you to do. There is also no plan to help women with prenatal care or aftercare for the women you would like to force to have unwanted babies. And Commissioners, James Satcher's dirtiness is so deplorable that the Washington Post is now
Please
reporting
be respectful.
of it. Okay.
Be respectful.
I'm saying exactly what is going on. So get all of your ducks in a row because this man is going to take you all down with him. And James Satcher, you messed with the wrong group of women. Someone is spineless. Do you really want someone as spineless as James Satcher to be the person that you...
Be respectful.
It is what it is.
No, you need to be respectful.
Gotcha. Do you really want this person to be who you follow and who you stand behind? I implore you to reconsider your decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Katie Dennehy Smits, and then Sarah Parker. State your name. You'll have 3 minutes, please.
So my name's Kate Danahy Sametz. It's easier if you split them up. I've had a lot of practice. We're gonna keep trying. It's okay. So here today, again, to address the unconstitutional waste of time, money, and resource abortion ban that has been proposed. Here to address the letter that was voted to be sent to Ashley Moody and address the fraudulent information, as has been brought up. And it's just incredible to me. To those, again, I feel like this is going to be tradition as well. For those who are engaged and listening and responding to our emails and you know, doing your due diligence as county commissioners, thank you for your candor. Thank you for, you know, being here for the people. And to those who have been hiding and refusing to engage, refusing to be, I want to be respectful. I want to, you know, make sure I don't misspeak. Of course, you know, the respect should be mutual. Actually, that leads me to another great segue. I've stopped writing. I'm coming here to speak to you as a constituent. Vanessa, I'm actually one of yours. I know there's been talk that that this is, there we go. It really comes down to the fact that our county has a plethora of other issues that need to be addressed other than this ban. We're seeing what's happening in Texas. We're seeing their economy. I mean, bands and sports teams are boycotting. People are boycotting brands that come out of Texas, the $3.2 million in lawsuits. We're seeing a lot of negative reciprocation of what had happened there. And it's incredulous to me that a board that based their most recent campaigns on being fiscally responsible, on listening to their constituents, on wanting to run this county like a business, are jumping the gun to continue pursuing this incredible waste of time and money. I mean, we've got over 700 kids in foster care. We've got less than 100 families to house them, okay? I'm seeing a lot of pushback on the millage tax that has been proposed. Is it just unborn babies, as you say, that matter, or do the kids matter as well? What are we doing to help the kids, their education? There's no sexual education mandated in Florida. Why isn't that an issue? Why isn't that being pursued? You know, Governor Ron DeSantis, and I'm not speaking ill on him, but he signed a bill allowing parents to withdraw their children from sexual education. How are you not going to provide resources to your constituents and then continue to try and take away a freedom, which is probably the most, I mean, undoubtedly, the most personal choice and the most difficult choice that they can ever make? And as was mentioned before, where's the privacy? How does this not, contradict HIPAA? Are you going to, after this, be pursuing bans on specific medications if someone has breast cancer? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Sarah Parker and then Shannon Keever.
Hello, I'm Sarah Parker, and I would like all of you to pay attention to me. All of you, please put your heads up, because the simple fact is there are plenty of Manatee County residents that are on my team that work 10 to 11 hours a week going through all of your campaign reports, all of your donations, every last thing you've done in the last 10 years, we're already pulling it. From everything that you've gotten pulled over for a stop sign violation, we're already pulling it and reading that. So what we're asking you to do is to pay attention to us, because we don't want this to get out of hand. We want this to stop here. $3.2 million was spent in Lubbock, Texas. $3.2 million. $3.2 million can help the hungry. It could help the poor. It could help the children. Also, let's point out, in Manatee County, there's not even a women's resource center that is not faith-based. There's not, besides the health department. There's only one. You guys are setting everyone up for failure, and none of you care. You want to say, don't tread on me on your cover photos, or don't tread on Florida, but you're treading on my body, my uterus, my body autonomy. Stop being a hypocrite and do your jobs. With that being said, who's going to fund, I know you can't answer this question, who's going to fund the $3.2 million? There are people that are sitting on your board right now as I speak that have literally gotten in trouble at this point in time for posting fake pictures for their 501c3 from tricking to trying on their Facebook page. How embarrassing is that for all of you? You're expecting this person to run our coffers? And actually, are you... Vanessa, I'm going to be very nice and politeful. I'm not going to call you stupid, but I'm going to ask... me and my son signed, so I'm asking you this. Are y'all thinking with a brain? Are y'all actually paying attention to what your constituents want? Again, I'm going to tell you that I personally went through over 300 emails. Tell me right now, because I'm reading y'all's emails as much as you're reading your emails at this point. Every time y'all get an email, I'm getting it sent to me. Y'all are telling me right now that most of them are pro-life. You're going to look us in the face. We are the only ones. You want to point out on Tuesday mornings, this is the most elitist, capitalist bullcrap I've ever seen. Tuesday mornings is when you guys decide to have a meeting. Most of us have to take off work. We have to ask to take off work. We have to get a babysitter to even come and speak. And to have you guys not only do that, then make fun of us because we don't have that many people. This is 20 people that aren't working, putting money into Manatee County right now. This is 20 people that small businesses have to have someone else come cover for them so they can come and speak. Do you want us to bring more people? Do you want downtown Bradenton to hurt? Do you want Manatee County to hurt? You guys need to do better. All of you need to do better. You are sitting in seats that you were elected in. I don't care who gave you 50 donations, because that's what most of y'all ran off of, is 50 donations. You have to look at the rest of us. All of us. And also, make sure that any of your 501c3s, you ain't sitting there lying on Facebook begging for donations, because that makes Manatee County look trashy too.
Please be respectful and don't bring up citizens. Thank you. No clapping. You will be asked to leave, please. Let's follow the rules. Next is Shannon Keever and then Jamie Carter.
Good morning. My name is Shannon Keever. I'm with the Women's Voices of Southwest Florida. First off, happy Halloween. This is a fun week, isn't it? I hope all of your kids and all of your grandkids really enjoy the holiday. It's going to be really fun. I wish I could be working on my daughter's costume right now, but I'm here again because you haven't dropped your assault on her 14th Amendment right to her body. 2 weeks ago, I asked you all for answers to my questions, and there were a bunch of them. I can re-email them to you from last week if you'd like, because there's only one commissioner here that responded to me. I don't know why the rest of you feel the need to ignore me about that. I'll email you again. Why are you hesitant to engage with your constituents on an issue that's integral to the community? I still hold my stance. The only support you have on this ban is coming from a tiny majority of religious extremists. And my point a couple of weeks ago was proven when the only two people who stood up to speak in support were two men who will never find themselves in this situation of being pregnant and having to make a choice about it. One of them spewed propaganda that had no basis in truth. I emailed you guys about that. I gave you the information. He was claiming that there are going to be birth control pills offered in vending machines. That does not exist, and he was claiming that it's coming to a vending machine near you in Manatee County, which is a lie. We'll just call it out for what it is. The other one quoted Bible verses. So, again, religion. That's what this is coming down to. If you implement this ban, are you intending to remove the right for a Manatee County resident to leave the county to obtain an abortion? How do you intend to fund the lawsuits that will inevitably hit our little county? Do you think it's fiscally conservative to take on these extra costs? When that happens, what funding will you have to cut in order to afford it? Or will you be raising taxes? I want to know, how do you expect to fund this ban? Also, I encourage everybody to vote yes in the school millage referendum. Support our teachers and our students and our families. Thank you for your time.
Jamie Carter, and then Taylor McCurdy. Madam Clerk, how much longer do we have? Thank you. Yes, ma'am. State your name,
morning.
you'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Jamie Carter, and I can't believe the passion that it is in this room. I can't believe that I'm here talking with you all today. As a community leader and volunteer for decades, I've sat on numerous boards, fundraised, supported the women, the girls, and the children in this community. And it's amazing to me, once again, that we're here discussing this. A lot of what I want to say has already been said through these women. Personally, I believe that it is not for me to tell another woman how to handle her pregnancy. That's between her family, and her God, not our county commissioners. Throughout the community, I'm hearing comments and discussions from other concerned leaders in my age group. I am old. That the county commission should be focusing on what they were elected to do. That's the growth, affordable housing, affordable health care, child care, infrastructure, density. That's why we elected you to the county commission. I'm really, really concerned the federal government is suing Texas. What if that happens here? Once again, I've watched the budgets, discussions that you've had here. Do we have money in our coffers for that? Will this deter business from coming here to Manatee County? We are looking for clean industry to come here, and I'm concerned about that. On September 5th, I received a poll from Congressman Vern Buchanan, and it said, some of you have received it, This week, Speaker Pelosi announced that the U.S. House will vote on legislation to codify into law the Supreme Court's landmark ruling, Roe v. Wade, which legalized abortion. Do you support or oppose this legislation? 61.36% were in support of this legislation. These are the constituents here. Also, according to Pew Research Center, 6 in 10 Americans say abortion should be legal in all or most cases. We don't know why these women have to take that step. Anyway, with all that said, is it right for the county commission to regulate the individual rights of women? This whole issue is very disturbing to me. And, that's it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Taylor McCurdy, and then Andra Griffin.
Thank you, sir. Hi, I'm Taylor McCurdy. Satcher, if you could please keep your head up for 3 minutes.
Excuse
I
me,
double dog
please
dare
speak
you.
to the entire commission and be respectful.
Okay,
Thank
hello,
you.
entire commission, Miss Carol, Mr. KVO, Reggie, beautiful Vanessa, of course, William. Oh, sorry, Cruz. It's not you, it's me. It's not you. It's my first time.
Right here.
It's my first time. I'm usually outside, you know. I'm usually outside. I decided to come in today and pay my respects to you guys. So hi, I'm Taylor McCurdy. I'm a lifetime citizen of Sarasota, Florida, in Manatee County. Although my name in this community usually means laughter, today I'm here for the abortion ban. So this is no laughing matter. This is actually disgusting that we're here in 2021 to have to do this. A woman's body is hers. I'm going to say everything that's already been said because I feel like it's just not being heard fully. Also, I am one of the members who was blocked on the public county commission's page for James Satcher, and that is illegal. Just putting that out there. So anyways, a woman's body is hers. The government does not own her body. The government does not own a man's body. We all paid respect to the veterans earlier today during this meeting. They all fought for our freedoms, and that includes our health care freedoms here in the United States. So to go for this ban is to go against those freedoms that they have fought for and is blatantly disrespecting them and the lives that they have sacrificed for us and our future. Your personal beliefs do not override our voices. You need to realize that there was over 1,000 people who showed up to protest from Manatee County, right outside. We walked, it was a heck of a day, to protest your guys' ban. That's thousands of voices that are saying, we do not want this, and you guys are over here like, well, I love God, and, well, I don't care. Well, your voice isn't being heard. I'm just not going to listen to you. I'm going to laugh at you in your face, and that's rude. It's wrong, and it's disrespectful. And you need to take into consideration your civil servant duties and the fact that us citizens pay your paychecks. It's our taxes. So I would really like our voices to be heard, and hopefully you guys realize that what you're doing is wrong. And also, I would like, I've emailed you guys as well, and I just really want to know what you're doing for the foster care children right now, because they're hurt and they need you guys. That's where we need to be focused. I've personally had 3 abortions. One when I was 13 because I was raped. Another when I was 16 because I was 16 and I was not ready to be a mother. And one a few months ago because I have a toddler and I'm a single mother and a single mother income. And if I would have had another baby, I would have had to use more government resources to pay and help us get along. I would have had to apply for Section 8 housing.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, guys, and
Andra
have
Griffin,
a wonderful day.
And then Christine Hervia.
Andrew Griffin, Manatee County. So, of course, I was coming in here for something totally different. Red light cameras. Anybody heard of them? I want them removed. But since all this stuff is going on, I just want to say, you know, as a person that deals with hate every single day, you know, haters are going to hate. So you must be vigilant on this cause, period. You must be vigilant. Don't let the people distract you. The majority of the people in this county, I don't believe, actually believe in the murder of innocent babies. I really don't. You're always talking about this side note of, the rape, the incest, all these women that have all these problems. Let's talk about facts. People don't want to talk about facts here, right? 109 people in 2019 used abortions as a mean for the rape and the incest and other abuse. Yet over 70,000 people used abortions in Florida. So we have 109 people that actually had some abuse issues, but yet there was 70,000 murdered babies just because people didn't want to use protection, didn't want to use birth control, or whatever other reasons, using abortions as a form of birth control. And I'm sorry, that's just disgusting to me. You want to find another county besides Manatee County, that's your right to do so. Obviously, we don't have abortion clinics here. Why people are making a big deal about just moving this thing forward, just one little step to say, hey, we want to make sure that an abortion clinic never comes here. I applaud you guys. I say stay strong, forge ahead. Other issues such as, saving dogs and rabbits seem to be more of a talking point for people than the unborn lives. I'm a woman. What about the unborn babies? What about the fact that, technology has come such a long way in all these years where you can see the baby actually developing in the womb? What about that child's heartbeat? That is a human being. I'm sorry. It's amazing to me that there's so much advocacy. We come here, I've been coming here for 2 years, haven't seen so much advocacy as I have to murder unborn kids. It's just disgusting. It's always my body and my choice until it comes to masks or vaccines. Then it's no longer my body, my choice. They want to ram that stuff down your throat. So,
Quiet, please.
Getting back to what my main reason for coming up here is, I really would like to address these red light cameras. I brought this up in June.
Thank you very much. Chris, Madam Clerk, how much?
I still have a yellow light.
Oh.
That was for the 30s.
Oh, well, now I
Okay,
get.
I'm sorry, Andrew, go ahead.
Yeah,
You'll-
so now I want to get back to the red lights, brought them up since June, and, I also heard a couple weeks ago, or maybe a month ago, about addresses being on our cards. So since addresses are still on the cards, maybe one might want to remove them and just put the
Thank you.
county on there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, so that is the end of public comment this morning. We have no time left. It'll come back up at the end of the meeting for any that are remaining. So we're going to move forward. Next is going to be citizen comments, consent agenda items only. Just a minute, I'm coming to you. Each person wishing to speak to consent agenda items will be limited to 3 minutes per item, provided, however, that each person will be limited to speaking for a total of 10 minutes, regardless of the number of items being discussed. Now, that being said, we have a bunch of commissioners on the board, so don't ever think commissioners don't want to speak. Commissioner Cruz, you are first.
Yeah, I'm just going to quickly speak to narrative and how this is being perceived. And look, I encourage everyone to come and talk, and I make a point for the 30 minutes. I put all my stuff down and I pay attention because you've come out here and you have a right to speak about whatever it is, whether I agree or disagree. But I just want to get something clear because a few people mention this. People keep saying, and the narrative in this community keeps saying, that we need to focus on our job. We need to focus on affordable housing and infrastructure and growth. Well, you know what? In the past 6+ weeks since this was brought up, not one person on this board has mentioned this. The only time this is coming up from a topic is during these meetings, during this 30 minutes. We said back in September we were going to submit for a legal opinion from the Attorney General, a female Attorney General of the state of Florida. Once that legal opinion comes back, we will have a dialogue about what, if anything, we want to do. That's proper diligence and proper procedure, regardless of your views on this. If you're comfortable with your views, if you're comfortable in the unconstitutionality of it, then you should be comfortable that the Attorney General of the state of Florida will side on your side because she's as much to be responsible for the Constitution as anyone else. So we're not wasting our time on this. In fact, since this has been brought up, we've finalized ADU ordinances. We're working on affordable housing. We just got an $80 million line of credit for design work for infrastructure. We're up here today talking about a library. We're doing our job. This is not affecting our time. So if you look at the cards that weren't called today for the third or fourth straight regular meeting, we had Chris Johnson here who was going to talk about affordable housing, which would have been important to all of us for the job we're supposed to do. We had we had Glenn that was going to come up here and talk about policy and procedure. We barely squeezed Andrew Griffin in to talk about red light cameras, and then she got sidetracked. These are the things we're supposed to be doing, and this is the stuff we're trying to do for the good of the people of Manatee County. So you're more than welcome to talk, but let's be honest here. A lot of the stuff that implies we're wasting our time on this is the effective symbiotic relationship that you develop with the media to keep this superseding the stuff we're actually trying to do. I mean, just look at the last meeting we had. 2 weeks ago, we had a regular meeting here, and we gave an award to Shanika Patterson, somebody who works in our transit department and literally went and helped save somebody's life. And not a single person over here on the media side got up to even so much as take a picture, much less post anything in the newspapers on that. But as soon as a female former commissioner said the words, "Happy Columbus Day," a riot broke out, and Ryan from the Bradenton Herald and Mark from Twitter both stumbled over their paywalls to run over here and videotape this and post front page, top of fold articles about this, not about the transit worker who risked her life to save somebody's life. That was a non-issue. And that's why people think we're wasting our time on this or spending all of our time on this, is because that's where the news is focusing. So, we're doing our job. You're more than welcome to come here. I listen to everything you say. Some of these points, sir, very valid points. I don't disagree with some of the stuff you said. I agree. There is some implications that if this gets through, there is going to be risks of someone saying, well, let's take on the Second Amendment, let's take on other things with it. I don't disagree. I've read a lot of articles about that as well. So these are constructive, but it's taking up all of the oxygen right now when other people could be talking to us about other things. So by all means, keep doing it, but don't keep implying we're not doing our job, because I'm comfortable, myself and 6 other people up here on this board are all actively doing our jobs, whether it's about growth, infrastructure, affordable housing, you name it, and we're going to continue doing so. We'll continue listening to you whenever you want to show up. By all means, feel free to. We'll give you the respect that you deserve, but please, let's stop with the narrative that this is taking up all our time. It clearly is not. Thank you.
Commissioner Satcher.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate it. Excuse me. I just wanted to speak after, as Commissioner Cruz mentioned, setting aside and not trying to take any time from this meeting for weeks, but let's just go ahead, just in case some people might be believing some of the things that are getting repeated. I want to address some of them. First of all, I want to say that part of our grant and proposal was to help with prenatal care for women, so there is no doubt we care about that. Strangely, it was opposed by some on this board. That still boggles my mind, and I think that was a major mistake that I hope that they'll rectify and change in the future, but it passed regardless. So we're set up to help with that. Someone mentioned that Texas was suffering economically because they've stood up for unborn lives. Just a quick Google search shows that Texas is growing faster than the nation right now, and it's not suffering at all economically. Now, Florida is on a whole nother level with our growth outpacing the nation threefold, despite the federal government doing anything it can to slow down conservative states, but it's not working. And so I just wanted to mention that as well. 2 more things that are really important. A speaker mentioned that were this to pass, they would be left here afterwards to pick up the pieces. And I couldn't help but think about the procedure for a DNC abortion, which I have not mentioned. But the way the procedure works is at the end of it, the physician has to take the pieces of the baby
Okay.
and put them together.
Thatcher,
Sir,
please
ma'am,
keep it decent here.
This is what we're talking about, Madam.
I mean, this
No,
is a
but-
subject they brought up and talked for 30 minutes, vehemently defending. I'm a commissioner elected by the second largest district in this county. I'm going to take the time, give this the attention that apparently it deserves after sitting idly by many weeks. The procedure is that you have to take those pieces and literally put them back together so that you can be sure that you don't leave a piece of that baby behind and cause an infection for
Quiet,
the
please.
mother.
Quiet,
That is
please.
so sad. And I hope it touches our hearts, and I hope we care. The second thing that I wanted to mention is that, there has been behind the scenes some things that, as an elected official, you understand that people are going to be upset about things, and that's part of the job. But it started with people. I don't know who the motivating factor is, but I would assume is the people this morning. I shouldn't say that. I don't know who the motivating factor is, but someone on the other side of this issue went after and has been calling after board members for my wife's 501c3. My wife's 501c3, they go into the darkest places and help and rescue women, some of whom are being trafficked, some of whom are being abused. And they help those women, they give them a route out of darkness and help them find the light. And they're putting their life on the line every time they do it. The church ladies that go out there, that's what the DJs call them at some
Quiet,
of these places.
please.
They call them the church ladies.
Quiet, you will be removed.
Yeah, be quiet, please.
And so now, people on the other side of this issue have literally tracked down women that my wife has rescued and then harassed them online, mocking them publicly, saying, "How could you be with this person?"
Quiet, please. Mr. County.
And so I would say this. If you want to track someone down, if you want to go back through 10 years of emails, if you want to look at every traffic ticket and fine.
Quiet, you'll be asked to leave. You need to stop. I'm giving you ample warnings. That's it.
But if I were you and I was going to pick a target, I'd stick with me because my wife is way out of your league. Thank you.
County Attorney.
She's taking them out.
That's enough. Please remove. It's disrespectful.
Okay, let's go on to the next.
Commissioner Whitmore?
Yeah, we're having some commissioners are getting criticism because they're looking down. What you don't realize is there is a monitor in front of us live on TV and we're watching you there. So I just wanted to clarify that because some commissioners are getting grief. I don't know who you are targeting, but I do want you to know we have you live and on color right here from the dais. Also, the letter that you all keep bringing up to ask to unsend it, well, it's already been sent. So you might that's already gone. That was gone 2 or 3 meetings ago after it was signed. So just so you know about that. And you all keep talking about a ordinance, the BOCC. We never saw an ordinance. It never came before the board. So we can't really respond on anything that's never been presented. You all had made records requests, but that was a work document of a commissioner. What commissioners do a lot of research on stuff and they put things together, but a lot of times it never comes to fruition and we never see it. So we never saw the ordinance except from what some people had sent us in our emails. That's all. I just want to be clear on that. We never gave a grant because a grant means you apply for it every year. What we did is a commissioner asked for us to contribute to an agency. It was 2 agencies, and one of the agencies backed out. We haven't given the grant yet. We haven't decided, because at one point it was 100,000 for 2 agencies, and now only one's still in the mix. So we have to talk about that with the county administrator. But that was as I understood it as a board, was a one-time contribution. It wasn't, nobody applied for a grant, because we have a specific process when you apply for grants. I do support the red light camera, and so does our sheriff. I've talked to him about it. There could be issues where maybe we can extend the lights, but this has saved lights. I've told him that some commissioners up here are thinking about not doing it, and he has supported it. He's the one that pushed it before, and when I talked to him, he had supported it. So that's all I had to say, but, you know, all I asked, no matter how you feel on this issue, is please be respectful. We all know how you feel by what you say when you come up here, and you don't need to scream from the audience, because, you know, that doesn't help the dialogue, and it doesn't help us understand. We are listening to you. Some are watching you on the screen, some are looking at you, but we appreciate you coming out. Politics can be dirty and messy, and then hopefully the outcome that you want happens or not. But this is how it stands. We're all up here because you all elected us. If you don't like what we do, then you elect us out, as you know. So this is how it is. But I did want to clarify some things that is misinformation. Thank you.
Commissioner Bellamy?
Yeah, I'm a little concerned about the presentation. I do feel like individuals should have the opportunity to speak. I do want us, as far as up here on the dais, to be a little bit more consistent. And we read the creed, the civility creed, and I'm still a little disturbed about how all this is being handled. You know, how individuals continue to speak out and individuals continue to disrupt. And I just want the board to be a little bit more consistent on how we're going to deal with that. We experienced something a month ago where an individual was surrounded and then, you know, escorted out and things of that nature. I don't know who's giving the cue to what do what, and I'm not on one side of the other, but I do think if we're going to represent the entire county, I think we should represent the entire county consistently. And I don't think what we just seen was consistent based what was presented, you know, maybe a month or two ago when the individual was surrounded and escorted out. But I will say this right here, as far as the passion for the topics and things like that. I think it's important to note. You say we sent the letter, and I made sure it's very clear. I put it on the record and everything like that. That I do not want, you know, Reggie Bellamy or Commissioner Bellamy to be connected to any of that. And it's no attack on anyone. Everybody got their own personal views, and personally, I don't want to be connected to that. And as a county commissioner, when you have individuals that are passionate on both sides, yes, we do have a responsibility to address it, but the responsibility that I am committed to is to addressing what Commissioner Cruz was saying are the things that we need to get addressed within our county. So I just want to make sure that, but I will say this again. I will say this again. There's some way, and I don't know, I see the deputies, you know, they stand and everything like that, and I don't want no one escorted out, but I want everyone to be respectful. I'm not going to target any individual or anything like that, but I think if we're going to lead, we have to make sure we lead consistently, and the intent, if those outbursts continue, regardless who they're coming from, I think they should be addressed, and I think we're setting a bad precedent. And I think it started when the individual was escorted out. There's going to be a lot of different interpretations or misinterpretations about that. I'm just saying I think we have an opportunity, not opportunity, an obligation to be consistent up here, all right? And I would ask the individuals that are out within the audience, you know, please be mindful and respectful, but I would also ask if the individual is not, you know, necessarily following our civility creed and they're continuing to disrupt, we have to take the next steps, because if we don't address it, it's going to continue. If we do not address it, it's going to continue. And I think it's very, very important. If you all want us to make sure we respect you all, respect what we're asking so we can get through the meetings and things like that, and that's to discontinue the outbursts and the disruption when you're 3 minutes up. And I love the passion on either side. That doesn't bother Reggie. It doesn't bother me at all. But it does become a little bit concerning when we have to make sure that we're borderline asking someone to leave over and over and over again. And I think as individuals in the audience, you can do a better job of making sure you state your position, all right, identifying your possession, and then positioning yourself where you're heard. And once you're heard, we're listening. And like Commissioner Whitmore said, we do have the monitors up here. And sometimes I take and I look at the monitor, I look at the one right there. And I'm listening to everybody, whether you for or against it, that doesn't matter, because I'm obligated to make sure I pay close attention. But I do think that from us up here at the dais, if we don't make a stance, and I'm sure the lawyer's going to tune in, if we don't make a stance, that's going to continue. That's going to continue. It doesn't matter what the subject is. You know, it's whether who's the best, LeBron or Michael Jordan. You're still going to have people that's passionate about it, right? You're going to have people that are passionate about it. They're going to get up and outburst and everything like that. I think the reality of it, we need to set precedents on how we're going to deal with it, and I ask the audience to make sure they stand in line and be respectful after you're taking your 3 minutes. After you're taking your 3 minutes, sit down and listen and be quiet and do not be disruptive. And I think that's very important, Madam Chair.
I'm next on the board. Thank you, Commissioner Bellamy. I could not agree with you more. You know, I think I don't even know how many times I gave warnings today before anyone was actually removed. I don't like doing that. We sit here and we listen to all of you. And by the way, we don't have to be looking at you to hear what you're saying. You know, there is a lot of disrespect that gets said. And it's really not necessary. We are hearing you. We're not trying to make you not speak. We do have a time limit. That is our procedures, and we have to be consistent. And I will tell you that this chair will be consistent in the future on the same items that Commissioner Bellamy was just talking about. We should not have to keep stopping, you know, because of outbursts from the audience. And I know we don't agree necessarily, but that's okay. We're not supposed to agree on every single thing. That's the world we are in. This is America. We all have the right to have our individual thoughts, and we should respect each other in that regard. So we're going to have to be consistent. I will tell you that today I let you push it a little bit further than what I wanted, because I want you to understand, and I had planned on saying this after public comment. You know, if you sit there and you disrupt this meeting, I'm not going to give you 2, 3, 4 warnings. Y'all know. So please, let's show each other respect. In what you're saying at the podium, what we say to you, it all needs to be respectful on both sides. That's how we get things done. So that being said, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to take a 10-minute recess, and then we'll come back and do citizen comments on consent agenda items only. Thank you. All right, we are back in session. Before we start with public comment, I did want to say I finally found out what the announcement was that needed to be made. There is going to be the first hearing for Brownfield Area Designation Car Landing a little bit later in this meeting. So just so everyone knows, that is taking place. So now we're going to go to, as I said before, consent agenda items only, citizen comments. Each person will have 3 minutes per item, but no longer than 10 minutes total. So I do have a few cards on consent, so I will start with them. And please remember what we said earlier about being respectful. Next, the first card I have is Andra Griffin. Andra Griffin. Oh, I didn't see you back there. That's consent.
60, she said.
Yeah, 60 is.
60
It's
is on
consent agenda, it's a consent agenda item.
He's on consent.
This is going to be pretty easy. Andrew Griffin, Manatee County. So I haven't even had an opportunity to look at it, but, you know, I'm not in so. This is hard because, you know, with Piney Point and everything, I know that this well injection and everything is necessary and needed. And I didn't have a chance to look at the agreement, so I'm kind of, I was kind of hoping that we were going to discuss it before I came up here for comment. But because it waited so long, I guess this is really the only option we have is to work with the EPA and HRK to, you know, do this well injection. So I guess in this respect, I am in full support of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Matthew Lapointe.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Matthew Lapointe. I'm here representing Florida Sheriff Youth Ranches. I'm an attorney with a firm called Blaylock Walters here in town. I'm talking about item 37 on your consent agenda. With me are Tina Buchanan, VP of Finance, and Regina Hammond, Chief of Staff. In 1988, the county granted a 99-year license for certain property out in Rye Wilderness to Manatee River Youth Ranch. In 1991, Manatee River Youth Ranch merged into Florida Sheriff's Youth Ranches. In 2015, the license was modified slightly and extended out to 2113. Since inception, Florida Sheriff's Youth Ranches has operated a residential care program for disadvantaged youth on the site, as well as holding other short-term events such as summer camps out there. All events were capped at 60 participants at the assistance of county staff, which somewhat limited the use of the facility by the Florida Sheriff's Youth Ranches. Youth Ranches modified its operations in 2020 due to changes by both federal and state legislation, which resulted in the elimination of residential care programming located at the Bradenton campus. The Florida Sheriff's Youth Ranches began working with the county staff in December 2020 to amend the license agreement to allow another organization, Foundation for Dreams, to sublicense the facility for its camp for special needs children. Due to changes with the county administrator, we only actually had a meeting in May of 2021 to discuss this proposed sublicense arrangement with Dr. Hopes and with his staff. During that meeting, Dr. Hopes requested additional time to meet with the staff regarding the sublicense and told us that another meeting would be held with Florida Sheriff's Youth Ranches in probably mid-July. That meeting never happened, even though I asked for it several times. In September of 2021, and to the surprise of Florida Sheriff's Youth Ranches, the termination of the license with the county was an agenda item for the county commission meeting scheduled for September 14th, 2021. We did not know that that was going to be on the agenda. My partner, Mark Barnaby, spoke with Dr. Hopes. They agreed to defer to this meeting. We would like to just make clear that terminating this license is a right that the county has. We don't dispute that. In the license agreement, it's clear. However, Florida Sheriff Youth Ranches wants to make sure that the county knows that there'll be a cost associated with this. The license requires that the county pay for the depreciated value of all the buildings and improvements out there. And of course, there's going to be ongoing costs to operate the facility. The memo
Mr.
that's-
Lapointe, unfortunately, I apologize, but your time is up. But actually, just so you know, I'm going to be asking commissioners if there's any items that they want pulled from consent,
What
and
number
my
is this?
plan is to pull that item.
Do it now.
Yeah,
We can do it now. Commissioners, any items you want pulled from consent?
That one.
that one.
59?
I was already going to do it. There you go. So,
Thank you. So I'll just finish up my speech, and you all can ask me questions, I suppose.
We can't yet, but you can do it when this item is actually now
Oh, I
discussed.
understand.
Okay?
Thanks, sorry. Didn't
Thank
know
you, sir.
protocol. Appreciate
And
it.
we're very familiar with your law firm. Yes, sir. Are there any other items that, or anyone else that wants to speak on consent? Can we be, I'm trying to talk here. Are there any other items that anyone would like to speak on that's on consent? The card that you gave me is not on consent. So you know, number 55, that's not consent.
For the record, Glenn Gibellina, the item you just pulled, it's unfortunate that the funding was cut.
It's pulled, so we can't talk about it.
Oh, wait.
Gotta wait until it comes up.
I got
for
cheated
discussion.
on that deal. I pulled it
We
to-
knew
I
you
had
were
my
gonna do
public
that.
I was gonna pull whatever you talked about.
Sorry, Glenn. Anyone else from the public want to come forward on consent? Any phone calls, ma'am?
Yes, Madam Chair, I have one caller on the phone.
Okay.
Caller 731, press star 6, and please state your name for the record. Caller 731.
We can't hear her, but I hear somebody speaking.
We need Zeph.
Kevin? Are we having problems?
Yes, Madam Chair, we are having problems.
I don't want this person not to be allowed to speak. Is
Hold on,
Seth
ma'am.
Or someone around?
1 second, please.
We need some help out here, please. I know she is.
Time's almost up.
I think. it's
Ma'am, can you
something-
hear us? Can you hear me? Ma'am? No, that's not it.
No, we can't hear her.
I don't think she hears us either.
Maybe she has her phone on mute.
Did she press star 9?
I can hear someone speaking. It's just not loud.
Okay, ma'am, you wanted to speak to about, what was your, okay, library is not on, is library on the consent?
It's been pulled. It
It's
will
been
come up
pulled,
after
ma'am.
the fact, after,
It has been pulled.
yeah.
Okay, thank you for being patient.
Caught the end.
The volume's still not good.
No, any other phone calls?
Madam Chair, we don't have any more phone calls.
All right, thank you very much. I'll go ahead and close public comment. Commissioner Bellamy, did you have something, sir, that you wanted to?
No, it's about that item, and I want to make sure it got pulled.
Okay, all right. So we're going to go ahead and move forward. Is that, commissioners, is that the only item that you want pulled from consent? Is item number 59? Any others?
Madam Chair, I make a motion to approve the consent agenda minus item number 59.
I'll second that. We have a motion to approve consent by Commissioner Servia, a second by Commissioner Ball. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay.
Shouldn't we
Commissioner
mention
Bell-
public?
Well, just a moment. Commissioner Bellamy, did you vote, sir?
No.
Is he standing right
He
there?
said no.
Consent. You want in on that?
Yay or nay on consent, sir?
I got to ask a couple questions first. We pulled 37.
Yes.
And is the library on consent also?
No.
No.
Okay, all right. So yeah, I vote yay.
Okay. It is approved, Madam Clerk, unanimously. Thank you. We're
Madam
gonna-
Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
Don't we mention somehow in that motion that we've deleted number 49? Or no?
Was that part of your motion,
Just say
Commissioner
yes.
Serbia?
It's not on the agenda I'm looking at.
It's the agenda, it's the amended,
Well, it's not
changes.
actually on the agenda. I'm looking at it. It's not on consent anymore.
But the public saw 49 on the,
Pardon me, but I do have a question. Item 59 is the dashboard report.
oh,
I-
she's
I
right.
believe
Ooh,
the
wrong
one
one.
pulled was item 37.
Okay, thank you. So amended?
Do we have to vote on that again?
Yeah.
The wrong item.
Madam Chair,
Okay.
could we just
No.
do a revised motion and vote, please?
We're going to do a
Motion to
revised.
approve the consent agenda minus the library item number 37.
No.
Or, I'm sorry, 39. Which number is it?
The library wasn't on consent anymore.
Oh, no, it's not on.
It's
the
number
library's not
37 on the
consent.
youth ranch.
Which is the,
37.
Library was already pulled.
I got it, I think. Approval of consent minus item number 37.
That is correct. I will second that motion. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Madam Clerk, it's approved unanimously. Phew. Okay, moving on. Let's see, or did we, Mr. County Administrator, do you want to go ahead at this point and do the first hearing for
Sure.
Brownfield
Consent.
Area Designation, Carr Landing?
Madam Chair,
Is there some reason, because it was
yeah,
brought
the,
up at the
no,
top?
we can do the first hearing on the Brownfield.
Okay. I know it is. Is that why you had it at the top of?
Oh, no, that was just the announcement. If you want to take, I think it would be better if we go ahead and go in order. So you've got the new business items. You have the time certain at 1:30, which is the
Right.
TEFRA hearing. And so
Would be
we have
15.
now added a second item to Section K. So the first item is the library, and then the second item would be the termination of the sheriff's youth ranch agreement.
Okay, I'm going to ask, in the future, maybe we can have a meeting to figure out, because when it comes up on the agenda like it did on mine, as number one, I'm thinking that, it's prioritized.
Oh, that was just an announcement, but.
Okay, well,
And- oh, yeah.
Thank you.
It does say that.
yeah.
Well, no, it
does.
says announcement, that we're announcing it, but okay.
That's all it says,
So you
announcement.
don't have that.
I
That's what
know,
she's
it's
saying.
weird.
It's a state requirement because it's a TEFRA hearing.
Okay,
So
well,
we
now
needed
we
to
know.
announce at the beginning of the meeting that later in the meeting, we're going to have the public hearing.
Got it. Okay.
Okay. So, new business. Commissioners, is there any item that you'd like to hit first? Items removed from consent.
Number 15,
How about,
next.
we can do that. I was thinking about, since we have an attorney sitting there, that perhaps we could go on down to item number 37.
That's fine. I'm okay
Yeah,
with that.
I'm going to go with item number 37. Would you like to, well, it's authorization to terminate a license agreement between the Florida Sheriff's Youth Ranches, Inc. and Manatee County for property located at 751 Rye Wilderness Trail. And Joy, is that you? You
Yes,
handling
ma'am,
that?
it is.
Thank you.
It's me and Charlie Hunsicker, wherever he went.
He's coming.
There he is. He doesn't get out of this. Come on over here, Charlie.
When has he been timid to come
Good-
down here?
Good morning, Commissioners and Chairperson Baugh and County Attorney Clegg, County Administrator Hopes. This agenda item before you today, item number 37, is a request to have the board approve or authorize Dr. Hopes to send a notice of termination of an agreement, a 99-year license agreement, it's not a lease, that is between Manatee County and the Sheriff's Youth Ranch to operate a facility at the Rye Preserve.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and ask, well, never mind, I've got commissioners on the board. Commissioner Serbia, go ahead.
Yeah, I had a question, and it's relative to the member of the public who spoke. the attorney, and he said that there would be costs associated that Manatee County would be responsible for. Is that accurate?
So I'm uncertain exactly what he meant by that, but according to the contract, there are certain things we need to look at whenever we do the termination. We're not terminating for cause, we're terminating without cause, and the contract does have some language in there to look at any expenditures that were made during the time of the lease from 2015 until current that would have to be accounted for. We were in the meeting that we had, they did inform us they were going to be removing some equipment. So possibly the cost of replacing some of that equipment. Of course, if they if they remove the equipment, we're not also paying them for the equipment.
Got it.
Has that been looked at? Commissioner Bellamy.
Yeah, I'm a little concerned about this, and I'm not in support of it. The first thing that brought to my attention is, well, actually two things. With them serving disadvantaged youth. And now we're saying we're going to terminate without cause a contract of individuals that serve, an entity that serve disadvantaged youth. In my briefing, either I misunderstood or I misled, but in my briefing, I asked, was all on the same page? And was everybody on the same page and everybody's going in the right direction? And in my briefing, I was told, yes, that everybody was on the same page, everybody's okay with it. And that's not accurate, because I've heard from countless amount of people with concerns. And when I asked about intentions, in other words, do we have any intentions, I was told no. But now I'm learning that we want to make it a public park or do something in that nature right there. So there's a lot of information, right. Well, that's why I brought it out. That's exactly why I brought it out. But whatever we want to do, it needs to be approved from us, and we need to know about it, right? And so I also would like the information to be consistent in the commission meetings, because if the intent is to do something with it, say that. Because I asked that question, and then that question was saying, no, everybody's on the same page. And then when I hear from significant individuals out in the community, it brings a different type of concern. And another thing that was brought up, and I don't know whether or not he will or will not speak again, that there was requested a meeting with the county administrator, and that meeting has not happened yet. I'm concerned about that. And again, we're talking about impacting disadvantaged youth. The county does have a right, all right, to terminate. I understand that right there. But I always say this to people: it's not what you do, it's how you do it. And if this is the direction that the board is going to approve, I think we should have all the information. And to me, when it came up the last time, I was very curious about it, and we pulled it, and some more information came out and things like that, and then it comes for us on the consent agenda. And I get that, because that's a way, if you don't pay close attention to it or somebody doesn't come and speak out it, it's approved and it's done, it's moved. And I disagree with the fact that if it's a contract concerning disadvantaged youth, that we are going to terminate that without cause, and it's not a discussion across the board. I have a concern about that, and I honestly think without cause, well, we know what that is. That's legal jargon, right? So people can do what they want to do, and that's the reality of it. I think we need to look at this from a different focus lens, and I will not be supporting that.
Actually, Commissioner Bellamy, that's exactly why I said I was going to pull it. We're on the same page. Dr. Hope?
Yes, Madam Chair. Commissioner Bellamy, you have been misinformed. For starters, commissioners, that meeting did occur. It was a full house with representatives from the Sheriff's Youth Ranch, as I committed to do a month ago when it was requested that this item be pulled. I will tell you that I'm not happy about some of the comments that were made. This has been a challenge. There is another party that was brought to us that has a good use of this property, a local nonprofit that is in need of utilizing the property. The Sheriff's Youth Ranch came forward wanting us to amend their license agreement to allow them to sub-license the park to our local nonprofit that serves disadvantaged and special needs children and has operated in this county for a number of years, who is in need of a location like this. The Sheriff's Youth Ranch is not a part of our sheriff. Our sheriff supports the entity that we would like to provide the facility for their use. The Sheriff's Youth Ranch is located in Live Oak, Florida. Their business model was disrupted by both federal and state legislation. That is why they have not been operating the youth camp that they were operating in the past. They are only operating 2 in the entire state of Florida, and to my knowledge, none of them are in South Florida. It is a large property that has a number of facilities, including a barn and stables for the sheriff to utilize and continue to utilize for his needs. We have met with all the parties. The same law firm that is here before you today representing the Sheriff's Youth Ranch also represents the local charity that would like to utilize the property for special needs children. In addition to that, in the past 2 years, the Sheriff's Youth Ranch has violated their license agreement by allowing others to use it, including college dormitories, etc. We opted to take a higher road and just move forward with a termination without cause. The cost, in accordance with the agreement, that we would have to reimburse them for their improvements is nominal, because when they negotiated a new agreement, it did not include all the costs that they incurred up to 2015. And so I am asking you, this has been delayed enough. We have a local charity, the Foundation for Dreams, that offers a number of camps and services to special needs children who is in need of this property. And in my opinion, as the county administrator, I think we as Manatee County government are in a better position to enter into license agreements for other charities to use this property rather than a nonprofit operation in Live Oak, Florida. And that is why we are coming to you today. I did meet Commissioner Bellamy with all the attorneys that were involved with the Sheriff's Youth Ranch. They probably had 8 or 9 representatives at that meeting. And that meeting was held recently before this meeting. And we discussed the options. And I will tell you, and I'll be honest, because look, their president had a very scornful attitude of what he was going to strip out of that park and take with him in a very vindictive way, because we had made a decision that we should use the public park to meet the property to meet the needs of our local organizations. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for the explanation. Commissioner Whitmore?
That's most of my notes.
Me too.
I'd ridden around when I was looking at all the parks we had driven through there, and then I went through there the other day, remember, and I brought up, well, what about the homeless there? And then I was aware, I mean, why should we have an intermediary between Dream Oaks and us when it's us anyway? And from what I understood, the Boy Scouts, which is what they're next, may be having issues, and that's why they needed to find another place. And for any of you that have ever been to Dream Oaks, these kids are severely disabled. They're usually in a chair, CP, all these kind of disease processes. They have a pool that lowers them in there. They have therapy. And it's a one time where they can enjoy something in the real world and be with nature versus in a wheelchair all day in a room. So, you know, I had no problems with getting rid of the middleman, because I had gotten this a while ago, and then in a briefing, I had put it all together. Maybe it just could have been presented a little better to all the commissioners. When I had my briefing, I kind of knew what was going on already, only because I'd had my tour of the parks. So maybe there's just a little better way that Commissioner Bellamy could have known exactly what's going on. And I have a question, because I had the intent of approving this today with the possibility of Dream Oaks going in the future. That being said, I'm taking after you when I say that. That being said, what about,
Don't do that.
Do we have to go through any kind of process? We're doing an in-kind of where they are now, and as far as the Sheriff's Youth Ranch, it's a perfect place, because I even asked you, is there a pool there and stuff like that. Do we have to open it up to all nonprofits, or can we do this for a specific? Because this is a severe need in the community. We don't want to lose that service for these kids.
Madam Chair, I believe the
It's
county
the county
commission-
attorney. He can
Okay.
respond to that.
In the case of a nonprofit, Madam Chair, Commissioner Whitmore, Florida statutes allows us to negotiate directly with that nonprofit without going through a competitive process.
And I would only approve this if that specific nonprofit was going to go there, because those kids are the hardest to find a place to be able to enjoy life. So I support that.
Madam Chair, that is the
Commissioner.
intent, and I spoke with their executive director last night to reassure her.
Oh, good, good. Commissioner Cruz?
Yeah, I'll be quick because Dr. Hope said everything perfectly. You know, this was on the agenda previously. I spoke with the Youth Ranch. I spoke with Foundation Dreams. I spoke with Charlie. I knew what was going on here. I fully support what's going on. You sign a lease that says that we can terminate at our sole and absolute discretion. That's how that works. And I don't agree we need middlemen for our property to help us sublease to people we know better. And I'm 100% on board with Commissioner Whitmore. I would put myself on the board right now for 181 days from now to make a motion to start the negotiations with Foundation of Dreams to put them onto this property. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm next on the board. I will tell you, I got a phone call yesterday from someone who brought this to my attention about the nonprofit. I didn't know about that before. So it was news to me just yesterday. And what concerned me was in looking at the agenda, it states Manatee County is currently working on a parks master plan and has determined the property is necessary for other purposes. Well, I'm thinking it's got something to do with parks. You know, I mean, you know, what else would you think? So I had told the person that called me on this yesterday that I would pull it today to get more information. So that's how I got involved. I think that your explanation, Dr. Hopes, has been perfect. I didn't realize all that, but I fully support moving forward with this, so I thank you. Commissioner Servia.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And I appreciate the discussion because I learned a lot also through it, so thank you for that. So I just want to be clear, our sheriff does support what we're doing
boy.
today. Is that
This
that
is very good.
accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
My
Okay.
understanding.
Okay, because that was my understanding too, but I just wanted to be clear.
He also attended the meeting that I held with the parties prior to this meeting. He was
Okay.
a party
Yeah.
to the meeting.
Okay, yeah, thank you for that. So I think it's important to take this one step at a time, that, you know, ending this contract with no cause is what we're doing today. And I love the Foundation of Dreams too, and I hope that we can negotiate with them in the future to do what they want to do, but I will be supporting this.
Commissioner Bellamy, you're next, sir.
Yeah, it's a couple things that's starting to concern me. When I have my briefings, I always ask, you know, are we doing what's best for the people and what's the intent and everything like that. And when I asked whether any intent, the response that I received was, no, there's no intent. It's clear there's a lot of intent here. It is clear that there is a lot of intent here. And I respect when individuals talk about their opinions, but when we talk about things, when we transition and we talk about taxpayers' dollars and making decisions based on the county, we really need to lean more on the side of facts than opinions. And I'm a little bit more concerned about that. And the word vindictive has been thrown out there in the air. And that's a very, very unfortunate word from anybody that takes and uses it. And, you know, watching Martin Lawrence this morning, can we all just get along? That's my hope, right? But my thought on this, and as we move forward, I will always take and put it on me and say either I misunderstood or either I was misled. But when I ask a question in my briefings, I want to make sure that I'm getting the same information as everybody else. And if there is an overall intent for the county to go in a certain direction, regardless of what it is, if I ask that question, I think I deserve the same answer that everybody else is receiving. And when I ask that question, I say, well, what's the intent? Do we have any intent? No, everybody's on the same page. Because I know that I've already heard from the lawyers. I know I've already heard from the sheriff. I've heard from people from the community. And I understand there's different type of concerns on both sides. I think behind the scenes, I think behind the scenes, when you're saying that, the sheriff was at the meeting and everybody was at the meeting, that's a different meeting between when the lawyers that's representing that entity saying, hey, we want to sit down and have a one-on-one meeting. Of course, when you do a come to Jesus meeting, you have everybody at the table, but when there's an opportunity for the individuals that's legally representing that entity or that cause, that is a different type of meeting with a different scope of information. And I don't think that meeting should be neglected or not take place. That's just me, which is why I asked, well, what is the intent? But now I know the intent. Now I know the intent, and I have nothing against, I have nothing against Dream of Oaks. Any foundation that's trying to help kids and anything like that. My concern is when the information comes out, if I'm getting it from you and I'm getting it from them, or I'm getting it from whoever is representing or presenting the information, I just wanted to be consistent. That's all I'm asking for. If we're not on the same page, say that.
I didn't know it.
Right. If we're not on the same page, just say, nope, we still got a little bit of turbulence out there in the area, and we're trying to figure out how we're going to land. But we still want to land safely for everybody and make sure we're doing what's best for the county. That's just Reggie.
Commissioner Satcher.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Administrator, so if I understand the situation currently, or let me ask it this way. The youth ranch, the Florida Sheriff's Youth Ranch, which is, they're not currently using the facility as was initially planned. I mean, they don't have youth there right now. So that's a question, which I can see your head nodding, but for the record, he's saying that I'm correct about that.
Correct.
So there's no children there. And then my other question is that just since COVID? Did they have to shut down because of COVID, or was that something long-term? I know this facility relatively well. I've been out and did kind of an impromptu tour back when they did have, I think they had kind of foster families that would have multiple kids that were there. And so anyway, that's my other question is this model, because this does seem like a problematic model as we move forward just in time with what we've seen that has happened with organizations. So I could see the model, it might not be as useful as it once was. So that was my other question.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
the Florida legislature made a significant policy change in statutes around the foster care program that basically interfered with the model that they had been operating under, where they kept siblings together in a residential setting.
Okay. And then I want to say, because I did mention in my briefing too, I said, so what's our plan? Do we have a plan? But I understand the spot that you're in, because you don't want to have a fully baked plan before we've had input. And so I would just say that moving forward, there's the option of, letting, for short term, somebody wants to do a 2-week camp, and they sign up and pay the fee. I don't necessarily want a lot of input in that. I understand that might be something we could just move forward with. But if we're talking about a long-term use in the future, assuming this passes, I would want to have some input on what direction we go, because it does seem like a policy decision, being a pretty substantial and useful county property asset. Thank you.
Commissioner, County Attorney Clegg, did you have something to add, sir?
I prefer to defer to Commissioner Van Ostenbridge, and
Okay.
I'll go last.
Commissioner Van Ostenbridge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What we have here is a failure to communicate. And, I sympathize with Commissioner Bellamy, because I don't like being left in the dark myself, or, misunderstanding what it is that we're trying to do here. So that's just would be my message to the county administrator. Please make sure that we're all on the same page. When you have a local organization like, Foundation for Dreams, you end up with situations like, I'm very good friends with Eddie Mulock, who has, founded that organization and is still the director, or the chairman. So it's a wonderful organization, and the Sheriff's Youth Ranch is as well. But obviously, they've gone in a different direction, and they're not utilizing the property. So, Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve item 37, terminating the lease with the Sheriff's Youth Ranch.
Second.
Carol said it.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Van Ostenbridge and a second by Commissioner Whitmore. I need to open this to public comment. Mr. County Attorney, is there anything you want to add, sir?
There is, yes, ma'am. Madam Chair, Commissioners, I do want to briefly touch on the language of the license agreement. It is a license agreement, and it's been in place, I think, since 2015. Is that right, Joy?
Yes.
So there are two ways we can terminate. One is with cause, and the other is without cause, and that is legal parlance for either terminating because the other side has breached the agreement in some material way, or terminating because the agreement gives us the right to do so regardless of the fact that the other side has performed. And what the board is, the business decision in front of you, the recommendation today is to terminate without cause. And the agreement does say that in that case, we do compensate the current licensee for the depreciated value of the improvements, the fixtures they've put on the property during the term of the license agreement. If we were to terminate with cause, and honestly, there was a debate about whether or not we could, because there are some things that they've done under this in possession of the property that were not authorized under the agreement, then we could simply say, we're not compensating you for anything. But Dr. Hopes did consult with my office, and the staff consulted with my office, and we talked about it and felt this was the more equitable way to part company with this licensee. In other words, to do it without cause, which gives them the benefit of being compensated for the depreciative value of their investments in the property. So I just want the board to understand the mechanics of that. If we really wanted to be tough, we'd say, look, you sub-licensed this without our permission and without the right to do so under the agreement. And you can see Ms. Leggett-Murphy nodding her head, because that was a big issue with staff. And then they would not receive compensation for anything, quite frankly. But, we could also wind up having to litigate that. So that's all I have, Madam Chair.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to ask, we have a motion and a second. We still have to do public comment as well. So commissioners, do all three of you want to make more comments?
Yeah.
Commissioner Whitmore, go ahead.
I've been going by there every year. I go through all the parks with Charlie, and I've been going there about 2 or 3 years, and I've seen no census. I've not seen one person there. It's been empty. It's well taken care of, but I've never seen anybody there. When we do vote for this, I think we're going to hopefully move forward with it. I would like to see Foundation of Dreams. Obviously, Commissioner Cruz must know more that's going on, but I would like to see something come before us fairly quickly, because I don't want these kids next summer not have a place to go. Again, they're in their 4 walls of their house in wheelchairs, most of them. And I would like to eliminate the middleman, because again, I've never seen anybody there, ever, since I've been in office. Anytime I've gone there, it's been empty. And I'm sure there has been. I've never seen anybody, though. So I think it's time, and I have seen kids over at Foundation of Dreams. So I think it's a good move that we're doing today.
You want to answer the question first? Let him go first.
Okay. Commissioner Cruz.
Yeah, it worked out well. It was after Commissioner Whitmore, because I had a question for the county attorney. It sounds like we can go either way on this, with cause or without cause. I agree with the premise of do without cause. It's a nonprofit. We're not here to, bang on people for depreciable value of a 6-year-old barn. I mean, what are we really talking? My question is, has there been any negotiation about this termination? Like, if we're effectively agreeing to do this without cause for the benefit of the sheriff, has there been a discussion about shortening that 180-day notice window? I mean, for the sake of, Foundation of Dreams does need time, and it sounds like that's probably the direction, that's certainly the direction I intend to go. They're going to need time to set up for next summer, and they do stuff all year round on weekends, but the summers are week-long camps. They're full. It's going to take them time to prepare. 180 days is going to effectively push us until April before they even have access to the site. Has there been discussion of saying, hey, if we're going to do this without cause and play nice, and you're not really using the space anyway, are you going to hold us to 180 days out of spite to sit on empty property just to minimize Foundation Dreams' ability to prepare for a summer? Has there been any discussion about that?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Cruz, not to my knowledge, but Dr. Hopes could probably shed some light on that. That is certainly something that we could negotiate and have a an agreed-upon separation, for lack of a better term. But perhaps Dr. Hope's
Madam
can
Chair,
add.
there has been discussion with the parties related to that. Should they choose to allow the entire 180 days to run out, they'll be required to continue to maintain the property and insure the property, et cetera. The discussion at our meeting was that they could hand over the property back to us at an earlier date and relieve themselves of ongoing expense during that 180-day period, which would allow us to expedite bringing forward to the board both the Foundation for Dreams and other nonprofits in the area that would like to hold retreats there and things like that, so that this community asset can be better utilized.
Commissioner Satcher.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to mention, I do think it's important that we have discussion about where we're going to go at a separate date when we're able to see our options. And then I'll just say, just in case, I don't think that there were any aspersions cast, but just in case, my understanding is correct, the Florida Sheriff's Youth Ranch had subleased, which is against the rules, but it was to Bayside College, for their schools growing, and of course, we know how it is trying to find a place for any type of housing, and it was short-term, and so I just want to make the point that I don't think there's some, there's nothing underhanded or dirty, but it also is, as a county asset, seems like we could make better use of it moving forward. Thank you.
Okay, real quick, and then I'm going to go to public comment. I just want the commissioners to know that in my briefing, when this was discussed, I don't think the county administrator was in there for that portion of my briefing. So I know that, some people have looked at him, but I don't think he was in there when I had my briefing, but I can't remember for sure. Commissioner Bellamy, then we're going to public comment. That's it.
Yeah, and I don't like being dead horses. When I ask my questions, especially when I'm getting certain information from the outside, I always go to the horse, and I made sure specifically I asked him. So that's the reason why I pushed it. I know he was there, but I'm not going to beat a dead horse. I'm okay with it. It'll work out. Trust me.
Okay, thank you, sir. Anyone from the public want to come forward on this issue? You'll have 3 minutes. Yes, sir, please come back. I'll let you speak on this for 3 minutes.
You know what I haven't done?
Thank you. I guess I just want to clarify a few things.
Could you please state your name for the record?
Yes, sure. Matthew LaPointe, representing Florida Sheriff's Youth Ranch. It was Florida Sheriff's Youth Ranch who brought to the attention of the county the fact that Foundation for Dreams had an interest in utilizing this property. And so Florida Sheriff's Youth Ranch obviously is a supporter of the Foundation for Dreams and what they wanted to do out there. It was just Florida Youth Ranch's idea that they ought to, continue the 99-year license agreement and be what you all call the middleman. Now, I recognize why the county would make a decision not to have a middleman. It's understandable. But it was, this property was being operated by a not-for-profit private organization. None of the costs were being borne by the county. They were being borne by that private nonprofit organization. And so by taking out the middleman, you are now, as a county, going to be taking on some additional expense that you didn't have before. That's fine. With respect to the meetings and stuff, yes, we had a meeting last Wednesday with Dr. Hopes and the staff. That's not what I was talking about. I didn't really get to finish my statement. I was talking about interim meetings between May of 21 and the one we had Wednesday. There were none of those interim meetings. So when we left our meeting in May, we thought that we were on the track of amending the license to allow us to sublicense to Foundation for Dreams. And it was only when we saw the agenda for September that we realized that no, the county had sort of flipped and was deciding to terminate. So that's all I was trying to get across, that as As Commissioner Van Ossenbridge said, it was definitely one of those cool hand Luke moments. We failed to communicate. That's it. We believe that Foundation for Dreams is going to do an excellent job out there. They're going to take care of kids, and that's what the Sheriff's Youth Ranch is most concerned about, is taking care of kids. So, did Tina or Regina have anything else?
She'll have to come
We're
up
on
and-
yellow, so you're going to have to be quick.
Well, she can have her 3 minutes if she wants to speak.
Very good. Why don't you come up and have your 3 minutes?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thanks, Matt.
State your name, you'll have 3 minutes. I feel like a broken record today.
My name is Tina Buchanan. I'm the Vice President of Finance for the Florida Sheriff's Youth Ranch. We did bring to the attention of the county the need that Foundation for Dreams had, and we had been working since the fall to accomplish that. However, we are good with the fact that the county has the ability to terminate the lease. However, there is cost that is involved with that termination. We have invested over $3 million in that property, and the contract does talk about depreciated value. You have an appraisal that says value of those buildings are still at $2.9 million with estimated life still of 25 to 30 years. We want the county commissioners to be aware that we would be open to the negotiation of that compensation. There is not just no cost involved in this termination, and the termination is without cause. And so we look forward to working with you on this and letting Foundation for Dreams take over.
Thank you very much. Anyone else from the public want to come forward? State your name, you'll have 3 minutes.
Andrew Griffin, Manatee County. So, I've lived in this county my whole life. I was born in Manatee Memorial Hospital. I really do not like this at all. I really don't. I'm also a little upset that this was removed from the public. This doesn't sound like anybody has reached out to the public. Seems like everybody's had conversations with themselves, made determinations behind, with whatever briefings they've had. But has anybody thought to speak with the public about this? I mean, at the end of the day, it's no surprise. At one time, I would have been utilizing something like this in my life, okay? I had problems when I was a child. It was programs like, and I'm hearing that this place hasn't been used, for the sheriff's youth ranches. But why? I mean, this is a need that we have. I mean, we're shipping kids off to Horizon, which is basically no more than a boot camp school. And here we have a nice facility out here that can be used for children to help them, and we're stopping services here. And I understand that there's, cut funding from the state and everything, but I would really like maybe just out of courtesy for the citizens in this county, to take a step back, have a work session, just find out. I mean, I'm not saying that these children that are disabled, they don't need something, but every year I'm finding services cut for kids that are disadvantaged in a different way. I mean, that need this stuff because they've had broken homes. Their families are on drugs. They have abuse in their house. These are the only kind of programs that give them that outlet. I mean, I used to go to, Marine Institute, whatever it was, I can't even remember. It's planted the seed that helped change my life. It didn't change my life right then, but it planted the seed for the change to happen later. I'm kind of like, I almost want to cry here because this has been a staple in our community for a little minute. And I feel like, kind of like you guys have removed the public from this decision. I'm really kind of perturbed with this. I don't know how I feel about this. I'm telling you right now, the way it's written, I absolutely oppose this. I hope everybody here just takes just 5 minutes step back and let's do a work session. Let's open this up to the public. You know, we're the ones that really finance all this stuff anyways. So just get the input of the public before you guys make decisions on our behalf. That's all I'm asking.
Anyone else want to come forward on public comment? State your name. You'll have 3 minutes, please.
Thank you. I'm Regina Hammond. I'm the Chief of Staff for the Florida Sheriff's Youth
Can you
Ranches.
speak into the microphone? Thank you.
And yes, you are correct. That's what we do. We plant that seed for the youth in our communities. We do it through residential care, which legislation has put a halt on for facilities like ours or homes like ours. It's a group care. It's a family model. We have mom and pops that raise the kids. We keep siblings together. And it is a shame, and we are understanding of this, and all of this started back in 2015 when FFPSA come out with the new guidelines for residential home. This is beating a dead horse. I know, we can't change it. It's here. So we started in 2015. That's when we renewed this license. And we met with the Parks and Recreation, and they would only cap us and allow us 60 youth on campus. We were going to try to open a daycare. We were going to have more camps. But we can't do that with a cap of 60 kids. It is not financially feasible. So with that said, I have a few things from our president that he would like for me to share, if I have a minute.
Yes,
While
ma'am.
we may not have been paying taxes on the property, which is what Dr. Hopes mentioned in our meeting last, over the last 30 years, as pointed out by Dr. Hopes, we certainly have put millions into the local economy through the building of the facilities, purchasing goods and supplies from local businesses, continually upgrading our facilities, and employing individuals throughout the county as we ran successful programs for over 30 years. No, we have not had anyone on campus the last few months, but we were trying to get Foundation of Dreams in there since December so that there would be someone on campus. Our current program site is fully developed, well-maintained, and will be utilized by the county as an income producer as it develops user fee agreements with various groups, resulting in a steady income for the Parks Department. While we may not have been paying the taxes, I've already been through that, we have been good neighbors and good stewards of the land. We are primarily donor-funded, and most of our donor funding for Bradenton has been through Manatee County donors, with their names on our cottages, our land, which also is the county land. Do they know this is happening? When Manatee River Youth Ranch first obtained the property, it was vacant, undeveloped land and spent over $1 million in their original development, and then the youth ranches has spent another $3 million on the improvements. The Parks Department has utilized our facilities along with the Sheriff's Office over the years to keep their equipment safe and covered, even when it resulted in our not being able to use our pole barn for our own equipment.
Ma'am, you
And
need
I
to
know my
finish
time's
up,
up.
please.
Thank you.
Yes, I'm sorry. Anyone else from the public?
For the record, Glenn Gibolina. First of all, I back the sheriff. He doesn't make bad decisions. So that's the first thing I want to say. So whatever he's on board with, I'm on board with. Interesting that, we heard from Dr. Hopes that he violated the contract by putting dorms out there. Well, if the land's not being used, the sheriff knows what's right. So I was up in Orlando enrolling my daughter for next semester, $3,300 a semester with 3 other students, $12,000 for 300 square feet. So I know the struggles of dormitory. So if the sheriff thought it was a great idea to give it to lease it out to Bayshore Church, so be it. That's a sound, good decision. It's like a church where I just use it one day a week. It's unbelievable that we're even questioning the sheriff on the things that he was doing. come to Jesus. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Come to Jesus. How come the public? Is the public invited when we come to Jesus? I think we should have had some input on this. The state funding, it was unfortunate that it was cut. That was a mistake on the legislation as far as I'm concerned. That could have been on perpetually. As far as the sublease, you're right, there's a red flag there. And I would proffer this to the current nonprofit that's there. If they're gonna exercise their 180 days and not play nice, then don't give them anything. It's gonna take a long time, scorch the earth. County's good at it. You guys got good attorneys for scorching the earth. Just look at the dam deal. So I would say that we all play nice together. You know, and if we can't do that, then let it rip as far as I'm concerned. Why it hasn't been used? I think every square foot should be used as for the public, including maybe expanding it out there to dormitories, and maybe even opening it up to several nonprofits. If they're just doing summer camps and the rest of the year goes unused, why not rent it out for dormitories? Why not use the best possible use of that property? And again, if you had public input, you might have had some other good ideas. But again, we're left out on that. I think we can all come to terms on this. And, you know, I ride, and we have something in the biker community. We all play nice until we don't.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else from the public want to come forward? Any phone calls? By the way, commissioners, I received a text message from Debbie Scacinoci that METV was having trouble with Zoom, being able to hear the callers. So just so you know, they do think they've got it fixed now.
She didn't send out.
Any phone calls?
No, Madam Chair.
All
Madam
right.
Chair, can you hear me? No, Madam Chair, we have no phone calls.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
All right, then we're closed to public comment. We do have some commissioners on the board. Commissioner Cruz.
I'll make a motion to approve.
We already have a motion.
Did,
Okay.
and we had a second.
Commissioner Whitmore.
Just real quick, it was interesting to hear that with the legislator changing the laws like they did, you couldn't be able to do what your intent was. So to me, this gives me even more reasons to do what we're doing today. I think Rye Preserve closes every night, correct, Charlie? So we actually have somebody out there that lives on the property to assure that. So this is secluded. You have to drive to the back to almost to the barn. There's houses. It's not a barn, but to get to the houses. So it's going to be closed every night anyway. So again, if we decide to do this, and it sounds, and we all know how great Foundation of Dreams is, we need to move sooner than later. So that's all.
Commissioner Satcher.
So the houses that are there, they were built by the Florida Sheriff's Youth Ranch, like that was their funding and that they've done over the
Charlie
last,
knows.
how many years?
Charlie knows.
Madam Chair, yes, we can give you the update on it. I wanted to address two things related to that. The 2015 agreement, this has been reviewed extensively. The 2015 agreement that was entered into basically mitigated the county's liability for any improvements made up through 2015. And the new agreement requires us to contribute the depreciated value of improvements that were made from 2015 on. We've done a report of permitted improvements. I think, Joy, correct me if I'm wrong, permitted improvements to date, and those costs are somewhat nominal. I mean, very nominal. And so we'll move into that. And one of the points that I made, because I can appreciate what the Sheriff's Youth Ranch, which is not part of the sheriff, by the way, Mr. Gimelina. It's a separate organization, but in so doing, the improvements on the property were made with charitable dollars. According to the tax code, whenever that property reverts, it is a community asset because it's a nonprofit that used donations to contribute. So the improvements do belong to Manatee County because it's a charitable organization. I realize they threw, millions of dollars around in the discussion, but according to our assessment, that's not the basis for our liability moving forward. But yes, some of it, and I think Joy can talk to what was there when the Sheriff's Youth Ranch took over, and then what improvements were made with regards to the housing and installation of the swimming pool and things like that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. All right, moving forward,
Had-
you need to hit your button if you have a question, sir.
I thought I still had the floor.
No.
So, and then for the 30 years, I believe they said they had been there, what was their normal, how much were they paying to be there?
The 99-year lease was at a price tag of $1, so a penny a year.
So, I mean, there's some reasoning behind, they were obviously getting a great deal, and they were obviously, providing a great service. They were talking about how much taxes they would pay, and to me, that is nowhere near as important in value as the lives they were changing. But the legislature has changed, the rules have changed, they're not able to perform that model. And so, I mean, they got something out of this in that they didn't have to pay a normal amount of lease and rent, but this is a county asset.
It's, Madam Chair, it's a county asset. I believe one of the reasons why you recruited me is my both private sector experience and public sector experience. I would very seldom say never, but it would be highly unlikely that I would bring an agreement to you to provide nearly 50 acres of county property for a penny a year for nearly a 100-year term. And so there was a business case that was used in also taken under consideration with regards to this agreement. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, I call the question.
Second.
Thank you for that. All right, the question has been called by Commissioner Van Ostenbridge with a second by Commissioner Cruz. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay.
Nay.
Okay, it is
I've been told. no
Commissioner
automatic.
Bellamy did the nay. Now we're going to go and vote on the motion. All in favor, or better yet, we have a motion by Commissioner Commissioner Van Ostenbridge, second by Commissioner Whitmore. All in favor, please raise your hands. It is 6-1 with Commissioner Bellamy.
Satcher's giving one of the little half.
His hand was up.
I'm not real happy about it, but.
It's, Commissioner
5.5.
Bellamy was nay. Thank you. We're going to move forward.
Thank you for the good job, guys. The joy. And sorry to the other people. You never make anybody
All right,
actually happy.
Commissioners, I have a question for you. It's 11:25. Can we get through item number 15 by noon?
The library?
Yes.
No. Let's go to 51?
Well, I was just trying to be helpful there.
Madam Chair, since we're not going to get through the library, could we go to number 54 since not number 54, sorry, number 53, since we've got people here for that one?
Oh, that's
I
okay.
think that's a great idea, yes. Mr. County Administrator, it comes under you. Item 53, approval and execution of LDA 20-02 Local Development Agreement for Rye Ranch. This is a quasi-judicial item. Who is going to handle
Yes,
that?
Madam
sir?
Chair.
It's only upon request.
Presentation's only upon
Presentation on
request,
request.
Madam Chair.
I understand. We need someone at the podium.
Clark would probably be the
So
logical
we're gonna
person.
move
Oh,
ahead.
here's Nicole, okay.
I think it's Nicole.
Sorry, good morning, Commissioners. Nicole Knapp, Impact Fee Administrator for the record.
Wherein?
And I have to be sworn in if I speak.
We all do. Anyone that wants to speak on this item, please stand and get sworn in.
Do you swear or affirm that the factual statements and representations you're about to make to the Board of County Commissioners are truthful and accurate? Thank you. When you step to the podium, please state your name and if you've been sworn.
Again, for the record, Nicole Knapp, Impact Fee Administrator, and I have been sworn. This is the adoption hearing. This is the second hearing. The first hearing was held on October 12th for local development agreement Rye Ranch, and we're asking for approval and execution of the LDA 20-02.
All right, commissioners, I do not see anyone on the board, so I'm going to open to public comment. Is there anyone from the public that would like to come forward on this item and speak?
One.
You'll have, state your name, sir. You've been sworn, and you'll have 3 minutes.
For the record, Glenn Jablina, I am in full support of this. The developer,
Please state that you've been sworn, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I have been sworn in and been sworn at sometimes, so. For the record, I do support this, this motion. The developer is top in in what he does, and whatever you can do to help him, I am in full support of it. So he's not only working in the county, he's working with the city of Bradenton, so hats off to him.
Anyone else from the public want to come forward? Not seeing any, I'm going to close public comment. We cannot go to the phone since it is quasi. What is the pleasure of the board?
I move approval of this item as on the agenda.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Servia, a second by Commissioner Van Ostenbridge. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. It is approved unanimously. Thank you for all being here.
Can we do 54?
I'm sorry, what'd you say, Carol?
Do 54 since it's a
Let's
public
go
hearing?
to 54. There she is.
Good morning, Commissioners. Jerry Lopez, Director of Redevelopment and Economic Opportunity. Item 54 is to designate Carr Landing a brownfield site. This is the first hearing per Florida statutes. We do need to have 2 hearings of the resolution. There is an action for you, which is to be able to hold the second public hearing as part of the resolution before 9 a.m. And we do require that the motion have at least 5 votes to pass. So we do request that. But just real quick, as part of the summary, and we do have Jake Stowers, the developer here, also in case if you have any questions. But briefly, all we are doing here is going through the state statute to be able to designate this parcel as a brownfield. It is an 88-unit mixed income affordable housing development. As they were going through their process, they did encounter some soil remediation issues that they needed to do. So all of this designation does is allow the developer to apply to the state, so directly to the state, for any incentives that they may need as part of the cleanup and going forward. They did have a public meeting on October 5th, and they have met all of the requirements in order to be designated. And again, Manatee County does not have any specific responsibility. All we're doing is saying that, yes, we are in agreement with the project for them to be able to go to the state for their incentives.
Okay, thank you, Jerry. I'm going to go ahead and open this to public comment. I do have one card. Jake Sauer. It's not Jake Sauer. Jake.
Here comes the other Jake.
Jake, I don't want to pronounce your last name. 'Cause-
Again, good morning, Jake Sowers, Chaff Properties, and I just wanted to let you know I'm present in case you had any questions.
And
But I am
Jake's-
in favor.
Jake's here, too.
And say your last name again. I missed it.
It's Stowers, like
Stowers.
flowers.
I said
It's
Kind of like sour, but Stowers.
Stowers.
T.
Got it. Okay. Commissioners, any questions?
No.
All right, well, according to what I'm looking at, it says action requested. The first was to hold the first of 2 public hearings to designate the property. The second is to hold the second hearing to adopt Resolution 21-167 on November the 16th, 2021 at 9 a.m. or as soon thereafter. This motion requires at least 5 votes to pass. What is the pleasure of the board?
I don't think it's an action.
Not today, Madam Chair.
Can't hold that?
The motion.
The second one?
It literally says November 16th.
Yeah,
Yes,
Well,
you
yeah,
do
for the
need to
second.
vote on setting the date for the
George.
second hearing.
just to Jerry clarify, do you need to vote today, Jerry, I'm sorry, Dr. Hope. so-
Yes, according to the state
Thank you.
statute, because of the public hearing,
Really
usually it is after
Walk
5
away
p.m. So as part of what the
Oh.
state statute says, we're just requesting that the board say that we can hold the hearing prior to 5 p.m.
Okay, I'm
That's all that's
sorry, I
being asked
misunderstood.
for.
We do that on our LDC hearings too. I understand
Yes.
now. My apologies.
I move approval of the earlier time for the hearing as Jerry just discussed.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Servia, a second by Commissioner Whitmore. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. It is approved unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry.
Thank you.
Okay, let's see what we've missed here, if anything. All
51?
right.
I'd like to move to the
What?
appointments.
Yeah,
That's where I was
51.
going. Item number 51. What would I do without all the help up here?
Mr. Sauer?
Appointment of 4 code enforcement special magistrates. Commissioner Cruz, I'm turning it over to you for a moment. Thank you.
All right, I don't have my thing open.
Sorry?
We're on 51.
Item number 51.
Bringing up my,
It's the appointments for code enforcement.
Mr. Chairman, when you're ready, I'm on the screen.
I just took you off. I thought it was.
Oh, she took me off. I was
Oh,
first.
She took me off, too.
I'm back on.
okay, my computer's not working, so
Um,
go ahead.
I would like to nominate Mike Penley.
Second.
Are there any other nominations for the seat?
Are we voting individually?
However people want to do it.
No, Madam Chair, or, I'm sorry, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, my apologies. The way we do this is we go position by position. So if we would do the first position, any commissioner can nominate somebody. Every commissioner gets only one vote for the slew of nominees. If you want to move to close nominations and second, then that's the.
I move to
way
close nominations.
I'll second that.
Mr. Chair, I think we have a Wi-Fi issue because.
I can't get in,
Yeah.
so I can't see any
I
of the
can.
names on this.
How about if we
whatsoever.
take a 10-minute recess to clear that then?
All right, take a 10-minute recess. I can't
Mine's
access, I
working.
can't access All right, we're back from recess, and we're going to continue on the appointments of the four code enforcement special magistrates. Prior to recess for technological issues, we had a motion for Mike Pendley and a second, and we closed nominations, so we will be voting on Mike for the first position. All in favor of Mike, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right, he is appointed to the board. Are there any other nominations?
I'd like to nominate Ben Vitale.
I'll second that.
Move nominations be closed.
Second.
All right, nominations are closed. We'll be voting on Ben Vitale. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Madam Clerk, it's unanimous. We are taking nomination for the third seat.
I'd like to nominate Walter Soa.
Second.
Move nominations be closed.
Second.
All in favor of closing nominations, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right, we are voting on Walter Soa. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Madam Clerk, Walter is also unanimous, and we have our final seat. Any nominations?
Donald Courtney is also a sitting
right.
member.
Second.
And, so I nominate Donald Courtney.
Second.
All right, anyone want to close nominations?
Motion to close nominations.
Second.
All right, we are making we have a vote on closing nominations. All in favor of closing nominations, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? It is unanimous. We are voting on Donald Courtney for the final seat of the magistrate. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Madam Clerk, that is also unanimous, and we are done appointing.
Commissioner,
Jay.
Mr. Chairman, you have a few people on the board. I don't know if they want to speak or if they, I have no idea.
Are any of you on the board to speak on this topic, or is it for nominations?
We're off.
Commissioner Bellamy?
No, I don't want to speak on this topic,
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
We have no one on the board. We will
Good job.
move on. We should probably move to number 52 since it's just a reappointment.
Authority?
Madam
Yeah.
Chair,
Go ahead.
before, Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
before we move on, the citizen initially wanted to speak on the item that was pulled, 55, and he was not allowed to. I think it was just a slight oversight. Well, can we give him this opportunity to speak now?
I just want to clarify, number 55 wasn't a consent item. It's not pulled. It's coming up at 1:30
Hadn't
time
come up
certain.
yet.
I'm certain.
Okay. Are you all right with that, sir? Thank you. I can only try.
So before lunch, we'll move on to number 52. It is just the reappointment of James Hegarty Jr. to the Housing Finance Authority of Manatee County and an execution of the certificate of membership.
I move approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and approval to reappoint James Hegarty to the Housing Finance Authority. Are there anyone want to discuss?
Mr. Vice Chair.
Yes,
This is
sir.
a little bit unusual because it's done by adoption of a resolution. So while Florida statutes do not normally require us to take public comment, just in an abundance of caution, I would ask you to do so before the board takes action on this one, please.
Is there anyone in the public who would like to speak on this reappointment? Is there anyone on the phone?
Nobody's on the phone. No comments, no phone calls.
Okay. So I will close public comment, and we have a motion on the floor to reappoint James Hegarty, and there's nobody on the board, so we'll go to a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Madam Clerk, it is also unanimous.
So,
I'll turn this over.
I don't know why.
Oh, 'cause
You were doing a great job. All right, let's see, where are we going to go now? We've done that.
Oh, no.
You know what? Yes, sir?
Comments.
I was going to suggest a recess for lunch and come
I
back for
was
the day,
actually
sir.
going to
Thank you.
do
Come
that.
back at
Thank
1
you
and
very
1:30.
much for your help. We're adjourned for lunch. Be back at 1:30.
Good morning. We will begin to call the meeting to order. We'll start with the invocation by Reverend Allen Ho, and the pledge will with Pastor Satcher.
Yes, good morning, everybody, and thank you for having us here, Mr. Chairman and all the commissioners and guests. We thank you for supporting Anchor House, our golf tourney, and I know some of you even golfed this year, so that was great. We've been busy just like you have, and we notice it in our center. So let us pray. Gracious God, we thank you for the opportunity to serve in this place. Variety of workers, a variety of positions, and yet you use it all together. Build within us unity, that we may work together for the common good of our region, of our state, of even our nation. We thank you for those who have blessed us by their service in the past, and we thank you for the rich heritage that they have provided. Help us to have a great vision for the future, for projects that haven't even been dreamed of yet. Bless our decisions today, the presentations, and most of all, thank you for your presence with us again, O God. We pray in the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, as we begin, we will forego the actual audience introductions, but if we do have any public comment, we'll take them now. Seems like we do not have any public comments. We'll pass it to Mr. Bucharest.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Good morning. Today we have a relatively short agenda. However, we have two very special guests. One would be Customs and Border Protection. So if you have anything to declare, you better do it now before they get to the podium, or then and the second would be essentially a customer of Customs and Border Protection in the port, which is, of course, Air Products. And Mark Evans is here from Air Products, which came to the port a few years ago with the express purpose of being able to ship their LNG towers and their LNG equipment directly out into the water instead of from the middle of Pennsylvania, where they were before. So that has been a big, big coup for the county and the port to be able to have such a Fortune 500 company here, creating all these jobs. So those will be our two guest speakers today. And then the agenda will go on to a couple of new agreements and new contracts, and then executive director comments, and there's my evaluation, which Jennifer will present to you. We have two commissioners missing, which would be Commissioner Serbia and Commissioner Ball will not be here today. So with that, I'd like to present our good friends from Customs and Border Protection that are going to give you the presentation. Because of technical difficulties, we couldn't give it to you last time, but they're ready this time. So, thank you.
All right, good morning, everybody. Again, hopefully this time we'll be able to do our presentation. My name is Christian Colmenares. I'm the Port Director here in Port Manatee with U.S. Customs and Border Protection. I've been in the agency since 2016, starting since 2009, I'm sorry. Been in Tampa since 2016, Port Manatee, which is included. Here with me is Mr. Alex Garcia. He's an agriculture specialist. He's been in the agency since 2005. He's one of our, I would say, one of our top agriculture interceptors here. Very wealthy when it comes to knowledge. But before I start talking about Port Manatee operations with CBP, I would like just to start off with a video on the history of CBP and what does the agency do and why we are here. and gentlemen. Of course, as you saw in the video, Department of Homeland Security was created due to the unfortunate events of 9/11. Our main mission is to prevent terrorists coming into this country again. We want to make sure those events don't occur again. It's a scar that we have in our nation and our history that we want to prevent. Locally here in the area port of Tampa, we have a very big area that we cover, all the way from Lakeland down to Naples. Port Manatee is a subport in the area port of Tampa, where our main job is to facilitate lawful trade and even travel, because we are also over Sarasota Airport. As you know, Homeland Security and CBP has multiple components when it comes to Customs and Border Protection. We have Air and Marine, and we also have our mission support. It's very, here in Port Manatee, our biggest operation is trade. We have a big agriculture operation. We are making sure that our agriculture specialists and officers are facilitating this lawful trade. We want to make sure that we partner up with multiple agencies here, like Coast Guard, FDA, EPA, Fish and Wildlife, local law enforcement. It's a huge operation. We are the largest law enforcement agency in the nation, and we carry a huge task. And we are the front line of all foreign travel, all foreign trade, and we want to make sure that our country is safe. You guys have any questions directed towards our operation? I can't go into specific details on our operation, but we do have.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So first of all, thank you so much. Get as far away from that as I can.
We're having issues, yeah, just back up.
Should I try again? Okay. So first of all, I just wanted to thank you, for all that you do for us locally. And one question is, how many team members do you have based in Manatee County?
Well, based in Manatee County, we have right now a total of 6.
Okay.
But since we are part of the area port of Tampa, we also supplement with Tampa employees. We want to have more because the operation here in Manatee, as we all know, it's growing exponentially. But of course, that's something that it takes time. But with the port here and all the companies that are coming here, it's going to happen sooner or later.
Sure. And then obviously you all are federal. And we all, watch the news every day, and we see that you're really not being backed up by the current administration and the current government at all. And there's sort of like an attack on law enforcement, and particularly Border Patrol. And being the largest law enforcement agency in the country, what can we do as a county to support, or as a port, to help and support the 4 of you and anybody else that comes down to supplement here? Anything that we can do to help you guys?
Well, when it comes to the support, we get a lot of support. We stay focused on our mission, regardless of what administration is going on. Our mission is clear. Sometimes there's decisions that are over our heads that we just can't.
Sure.
There's nothing we can do, but as long as we remain focused, we remain engaged with the port and with our partners. That's all right now that really is important to us, especially local and local level here.
Sure. And I wouldn't expect you to speak ill of the administration. I'll do that part. But just know that from this government and this community, we are very pro law enforcement, and we're extremely appreciative of all you do for us. So thank you.
Commissioner Satchel.
Yeah, I wanted to just emphasize some of what Authority Member Kevin Van Ostenbridge just said. We appreciate you, putting everything on the line and keeping us safe. We're experiencing serious growth here at the port, and which is exciting for us. And so we know that you have a big job. And then at the airport too. This is a record year for the airport. There's a lot of prosperity, coming to this area, and so we appreciate your help. And then across the nation, you've got agents that are really on the front lines of people that are involved in human trafficking, bringing children and young girls across the border to be sold, and Border Patrol is on the front lines of that, of catching those people and putting them away, and really having to swim upstream right now. I'll say it for you. They're having to swim upstream with the current administration working against them, and some within that group calling for an end to Border Patrol. I mean, to me, that's absolutely unconscionable, something that we just learned was founded by the very first Congress to call for an end to it when it is what keeps us safe and secure. So I don't expect you, I don't want you to put your neck out there, but I'll put mine out there and say that we appreciate you, all that you do, and thank you very much for being here this morning.
Thank you, sir.
Commissioner Whitmore.
Thank you. And again, I reiterate, thank you for all you do. Is this a 24-hour shift? I mean, you have to have somebody here, because we're seeing shifts 24/7. So you have to have
Correct.
somebody, so those 6 are covering?
Our operation is 24/7.
Okay.
7 days a week, 365 days a year.
Right.
So, even though we don't have staff here 24 hours, but we are able and capable to cover the jobs needed after hours.
Humans, have you been, I had never heard anything locally here. Have you, being on the ports here, found any kind of humans being stashed away? I mean, because I know I've heard about it, but I just never ever recall here.
That wouldn't entitle going into the specifics on the operation, which I cannot go into detail.
Okay. And the ag chief, I mean, the ag customs. So are you looking at like all our fruits and vegetables and plants, and are you looking for exotic?
We look at all perishables that are regulated by USDA. So Customs and Border Protection, the agriculture specialist, we enforce all USDA rules. So back before it was Homeland Security, it used to be divided into Customs, Immigration, and USDA PPQ. After the Department of Homeland Security was created, President Bush kind of merged all these agencies that are going to be dealing with all foreign, either products, travel, and trade. They merged them into Customs Border Protection. So the agriculture specialists were tasked with enforcing all USDA rules, and that entitles and that encompasses all the perishables that are coming in the port. We can't look at 100% of what comes in, because Denise and Del Monte will be screaming at me. So
right.
But we do look at a percentage
say
of what
that.
comes in.
For instance, when we get a juice delivery, and I've learned throughout the years that, they go right into the trucks, and if there's one speck of anything, the whole thing is canceled. And what about you with the exotic, like the hornets and stuff that have come across from other countries? I mean, is that the kind of stuff you're looking for?
We're looking for pests. We're
Pests?
looking for
Okay.
diseases. We're looking for biologicals. Believe it or
Okay.
not, there's a big trend coming up in with biologicals. These are all items that agriculture specialists look at, and we don't make a final determination when it comes to the pests and diseases. That's why we work hand in hand with USDA.
Got it.
And we work with them. They give us the advice, and we enforce with their advice.
Thank you. Thanks.
Yeah, and I'll just follow up, telling you thank you. One key word that you said was focus, and it kind of reminds me, as aligns our first responders and our soldiers, regardless of what's going on in the upper level or thoughts of others in the political realm. Your job is to be focused and make sure you protect our borders. So thank you all for everything that you do.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yes.
Any more questions?
Not from up here, unless we have some from the audience.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Now you have an awareness that really the port works 24/7. Customs is here 24/7, protecting these goods that are coming into the U.S. So really, the issues the ports have are always that you want secure trade, not just trade for the sake of trade, and then make sure that we keep those flows coming into the U.S. balancing the trade with security, because as they say often, the most secure port has no business. So it's that balance. But I think My personal knowledge is that everything really is taken a hard look at. Nothing comes in that is in any way going to raise any flags, and customs through various means, or CBP through various means at their disposal can really, identify specific concerns and inspect them right there and then. I don't think I've broken any security things, but that's essentially the thing. Every container essentially has a look at. Nothing comes in. And then, of course, there are programs that U.S. exporters and importers can subscribe to. That's a CTPAT, which is essentially a trusted traveler for cargo, right? The trusted traveler for cargo, CTPAT service, is where this company then, with customs, decides to fill out these forms and cooperate with customs and giving them more information, and therefore they become essentially a global entry or a trusted traveler for cargo. That helps expedite the process also. So, good. Next, we have Mark Evans from Air Products.
Thank you, sir.
There you go.
Okay. It's been a few years. A lot of new commissioners, which is good because I won't be repeating myself too much. Apologies to you, Carol. You've probably seen some of these slides and heard some of this. So all I wanted to do today was basically give you a high-level update on what's going on across the road, basically. Wanted to tell you a little bit about Air Products in case you didn't know, but then mainly focus on what's happening just across the main road there in US 41. So do I need to click on? There you go. So Air Products, we're an industrial gas company, global industrial gas company. We're working in over 50 countries, got 19,000 employees. We were created in the 1940s up in Pennsylvania. Well, actually started in Detroit, Michigan, but then based in Pennsylvania for most of those 80 years. We've got 750 production facilities around the world. We're serving 30 plus industries. We're almost a $9 billion company. And our CEO at the moment is very focused on safety, diversity, environment, and he wants the people of Air Products to be part of the greater good of the world, basically. So a lot of the products we are concentrating on long term should have a benefit to the world. Some of our products, industrial gases, people think, what do industrial gases do? You can think of oxygen, argon, nitrogen. The beauty of a lot of what we do is our rare product is just air. We separate air and take the different gases out of it. But some of the products up there you can see when you food freeze food, it's normally an Air Products process that's doing that. Oxy-fuel, oxygen goes into a lot of different products, whether it's making metals, making cement, lots of different things. Hydrogen's become the big buzzword in Air Products at the moment. We're the leading provider and producer of hydrogen in the world, and hydrogen is kind of becoming the next clean fuel. So a lot of concentration, a lot of investment. The company's just invested in a 4.5 billion in a new hydrogen facility in Louisiana, and we're looking at blue hydrogen and green hydrogen. So they're coming from carbon neutral or carbon even free production. The bottom bullet point on there is where we come in, is natural gas. So people need to liquefy natural gas to ship it around the world. It becomes 600th of the volume when you liquefy it, and I would say about 75% of liquefied gas in the world goes through an exchanger that's been made by Air Products. So Our mission across the road is to support the global business of Air Products by manufacturing equipment. The primary equipment that we build, as Carlos mentioned, was heat exchangers for liquefying natural gas. To look at them, they look like a big Saturn rocket. I've got a few pictures at the end. We do build other products for Air Products, but that is our prime focus in this facility. We have got other manufacturing facilities around the world building different products, but this is the only Air Products facility building this equipment. And there's a good reason for that. It's one of the top 10 IPs that the company owns, so we're very protective of it, and hence we've never considered manufacturing this equipment outside of the US. So that's our facility. I'm sure you've all driven past it and seen it. We've got 30, well, the little green dot at the top there was a piece of land we purchased earlier this year. So with that, now we've got 37 acres. We've got over 300,000 feet of manufacturing space within that 37 acres. And we've got a process development unit you can see on the right there. That's where we do some R&D work, trying to keep at the forefront of technology. So we've got everything we kind of need on site. And then location. So as Carlos alluded to, we used to manufacture this equipment up in Pennsylvania, northeast Pennsylvania. We did that from 1967 to 2018. But in 2012, we kind of said we need a new location. We were landlocked in Pennsylvania. We had a 5-day rail trip to get to a deep water port. It was either in Newark or down near Philadelphia. And the fact that it was a rail trip means that the equipment was limited by size, weight. You know, you've obviously got bridges, tunnels, sidings to go through. So we did all that we did to maximize what we could ship, but we got to a point where the world wanted bigger exchangers and we couldn't ship them from there. So we looked for a site. We got down to 2 locations. This was one location, obviously. The other one was near Houston. And you know, working with the local commission, with the EDC, with the port, we decided on this location, and we've never regretted that since, to be honest. One concern we had was workforce. There was no ready workforce in the area. We knew that coming in, so we've worked very closely with trade schools in the area, and we've now built up a workforce of 300 employees across the road. It's been a challenge, but it's been kind of an exciting challenge growing a team. And we've worked really closely with the port as well. So we've got an uninterrupted 1-mile route now to a deep water berth. We've buried lines. They've altered the South Dockside Road. So we've got no impediment shipping anything from our facility over to the dock. And where that used to take 5 days, it now takes 45 minutes. And 5 minutes of that is while we cross US 41. So we don't upset the locals for too long with our traffic. So just a little recap of the timeline. As I said, 2013, we completed the construction project. We had our grand opening in 2014. We started with 50 employees. We're a non-union shop. Up in Wilkes-Barre, it was a union shop, so we were very limited on people that we could bring down here. So it was mainly staff and management that were training all our new employees. And this is, I think there's 5 of us that have worked for Air Products in the past out of those 300 employees. So, not just new people to the area, but new people to the company as well. We grew. We had our first heat exchanger shipped in 2016. We've got a Chinese manufacturing license, which means we can export pressure vessels into China. We've got the process development unit, and in 2019 we expanded the facility internally with an extra building. That's because we closed the facility up in Pennsylvania and brought some of the equipment down to expand the capacity here. So this now is the LNG hub for Air Products. We've got our PDU unit here and all of the manufacturing here. The designs still come from Allentown, our main headquarters, but that's about it. As I say, we're up to about 300 employees on site now. We're a pretty self-contained unit over there, so you know, we've got all the disciplines you'd expect to see in a small business or a medium-sized business. So working for me, I've got a projects, proposals and planning department. I've got a materials department. We do all our own purchasing over there. Quality assurance, we do all our own QC. We've got technicians who are qualified in non-destructive testing. We've obviously got plant engineering and maintenance to keep the place going. And then we've got production where we've got 200 technicians at the moment and some manufacturing engineers on site, training coordinators, safety specialists, etc. So, as I say, at this present time, I think we've got about 290 staff on site. We have been up to 310. It's a challenge at the moment, keeping people. You know, as we've tried to grow over the last 2 years, we've kind of spread our wings of where we've been trying to attract people from. But after 12 months of making a 1 hour commute, we're finding people are trying to find something closer to home. We work a 3-shift pattern over there, so some people don't like working the off shift. So keeping people is a challenge at the moment. We've recruited consistently now for 2 years, non-stop, all the way through COVID. We kept recruiting. We worked all the way through COVID, did not lose a single day due to COVID. We had pretty strict protocols over there that worked for us. In fact, the only day's production we lost was because of the unfortunate incident with the gypsum stacks, where we were evacuated. So out of those 200 production technicians, I'm quite proud to say 130 of them have got welding qualifications. Some of them came in with welding experience, but a lot of them come in with no welding experience whatsoever. We've taken people from fast food restaurants, from warehouses, from medical centers, and we've trained them to weld because that's what they wanted to do. We've worked with local colleges. We still recruit heavily from the local technical colleges. But the challenge we've got is what we build is made of either aluminum or stainless steel. It's not something that's taught in the technical colleges because of the cost of aluminum and stainless steel. So even when we bring people in with welding experience, we still have to invest a lot of time and energy training them. And even, you know, we get people, oh, I've welded aluminum, and it's like, have you welded 3-inch thick aluminum? Oh no. So, you know, we invest a lot in our people. And that's when it's frustrating when they leave. You know, I take it personally when people leave. We're a good company to work for. It's a good environment to work in. So we're always looking at how can we improve that? How can we keep people? And our technicians, as you can see there, some of them over there have traveled already. We've only been there 6 years, but I've got technicians who have been to Algeria, Australia, Indonesia, Malaysia, Oman, Australia, and some of them during COVID trips as well. So that's the current work in progress. We've got 7 main LNG projects, 22 pressure vessels, a lot of work. You can see the dimensions there, almost 20 feet in diameter, the biggest, 200 feet long, almost £1 million. And this is the bit the port are always interested in. Some of our projects have been delayed because construction sites have been delayed because of COVID, but you know, we've still carried on making them, so we've got a bit of a backlog over there at the moment. But next year we've got 10 shipments to Mexico. So, we've got a couple of local ones to Texas, but they'll still go by barge from here. Then Qatar, Algeria, China, Nigeria. So lots of shipments coming over the next 2 years that'll all be coming over through the port. In the community, we try and be a good neighbour, so we're active in the community. You know, I'm on the EDC board. We've got people on a lot of local manufacturing boards, and we're also on all the welding advisory programs in all the local technical colleges. We've got different staff on different advisories, and then obviously we like to help out local charities as well. I know I'm running out of time, but I'll just show you a couple of quick pictures, and whenever you want me to stop, Chairman, just say, because these are just pictures now of shipments that we've made. So that was our first shipment, September the 9th, 2016. Very proud team. I was even prouder the week after when we actually shipped another exchanger exactly 1 week later. That's something we could have never done out of Pennsylvania because of the rail constraints. That's an exchanger going ro-ro from berth 8 here, went over to Texas. That's one going deep ship with a geared ship, and that's going over to Russia. And there was actually an exchanger already in the berth that had been made up in our other facility in Pennsylvania. So they both shipped on the same, went on the same ship, which was pretty neat. That's us going across US 41. That's a cold box we made. So as I say, we don't just do LNG exchanges, we do other process equipment for the company as well. That was a pretty good accomplishment. It was our first one. And as you see, just more shipments. It's all the shipments we've done to date, actually. That was a stainless steel exchanger, so that was going on a floating plant. So these are massive structures that float out in sea and take the gas from under the seabeds, basically, process them locally, and then ship them to wherever they're going around the world. And that was the second unit for that, being loaded here. Another process, that was a helium skid going to Algeria. And that's all I've got today.
All right, we do have a couple commissioners on the board. Commissioner Cruz?
Thank you. Yeah, some of this is more just because I find this fascinating, so the questions may not be overly relevant, but I'm just more curious. When I was looking at all the places you were shipping to, you had a ton of them to Qatar. What are they doing that it looked like almost half of your shipments were going there?
So Qatar was always the leading producer of LNG in the world, always, until recently. Australia kind of took the #1 spot, and now recently America's getting into a place where it will be the #1 producer of LNG. So Qatar have basically reinvested. We're building 4 new process trains for them now, and potentially they've got another 2 in the pipeline for maybe 12 months' time, and that will put them back to being the #1 producer of natural gas in the world. You know, they've got an abundance of supply underground there, but they're just basically up in their capacity.
So do you have pretty high level of like geopolitical risk in terms of your business plan?
We do. You might have seen the bottom project there was Mozambique. Mm-hmm. So we've got a project we're building for Mozambique at the moment, but our customer, who is ExxonMobil, I believe, has put it on hold because of the insurgency in Mozambique. They've got security concerns over there. I know there's been some changes in the country very lately, so they're expecting that to get back on track. But yeah, there's always geopolitical risk, you know. You know, Nigeria is another place that we're building for at the moment. It's, you know, it's not the most stable country in the world, but we've got 7 LNG trains over there already. So yeah, they're not, you know, I kind of brag that some of our technicians have been all around the world. They're not normally holiday spots. They're normally in the desert, or they're always near the sea. Yeah, they're never the most attractive places to go to for sure.
Gotcha. And are you seeing any like supply chain issues like we're seeing out on the West Coast?
Do you know what? Up to recently, we've been really lucky. All our aluminum we get from the US, all our aluminum tube we get from the US, and we've been very fortunate at the moment. We've had a very stable supply chain. We actually carry quite a lot of inventory as well, purposely. But of recent times, we're just starting to see price increases, particularly with aluminum. And do you know, we use a lot of local kind of fabrication shops and even machine shops, and we see those guys struggling. They're not big. They're not big organizations, so they're losing people. They're struggling to find people, and maybe they'll have a bit of a COVID outbreak, and that can really cripple them and affect us. But generally, the main materials, we've been good up to now. Shipping's a big concern in the world at the moment, obviously. But again, we're not shipping a lot of materials in. There's some special joints that we get. They're aluminum and stainless steel we get from Japan. Mm-hmm. So shipping it's not the actual, they can produce them for us, but the shipping is definitely a challenge at the moment. So.
All right, and you said you lost a few people, and you said you took that personally. I mean, I'm assuming there's a time to train. You said there was time to train with MTC and others to get people up. So this isn't as simple as just going out and hiring a new cashier. I mean, when you lose people, there's a process before you can bring people in. Are you doing any kind of exit interviews to see why some of these people are leaving?
Yeah, every single person has an exit interview, and it's mainly, I don't want to work an off shift. I found something closer to home. I'm glad to say it's never, right. I don't like the facility, I don't like the people, I don't like the company. It's never that. It's always, a lot of personal reasons. And I don't know what other people experience, but, I've been in Florida 7 years now. I came, obviously, from the UK originally, but from Pennsylvania. I love it down here, and all my family's in the UK, but I find a lot of people come down here, try it, and then either family ties drag them back to where they came from, or, father's got ill and old, and I've got to go back. So a lot of personal reasons as well, actually.
Okay, and the last question. Are you intending to expand here or stay where you are? And if you are looking to expand, what would be holding you back? Is it a workforce? Is it a land? Is it a county issue? What can we do to help you? Because, we see a lot of, especially during COVID, very cyclical. Manatee County as a whole is very cyclical. It's lower wage, people lose jobs as soon as there's a small recession. You did not. You're the kind of company we need here, and we need to grow here. So what would hold you back from potentially expanding, and how could the county assist you on that?
We've just purchased 5 acres of land, as I mentioned, where we've got plans to put at least a warehouse on there at the moment, because we rent a lot of warehouse off the port in different areas. So we want something kind of we've got control of. So we're going through a process at the moment of trying to get construction contractors to give us a bid for that. That's a challenge, because everybody's slammed here building, as we all see. So to actually get a contractor interested in doing that work is a challenge at the moment. I can't say, obviously when we have to get through the planning and everything, we've never had any issues with the county in the past. Where we try and do things properly and in accordance with code. So and normally in the past it's been processed pretty efficiently and quickly as well. So that would be the one area where we'll be looking to the county, but I'm not expecting that to be an issue unless the county's backlogged with everybody wanting to build as well. So. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Carlos, thank you for bringing him in here. This has really been great. I've appreciated this a lot. I learned quite a bit. Unfortunately, Commissioner Cruz took the vast meat of what I wanted to discuss and brought it up himself. So I'll just point out, why is the port here? What is the objective of the port? Obviously, it's to create jobs and be an economic driver for this community. And I have a really good friend of mine whose son didn't want to go to college. He went to MTC. He was recruited by Air Products straight out of MTC. He became a welder. Obviously, you all did some additional training with him. He's now 22 years old. He makes $90,000 a year. He's been to Qatar. He's been to Indonesia. He's kind of going, which we don't think are holiday
places, but he also spent some time in Australia, and he really thought that was fantastic. And he's been with you all for 2 or 3 years now, and he's absolutely loving it. And he's just one person. You have 300 people over there, obviously, and he's just one 22-year-old kid who's loving life. So anyway, I just wanted to sort of give that as an example of how the port and air products make a difference in people's lives here.
And the flip side of that is, you know, the port doing well is critical to us. You know, if this port wasn't here, I don't know where I'm going to ship my heat exchangers to. So it's very important to us that the port's successful, that the port's vibrant, that the port, you know, is here for many years to come as well. So.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Whitmore.
Yes, and welcome back. I didn't recognize you because of the beard, and
yeah,
and you lost a lot of weight. So
thank you.
Yeah. Maybe it would be nice for you to explain how difficult it was when we were recruiting you. I recall, if I'm not, that at one point when you were trying to get to water in Pennsylvania, you actually had to either elevate a bridge or you had to lower the tracks to get under the bridge. I recall that, and then at certain points you had to take apart your heat exchangers because they couldn't all go under that, and you did that for 50 years, right?
Yep. We bought special rail equipment, which actually side shifted to get around corners. You're right, we couldn't finish the exchangers in the workshop in Wilkes-Barre, so we had a shop in Pennsylvania where we used to actually finish them because there was too many protrusions. All of that now is, you know, so even the build sequence is more efficient now because we can totally finish them, bring them across the road. You know, and we've even got customers now talking to us about, well, can you do more? Can you put the piping on it? Can you put this on it? Can you put that on it? Because, you know, it's very expensive to do some of these things on a site location where we can do it a lot more efficiently here. So it's definitely, you know, and as I say, it wasn't just a 5-day rail journey, it was 5 different rail companies as well. So we had to keep changing rail cars every day as well. So it was a logistical nightmare to say.
So we probably saved you millions in the long run. We started the North Central overlay, which we don't have it now, but we did mainly for this kind of reason, was to attract port-related business. But what it sounds like is we don't have housing in where some of your workers would possibly stay. I recall an 18-year-old about 6 years ago started there, got trained at MTC. He got a loan, and I brought this up before at previous commissions, got a loan the first year for a house. I mean, that's unheard of, you know, with no credit, but they knew where he was. But, you know, I don't hear that you have openings, and if we're not hearing it, maybe there's something better that we could do to try to get you. I know MTC, we started a special welding program just for your company with the aluminum. Is that not working because they can't get aluminum, or?
It's just difficult, and it's not part of the core syllabus. They still do it. You know, if somebody's finished their program, they'll still introduce them to aluminum. But we still hiring from MTC. We hire from all of the local technical colleges, to be honest with you. And I know they've got, you know, COVID's hit some of the colleges pretty bad from advisory committees and things like that. And I had an invite yesterday. I know MTC have got their advisory committee coming up in the next couple of weeks, so I'm sure we'll get into there. We had a request from PTEC the other day for some material, so we'll try and help them out as much as we can.
Yeah, because at one point you had a staff member there training.
We've still got one.
Oh, you still do?
He still goes there on, in the evenings and does training in the evenings,
And for the board that doesn't know this, we had to thicken 41. I want to say thicken it because of the $1 million heat exchanger. We actually had to, the FDOT, it took a while. I don't know who paid for it. I don't know if we did, you guys did, but I recall that it was a big, long process to close down 41 to get it repaved so it could handle the weight of your heat exchangers.
And I know this isn't maybe for, maybe as the Port Authority, I don't know what the Port's view on it is, but some lights on the North Dockside Road would be nice. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know who in FDOT actually designed that banking. I don't know if they're a NASCAR fan or something.
Oh, I see.
But you know, I've seen several trucks come over that banking and try and turn left, and they normally end up in the verge turned over. It's a crazy design, but yeah. you know, our employees only come out at certain shift changes, but, you know, going across that road now is a bit of a, it's you know, we try and be a safe company, and I get that from my employees every day.
That's
you know.
Commissioner Satcher's district. You should direct that towards him.
Yeah, but you know, that's the
Some
kind
lights
of,
there would be very nice.
that's the kind of thing that Commissioner Cruz brought up. If there's something that you think that we can make things go better, you know, because we're going up to Tallahassee in January, whatever, and we can talk to our legislators too, and FDOT.
Yeah.
Kevin has a good relationship with the FDOT secretary, so we could possibly look at stuff like that. If you could get something, what you're talking about, to, probably Carlos who could give it to us, and we could look at it and see what we could do as a county commission as well as a port. Because this is our port customer, even though it's Manatee County. And we have two hats, as you know, Mark, so.
All right,
Thank you. Nice seeing
I'm
you.
going to interject before I let Commissioner Satcher go about these lights. I think we look at that and identify the area that you're speaking of, and with our communication and relationship with FDOT, I think we look at that a little bit more aggressively, because that is a public safety issue. So we'll make sure we either communicate with you or go from there, just to see what our options are.
Oh, I know exactly what he's talking about.
Okay.
It almost happened to me today. It's still dark when I got here, and they were
Yeah,
Yeah,
all right.
the banking, well, it's two things. It's the banking and then it's the traffic. Because obviously the
Right,
port's
the
doing
traffic.
better. We've got new neighbours, we've got truck traffic, and then we've got our shift changes. So it's a pretty busy intersection on times. And
All right, Commissioner Satcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So did I get from the presentation, a normal year would be about 10 of these headed out?
not a normal year. We're based on about 6, but because we're backlogged, it's
Right.
going to be 10 this year.
Gotcha now.
We should have shipped. We should actually have shipped 3 in this calendar year, but they're sitting on our site at the moment waiting to be shipped. So it's going to be 10 next year. I think it's either 10 or 11 the year after that. And these are, you know, pretty fixed. We're working them. It's not as if these are orders we're waiting to come in. That's the other thing about these exchanges I didn't mention. Some of them take up to like 3 years to build.
So in order, and when you say 3 years, I mean, each one would be normally made for a year. It would have a destination when you start the build?
Yes.
Oh, no doubt.
Yeah, they're all engineered to order specifically for the gas field that they're going to go to.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. And then obviously you're working just from economic incentive. You are protecting your IT really all over the world. Is that right? Could someone reverse engineer or?
Not easily, no, because they're not something that people access to maintain or anything. So
Well, China
unless
did
they
this
wanted
stuff.
to, you know, unless they wanted to willingly chop one in half. But
Okay.
you know, we've put exchanges into China, and we've got competitors in China. But for the size of equipment we make, it's mainly Linde are our main competitor for this size of equipment.
Okay. And then I just wanted to mention, which I'm sure you're very aware, but for people that are thinking about moving here, be sure to mention Parrish and North River Ranch
Yeah,
area.
yeah, definitely.
Because that trip across Moxonwalla over 69th, of course, we're working on Moxonwalla as far as widening it, but it's a pretty quick trip over here.
Yeah.
You know, and avoiding all.
I would say a lot of my workforce are in Parrish, Palmetto area. So yeah.
Great. Wonderful. We appreciate you, and thank you for taking your time to be here this morning.
Thank you.
I'll just follow up. Can you just?
Yep.
You said you have your Chinese manufacturing license.
Yes.
Can you talk about the impact and the benefit of that?
It basically means that we can manufacture pressure vessels and import them into China. So it's a safety assurance basically. So they come over, audit us, make sure. We still design and build them, funny enough, to ASME, to an American design code. But they give us a license to ship them into their country. So Europe's similar. You know, there's different requirements for different countries when you want to export equipment. You know, we've got an exchange now that's going to go to Canada. That has to be registered in Canada as well. So different countries have different regulations, but it just means that we can ship into China, and we have done in the past because we've had customers there for smaller exchanges.
All right. Thank you. Commissioners, do we have any more? All right. Thanks for all the work that you do and the impact that you're making, Mr. Carlos. We will go to the consent agenda.
Yes,
Now-
thank you, Commissioners. We'll look for your consideration for approval.
Second?
We have an approval and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
It passed unanimous. Next, number 4.
Number 4, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, is a very long, let's say, road to the renewal of the Del Monte contract. And he's stuck is here, the manager, right there. And it's a cooperative agreement. It's really good. We keep Del Monte here for many, many years to come. We've, built a new terminal, essentially, to expand. The port is expanding in containers greatly. As an aside, Del Monte went from essentially non-containerized shipping in the last 3 years to fully containerized shipping, in the last 1.5 to 2 years, shifting all their ships from what before be lifting pallets of fruit to now lifting containers. And that's why we have such a large container record, having exceeded our previous container count by 53% over last year. We expect that to grow. And so as a result, it's a partnership between Del Monte and the port to continue that relationship into the future. So we'll look for your consideration to approve this new agreement.
I can't make the motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion for approval.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and we have a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And motion is approved unanimously.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Next, agenda number 5 is that we are seeking to essentially we have entered into an operating agreement with a railroad company for the purposes of operating a railroad under our supervision, under our, let's say, with our equipment. But that the railroad, it's not our expertise. We have been, having a drop in rail cars that's been, too expensive to maintain. And then entering into an agreement as such other ports have, let's say in Everglades and Miami, just essentially takes something that we do by ourselves and puts it out in the private sector, but of course with the oversight of the port. So I would look again for any questions that you have on this, and again, your consideration to approve the railroad agreement.
I'll make a motion, the recommended motion to approve.
Second.
We have, you want to comment before we?
Sure.
There's a comment before we make the, go ahead, sir.
I just wanted to ask, so you expect this to be more efficient than what we're doing now and then more effective, is that right?
Well, yes, in the sense that, these railroads have connections, and this particular company has short line railroads. We're a Class 3 railroad. For example, CSX is Class 1, there's about 5 Class 1 railroads, but it's a small railroad, it's a Port Manatee railroad. Other ports have essentially entered into these agreements with railroad companies that run these all over the country. It's more efficient for us, it's more efficient for them to have a facility because often they can connect the dots that we can't. So in this regard, it's efficient for us and it's efficient for this company to add an asset at this growing, expanding port that they couldn't have otherwise.
So I would assume, a company 400 miles from us, or 1,000 miles from us, that wants something shipped from, or to come by rail from Port Manatee, it's going to end up, by the time all is said and done, it's going to be cheaper for them to get it to themselves, most likely, with this operating?
Generally, yes. And it depends on a lot of factors. There might be, equipment that cannot travel over the road.
Right.
So some LNG products are too heavy. Not that this is the case here, but they're too heavy. Or the volume is too large to put into trucks, or it can't go into trucks, it has to go into rail cars. So that's essentially the idea behind, the long-term railroad shipping. And in this particular case, it's then the marketing efforts, the marketing capability of the railroad company to further expand what we do now.
Okay. And then you're maintaining oversight?
We're maintaining, under this agreement, we're maintaining oversight. In other words, it's not a sale, it's just an agreement, a lease agreement that, again, can be dissolved or entered into or expanded essentially at any time.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and there's a second. All in favor say aye.
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 Motion approved unanimously, and we will move to the
Okay.
executive director's evaluation discussion.
Correct. For this particular agenda item, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, we're going to have your attorney, Jennifer Cowan, review your evaluations of my function in the last year.
Good morning, Port Authority members. As you know, each year we go ahead and evaluate Carlos pursuant to his contract. This year I received evaluations from 6 of the 7 Port Authority members, and I want to thank each of you for turning those in actually early this year, so I appreciate it. As you are aware, the review evaluates 8 categories of performance, and each of those categories has a ranking option of outstanding, meets standards, or needs improvement. Each category also provides for individual comments. I'll now go through each of those 8 categories, as well as some general comments that were received. In summarizing the reviews, under Category 1, Business Development, 6 out of 6 members ranked Carlos outstanding. Some of the comments included that this is Carlos's major strength, growth and expansion are proceeding at an impressive pace, and an increase in diversity of tenants and users is impressive. With regard to the relationship with the authority, 6 out of 6 members ranked Carlos again outstanding. Comments included that they appreciate Carlos's neutral and fair approach in all that he works with. He always keeps the Port Authority members informed in a timely manner, and that he responds quickly and efficiently to requests. The third category was financial management and regulatory compliance. 5 out of 6 members ranked Carlos outstanding, and the remaining ranked him as meets standard. Comments include continual research for grants has been exemplary, and he has a good handle on the financial management in general. Public image and community relations, 6 out of 6 members ranked Carlos outstanding. Comments included that he does a wonderful job in promoting the success of the port, and that ShipShape, speaking engagements, and PR releases are all positive for the port. Strategic planning and goals, 5 out of 6 members ranked Carlos outstanding, and the remaining member ranked him meets standards. Comments included that his communication skills are outstanding, and that while he does a very good job, maybe report at the meeting on where we are with some of the objectives. The 6th category is leadership. 5 out of 6 members ranked Carlos outstanding, and 1 ranked him meets standards. The comments included that he is an outstanding leader and models very high standards for the staff. He has shown leadership and poise under pressure. In Category 7, job and industry, all members ranked Carlos outstanding in this category. And the comments included exceptional industry knowledge, his wide experience in the industry is evident, and that he definitely knows what he is doing and how he wants to grow the port. And then Category 8, judgment and decision making. 5 out of 6 members ranked Carlos outstanding, and the remaining member ranked him meets standards. Comments included that Carlos has outstanding judgment and takes appropriate command of all situations. The growth and success to the port are a testament to his judgment. There were also some general comments that included that the port continues to excel under his leadership, that members were pleased that they had Carlos overseeing the port, that he is an asset to the region, and that it has been a great and exciting year working with Carlos and the entire port team. In conclusion, the rankings represent an overall improvement from last year's evaluation. There were no rankings of needs improvement, and Carlos was ranked outstanding by the majority of members in all 8 categories, and with 4 categories it being unanimous. And that's the end of this report. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Commissioner Whitmore.
No. First of all, thank you. Yeah, Carlos has done a very good job, and we all have Michael Gallen to thank for Carlos being here, because during the hiring process, I think Carlos was in Argentina or another country and didn't realize that there was a cutoff for this job, and somehow got hold of Michael Gallant. So we allowed an interview with him, and he ended up being our port director, which was a wonderful decision made by the port. I mean, it's public record. Are we allowed to say who didn't do the vow? I did it, right?
Yeah.
Did I do it?
Yeah, with all due respect, I would hope for that we don't put that out like that.
Why? It's public record.
Let the public research it.
No, I'm
so
just
we don't
curious,
create
did
a
I
problem.
turn mine in? I thought I did.
You did turn it
Oh,
around.
all right, well,
Thank you.
no, I thought, I just think that we,
I don't want
right, I just want to make sure that, because
So I turned mine in, however,
okay.
I did not save the PDF, and I ended up sending Jorge a blank one at the last minute.
Okay.
And so.
So it was a
I'll be-
mistake.
Yeah, but I'm gonna meet with Carlos individually.
Oh, okay,
But it was
all right.
simply a lack of technological.
Oh, no, I get it,
know-how
okay.
on my part that I did that.
So, in other words, you will be getting the 7 evaluations then?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you,
Yes,
thank
and the
you.
6
Okay.
that have been provided to Carlos today.
Yeah, and I didn't know how to do it on the computer either. I tried, and it went blank. So I actually printed it and had somebody scan it. Is that what you
Yeah,
tried?
I spent an hour filling that damn thing out.
And it didn't
then-
work?
And then I didn't save it.
Where's that?
And I was very angry when I realized that. But
Said,
it was
"Heck with it."
I didn't realize it until Monday
That's what
after
I'm trying to-
Friday, so.
Okay.
That's
I did the
exactly
same
what I was
thing,
trying to avoid.
Kevin. So I ended up printing it.
It was all positive, Carlos. I was right in line with the other 6, so, and we'll talk later. So, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
This whole board needs remedial IT training.
All right, are there any more comments on the executive director's evaluation?
Does this affect your, I mean, you get an automatic, what we did in the budget, correct? I mean, this, I
yes.
remember one year, I think we gave an additional, but this, what's going on?
No, so pursuant to his contract, he is eligible for an increase based on the performance review, but eligible for an increase when the other port employees are eligible for that same increase. So it tracks with what's been budgeted for
Oh, I
all
got you.
employees.
Okay, I couldn't remember. Thanks.
Yep.
Commissioner Satchel?
What were the levels again, outstanding and then,
Meet standards?
Outstanding, meets standards, and needs improvement.
okay, so there's only 3 choices?
Yes.
Okay. No other questions?
All right, do we have to we don't have to make a motion or anything like that?
No,
All right. any
it's
more-
just a report.
Any more comments?
I'll say one other thing. I think that the management and the growth and the prosperity that we're seeing here at the port is nothing short of outstanding.
Yes.
And so we appreciate you.
So before we close that out, obviously, Carlos is a leader. I commend him and all the work and things he do, and also thank his team and the people that are behind the scenes getting things done and allowing him to be the leader and to give that direction for us to be the economic driver that we are out here. Are there any more comments on that before we close that area, Commissioners? Okay, we'll turn it back over to you, sir. Good job.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. I appreciate the confidence, but again, I want to reiterate, as I always tell you, it's really, the wonderful, fantastic team we have created at the port. Every single individual is responsible for that rating that you were so generous in giving me. Everybody. The team is outstanding, and I can only be as obviously as good as they are. But we have a stellar team of executives at the top, including some new hires we've done recently with Mr. Charles Tillotson over here, very experienced in international trade and sales and marketing as our new Chief Commercial Officer. And so it's really about that. It's really this fantastic machine, team effort developed in all areas that really allows us and me to achieve these objectives. Well, thank you again.
So
With your
we'll
permission,
go to
I'll
public
to-
comment if we have any on any of the topics that we discussed. Do we have any public comment? Then we'll go to executive director comments.
Thank you. It's very brief. There you go. Here we go. Okay. As you could tell, and you know this already, we have broken our last record for containers dramatically, a huge increase in container handling. Container handling is not easy. It was never our forte. We were a lot of break bulk and a few containers, you could tell. Since 2000, and 13, our figures have grown exponentially almost, and the tons have grown. But container handling, going from almost 0 to 135,000 containers is a real achievement at this port, and really puts this in the forefront of what FDOT is looking for. You know, and what our Secretary of Transportation is looking for, ports that can handle consumer goods, that can be served, that can be utilized near the port, can be sold near the port, instead of having to come from California, or they'll have to wait a little longer. So in that regard, this port and the expansion in container capability in our new yard will play a critical role in this. So we had one of our chair, you know, training in case you know he needs it in the future. We had a job fair. We had a job fair, speaking to what Mark Evans was saying, a job fair to try to identify, not just for us, but for our businesses. And one of the critical factors is those simulators. And Commissioner Bellamy was training on the simulators. He needs some remedial training there, as I understand. But we are on that. We are working on that because I didn't try because I didn't want to fail that quickly. But it really reflected how difficult it is to pull a container with a crane on a ship and down. And so, you know, the standard would be at least one every, let's say, you know, 2 or 3 minutes. Okay, I think it was taking us 1 hour to pull one off. So obviously we're not going to look for Commissioner Bellamy, Chair Bellamy to be doing that, but we have some ideas. Any comments on the job fair?
Well, I was going
Chairman?
I was going to wait until Commissioner
until the
comments,
end?
but
Okay.
since we're there, I don't have a problem commenting. First of all, thank you. I mean, it took some work for us to get the job fair up and moving, and at one time when we met out here, we were concerned about participation and on whether or not we would need to reschedule a date or have the ability to actually pull it off. But again, about that team and that effort and that commitment to getting things done. So I extend my appreciation to everybody, but a special thanks obviously to Mr. Tillerson. However, the simulated experience, all right, it's it's a challenge, and my experience there, what I was thinking is I would love for some individuals in our community, like some youth, to be able to experience that. It was not the way it looks, as though it's like a video game, and it's very easily where you can maneuver the controls. I found myself, you know, bumping into walls. I probably that experience probably cost about $4 or $5 million of damage right there. to be honest with you, but the actual job fair and for the simulators to come out actually gave us an opportunity to communicate with MTC, and I forgot that vendor as far as how we can, you know, bring this closer so we can go from training to jobs and making this an opportunity for individuals in our community. The job fair, in my opinion, I feel like it was a success. It was our first one, and I think we all agree that we're going to continue the job fair.
Mm-hmm.
But more importantly, what happened after the job fair, right? Where the media put the information out, and you saw it on the news, and next thing you know, you're getting resumes coming in, and you're getting phone calls coming in, and you actually think about what our friend from Air Products just said as far as expanding the workforce for over 300 jobs and the time that it took to get there. So the job fair is probably the seed that we are attempting to plant in our community, because we do know, based on your own experience, that it's going to take time. So I would like for us to stay committed to the job fair and continue to show that commitment to our community as far as introducing those trades to them, educating them, and then giving them an opportunity to have a career path here at home. You know, everybody's will not have the ability to have that academic horsepower to go to college and things like that, but some people are hands-on, they catch on very quick, and they can make an impact and become positive contributors to society as well. Thank you.
Thank you, and I want to also thank Air Products and Del Monte for being at the fair too. So we had great participation by our partners as well. So I think it's you're right, Mr. Chairman. I think it's a great idea. We're going to continue to hold these. The companies you heard from Mr. Evans, they need more people, and they can train. So it's great event, and I think we're going to repeat it, if not, semi-annual, at least annually. So we'll continue with that.
Any comments on that?
No? Okay. So as a result of that, we have now put all together all of the jobs of all the companies that we have here onto the website. Now one single location for searching for jobs. And so it's a great, again, one-stop shopping for everybody. And so they can see what's going on. They can see, everybody's downloading those job positions into our system, and in addition to theirs, and now we have a double opportunity for anyone who's looking for a position to be able to find it and to apply quickly.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
Air Products is included on that?
Yes.
Even though it's, okay, good.
Yes. Okay. One of the big events we attend every year is Break Bulk. Break Bulk is essentially the Super Bowl of the break bulk business. A lot of stuff moves non-containerized still around the world. So as you can see there, Malcolm is trying to sell, I think, about a Southport right there to this gentleman here on the left. And so Charles was there, Malcolm was there, attended that trade show, which again, it's really an opportunity to showcase the port. And we have probably attended for the last uninterrupted 15 or more years. Of course, we took a boat tour. I wasn't on the boat, but Commissioner Satcher was. And maybe you want to make a few comments about your experience.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for setting it up and doing the logistical side of it. Special thanks to Blair and his team commanding the boat from the North River Fire District, and Chief Mike Rampone, I believe might be the right way to pronounce it. But, this is the boat that you're seeing there gives us a capability that we didn't have a couple of years ago. So it's a $1 million grant program, a cooperation between the North River Fire District and Port Manatee. Provides, a bit of security, and then also obviously responds to fire. On the right side of the boat there, if you see the red coil, that's a huge, it's powered by a 4-cylinder Chevrolet engine, water cannon, and so they really get the job done and can respond to fires on the water. And then we also were able to get a tour, and I was able to see from the water side where we're talking about expanding, and I just want, that is going to be absolutely a worthwhile project that we need to get on. And then we had the, they've got the equipment there. If you look on top, that's a thermal scanner, and then they have a monitor in the captain's house there behind the glass. So, someone gets swept out to sea, somebody on a kayak doesn't report back when they were expected, they can use that and see the difference in temperature to find, a swimmer or a boater in a rough situation and save lives. So Blair lives there in downtown Parrish, and he captained the boat on the way out. Carlos was very very polite and didn't insist on going, but I think next time we should insist. And
didn't want to sink the boat.
Didn't want to, right? Yeah, they said they had limited space. That's the only thing I'm not sure they were completely for. Anyway, but anyway, just a great time, and I do encourage the other Port Authority members, if you get the opportunity and they have the availability to schedule a quick tour. So thank you.
Thank you. Again, as Commissioner Satcher said, we welcome the opportunity to do the same thing when you have time. And also, as a corollary to this, we are going to be reaching out to your new aides to give them a Port 101, just a brief briefing, so they have some familiarity with the port. Bring them out here, show them the port, do a tutorial, so at least for, they have that kind of knowledge, basic knowledge of what's happening here when you have something that they need to do about the port. So we'll be reaching out to the 4 new aides. 4, or you have 5 now? 4, I think it's
I have
All
one,
right.
that's all I can say. I can just speak for myself.
Yeah. Okay. So we'll be doing that in the near future. Finally, again, talking about containers. Okay. Okay, I'm going to get to the last slide.
Houston?
You turned off the
Oh.
slideshow.
Well. Okay, well, the last one referred to the expansion and completion of our container yard, which would allow us to grow the container throughput even higher. And so likely next year we'll be exceeding 160,000, 170,000 containers, which will be another record. One of our stevedores has purchased 2 new gantry cranes. We'll bring it up a total of 4 cranes. And that will give us the capability, literally, to double the space and double the equipment to handle the containers. Mr. Chairman, that's all I have at this time.
Thank you. Do we have any commissioner comments? Commissioner Cruz, sir.
I was going to bring up one quick thing for discussion. It doesn't have to be decided today, but we were talking about this before the meeting when we realized half of our board wasn't going to be here, or at least 2 of them weren't going to be here. We were questioning whether a third one was coming. It's just a question for discussion because we just passed the new calendar for next year. And we all love coming to the port. We love these presentations. They're great presentations, but I mean, this is only an hour and 20 minutes. And so the question was, a lot of what we do is consent. Are we better off due to the endless conflicts, the discussions about work sessions, so forth, maybe doing an at-port meeting for the real 3-hour block we block off, but do it like on a quarterly basis, like the first month of a quarter, last month of a quarter, have all the presentations, have a big meeting here once a quarter, 4 times a year, and then have the ones we were having, just the consent agenda in the other months. Just to make life more manageable for everyone, including Carlos and everyone coming out here, having a bigger once a quarter.
Right, and I'm sure we'll have a discussion, but I think that's where bylaws and legal come in as far as what we're obligated to do. I'm not necessarily sure, so we will ask our lawyer to come up. And it's,
You have certain flexibility. You'll be able to, you've advertised your meetings already, and you do have that obligation to go ahead and advertise it. But just so I'm clear, were you saying that the smaller, like consent agenda meetings would still be here, and then the presentations would be done quarterly, or were you?
What I was saying, what we were discussing, just because it seems like every month we end up with conflicts. We keep talking about having work sessions on a near daily basis at this county. Whether or not, because we were doing them just as part of regular meetings, and they were 15 to 30 minutes. We were banging out a consent agenda. Carlos was catching us up. So we still have that on a monthly basis to make sure all the consent agenda is taken care of and things are approved in a timely manner. But once a quarter, we still come into these chambers, and then instead of having 1 or 2 presentations, maybe there's 4 or 5 or 6 presentations just on a quarterly basis, and it's a full 9 to 12. Everyone's coming up here. We're banging out some tenants, we've got the Coast Guard, you name it.
Yeah.
And those are the bigger ones, and that's when we do the evaluations and the bigger tickets, and then we still have the meetings once a month. It's just they're incorporated into our regular meetings.
Right. So all of your, from a legal standing, your meetings are advertised not only for out here, for at the county as well. So whenever we need that flexibility, we are able to go to the county. So if that's what the board decided, you could have those meetings.
Commissioner Whitmore.
I respectfully do not agree. It's taken years to separate the Board of County Commissioners and the Port Authority. Port Authority is not the county government. We all know when we take this job that includes coming out here. And only recently have a few people missed it, and it's because they have other things, and that's okay, and they miss the county meetings as well. But it's a whole different mindset when you come here, business versus government. And I would rather keep it that way. I know John Chappie tried to do that years ago, and we all said, no, we need to have that separation. And we learn, this helps us when we go out in the community also, for an entirely different purpose versus county government. So I would respectfully, I live the furthest away than anybody, maybe Vanessa. I live on Anna Maria Island, and it took me almost 40 minutes to get here, but, That's our job, and I think it needs to be separated. So I don't support it. The only reason why we did it the other way is because of COVID, and we understand that, and yeah, it was great, but it didn't feel like we were at the port.
Any more comment? Any more comment? No. Okay, if there's no more comment on that, my position is just understanding, there's always wisdom in the multitude of counsel, right? That's what the verse says. And it just listening, obviously, in the past, there's been some experience where there's difficulty, people interpreting if we're having the meetings at the county instead of just making sure it's clear that the business is separate as far as the government business and the ports business. So we heard the discussion, some people responded to it, some people didn't. So if we do feel like there's further discussion to take place and it comes up again, we'll address it. Right now it's out there, and then we'll hear it. And if we need to revisit it, we'll revisit it from there. Is that fair, Commissioner Cruz?
Oh, yeah, I think this is a decision we should, if maybe we end up with a time where there's all 7 of us that come out here, we should have that discussion.
Right, and that's why
whether or not all 7 of us come out.
It's a time. Okay, we're going to commission comments. That was your commission comment. Commissioner Satchel, do you have any?
Thank you. I just wanted to mention, I almost mentioned it earlier when the Border Patrol was here. And I may say it again in a county commission meeting, just because I'm not sure if we have the exact same audience. But to anybody out there, the Attorney General for Florida, Attorney General Ashley Moody, and with the cooperation of the governor, just launched a Be a Florida Hero program, and basically just looking at some of the persecution is a word that comes to mind. I'm sure there's a better word that law enforcement has experienced across the nation. This program is designed to encourage those officers to look at Florida as a place to relocate. And so we have some amazing officers. Just right after 9/11 this year, I saw where we have sheriff's deputies that were in New York City during 9/11 that now work for Manatee County. And so people do relocate here, and this program's designed, and I believe there's a monetary component to it, but I was looking to try to find exactly how much it was. So you need to Google Be a Florida Hero, Ashley Moody. And so if you've got a brother or an uncle in some other state, and he's feeling like they're about to pull the plug on their police department or their law enforcement agency, you could use this as an extra incentive to encourage them to move to Florida, and because we appreciate what our law enforcement officers do, and we back the blue. Thank you.
You got it, sir? Yes, sir. All right. Commissioner Whitmore? Commissioner Van Oswald?
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And we will always be thankful for everything that's done up under the leadership. The port continues to grow, us being an economic driver. Thank you for the presenters and giving us that information today, and for the team, everyone out there and everything they do. This concludes the Port Authority meeting today. Thank you.
County has been on the map for a while, but being the 25th county in the state of Florida, which is a Purple Heart state, we wanted to do something a little bit different.
Our very first combat wounded
Purple Heart parking sign. Today, we've actually marked a formal way of saying thank you to those veterans who have been awarded the Purple Heart. We're going to have 53 of these signs at all the parks, constitutional offices, libraries, and the public accessible buildings. I mean, it's going to be there every single day that a person walks through that door is reminded of all these sacrifices the men and women have had.
There's very little roof error between a Purple Heart who can walk, recipient who can walk away and one who doesn't. And I know many who have not had the chance to walk away. So I'm very glad to see it.
This is quite a compliment to recognize us for the things we did, and a big thank you goes out from me to the county for doing this.
It shows that the county has not forgotten its veterans.
I mean, this really drives it home how dedicated we are to take care of our veterans and their families. Anyone coming through the county to do business, going into the libraries or spending time at the parks, they really realize why they have the freedoms that they do. It's because of the Purple Heart recipients and the sacrifices that they've made while we have those.
A roundabout is a compact, circular intersection with traffic flowing counterclockwise around a center island. Roundabouts can have a single lane or multiple lanes. Roundabout design channels traffic into the flow and are designed to slow traffic approaching and within the roundabout. Splitter islands direct and slow traffic as it enters the roundabout. The splitter islands offer pedestrians and bicyclists a spot to pause as they cross the road, allowing for safer crossings. The center island uses truck aprons, a raised area around the center island, which gives large trucks and even emergency vehicles a bit more room to move through the circle.
All right, we are back in the afternoon session of our regular commission meeting. We have a 1:30 time certain. It is items number 55, 56, 57, and 58. I am assuming that's Jerry.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Jerry Lopez, Director of Redevelopment and Economic Opportunity. We are so excited to bring you forward these 3 agenda items because this is all as one of the first steps of bringing on additional affordable housing to our community. Item 53, the first one, and all of these items are on behalf of the Housing Finance Authority. Angela Abbott, their attorney, is here as well if you have any other specific questions as soon as I finish with the introduction. But this first item here is for Resolution R21-172, and this is for the approval for the authority to issue multifamily revenue bonds in the amount of $43,300,000, and this is for the Onico 51 Family Project. This is for a 324-unit affordable family apartment project. Its location is right at the intersection of Old 301, so 301 Boulevard and 15th Street East. It's a very large site that has been vacant for a long time. So these very experienced developers have applied to the Housing Finance Authority for these bonds, and it will be 100% affordable, serving area household 60% of the area median income and below. Overall, the authority does have the bonds allocated to them. However, this project, this developer also has like a companion project, which is the next item for senior apartments. So they are going to be requesting some additional bonds to be able to try to fund both of the projects. So those are just a little bit of a teaser for the next 2 items coming up. So, with that, the Housing Finance Authority did hold the public hearing. So this is part of what we call the TEFRA item, where it's just by Florida statutes, the highest elected body does need to adopt a resolution for the Housing Finance Authority to be able to issue those bonds. And with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions, and Ms. Abbott is also here to answer any questions.
All right, I do have a commissioner on the board, Commissioner Servia.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. I would just like to say when the time is right, I would like to make the motion for approval of this resolution. You have to go to public comment?
I've got to take public comment. At least that's my understanding. I'm going to open this to public comment. Is there anyone that would like to come forward? I have 1 card, and it is Glenn Jubilina. Here?
He's not here in person, but he might be on the phone.
Okay, well, I'll get to that in a minute. Anyone else want to come forward on this item?
Are you gonna? Yeah. So I was not available
State your name,
to
I'm
attend
sorry.
the public, Andrew Griffin, Manatee County. I was not available to attend the public meeting on this particular thing, but anything that provides affordable housing to Manatee County, I will always be for. I am interested in finding out what affordable means to, and with respect to this contract, if somebody could just fill me in on, what the price range of this, what the rental range of this is, I'd greatly appreciate it as, I again, did not attend that. I'm just curious.
Anyone else want to come forward and have public comment on item number 55?
Keith Green, seat 9 member of the Affordable Housing Advisory Board for Manatee County. And just quickness, I'd like to just say that this is wonderful news. This is definitely something that we have, fought and have worked on very aggressively, which we'll bring to our report hopefully in the next couple of weeks.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public? Phone calls?
Chair, we have no phone calls at this time.
All right. I'll close public comment. Commissioner Servia, you are on the board. Is
Thank
there
you,
anything else?
Madam Chairman. So I do make a motion for approval of Resolution R-21-172.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Servia with a second by Commissioner Satcher. I do have some other commissioners on the board, so do you all want to speak now or after the motion?
I just wanted to answer Andrew's question.
Okay, well, let me go down the list then. Mr. County Attorney, did you have something to add, sir?
Madam Chair, just to clarify, this is required by the federal tax code, the Internal Revenue Code. That's what TEFRA is about. It's actually a federal tax requirement.
Okay. Commissioner Cruz?
Yeah, I just wanted to answer, there's different definitions, obviously, of affordable housing. Some of ours, when it comes to workforce, goes all the way up to as high as 120% AMI, but these are bonds that get sold, tax-exempt bonds. Tax-exempt bonds are typically tied to, and I believe because we had the discussion in my briefing, these are tied to 4% low-income housing tax credits that are going to be allocated by the state. What their application is outside kind of the scope of where we are, maybe Jerry knows, but typically those are usually tied to max rents of 60, based on 60% or 80%, so much lower than our workforce. What the actual rents would be a product of the size of the units, number of bedrooms, so on and so forth. So, but they're going to be true affordable housing because they are going to be tied to low-income housing tax credits, which typically have a substantially longer time frame than our LORAs. Our LORAs usually around 10 years. Tax credits are usually in the, well, they used to be 15, but now they're typically upwards of 30 years of affordability. So these are going to be true affordable housing units.
Dr. Hobbs, did you have something to add, sir?
Yes,
before we
ma'am.
vote?
In addition to the comments from the General Counsel, for the benefit of the public and the members, just wanted to make it clear that the Manatee County Housing Authority is a separate entity from the County Commission, and it was established in 1979. It was established to function to alleviate the shortage of housing and capital investment in affordable housing within the county, and they are issuing their own debt. This is not the county commission's debt nor Manatee County government's debt. And as the General Counsel mentioned, it's in accordance with the Internal Revenue Code requirements. Because the Housing Authority is an appointed board, it requires authorization for them to issue the debt by the highest elected body, which is this body, the Manatee County Commission. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, absolutely. I don't see any other commissioners on the board. We have a
No
motion.
physical impact to the Manatee County Commission or Manatee County government.
We have a motion to approve item number 55 by Commissioner Servia with a second by Commissioner Satcher. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Madam Clerk, it's approved unanimously. Item number 56.
Item number 56 is adoption of Resolution R21-173 on behalf of the Housing Finance Authority for the issuance of bonds in the amount of $31,700,000, and this is for the Onico 51 Senior Apartment Project. And this project is on the same site, right next door, and it would be providing 246 units of affordable housing for seniors. I did pull up the rents, and more or less, taking out for utility allowance, as Commissioner Cruz says, it is dependent on bedroom size, but just to give you an idea, a one-bedroom would be about $771, a two-bedroom $926, a three-bedroom $1,074, and a four-bedroom $1,198, and this is considerably below market. But I still definitely in the workforce, and clearly price points of rents that are much needed in the community.
All
Any
right,
questions?
thank you. Commissioner Servia, you're on the board.
Yes, Madam Chairman, thank you. And again, I would be honored to make the motion for approval of this when the time is right after the public comment.
All right, thank you. I don't see any other commissioners on the board. I'm going to open this item, number 56, to public comment. Anyone want to come forward? State your name. You'll have 3 minutes. Any phone calls?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay.
We have caller 445. 445, press star 6, and please state your name for the record.
For the record, Glenn Jablina, again, these are 3 great projects that are moving forward. The 51-acre site has been vacant for a long time. Several nonprofits were interested in there, but unfortunately didn't have the deep pockets to follow through. So kudos to Jerry to getting it done and bringing in some outside help to get affordable housing. And of course, the senior housing. I'm 70, so there's going to be a lot of us running around, so that is also a big plus. And of course, the third one will be asking another $1.6 million for funding because of the skyrocketing prices for construction. So be aware that that will be coming. They could be coming back more because prices are getting kind of crazy. And for the record, a little housekeeping. Keith Green was up there saying he was going to bring something back to AHAB board. He's not the spokesman for the Affordable Housing Board. He wants to speak as a public citizen. He can. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other phone calls, ma'am?
Madam Chair, that is all.
All right, thank you very much. I'll close public comment. Commissioner Serbia?
Yes, thank you. A motion to approve Resolution R-21-173.
Second.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Serbia, a second by Commissioner Whitmore. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Madam Clerk, it's approved unanimously. Number, 57.
57, yeah.
This is the adoption of Resolution 21-175 on behalf of the Housing Finance Authority. And this is to approve the issuance of bonds within the meaning of the Internal Revenue Code pursuant to their plan of financing for that principal amount not to exceed the $50 million. This, as I mentioned, they had that allocation, which is the $46 million, I believe. So given that they have these additional projects, they want to be able to carry forward that amount and then request an additional allocation, which is the $26,500,000 from the state to be able to do both of those projects. So this is just the plan that puts everything together. Any questions?
I'm not seeing anyone on the board, so I'm going to go to public comment. I'm looking at Commissioner Serbia. We'll open to public comment. Anyone want to come forward on item number 57? Any phone calls?
Madam Chair, no phone calls.
We'll
Madam
go
Chairman.
ahead and close public comment. Commissioner Serbia.
I move approval of Resolution 21-175.
Second.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Serbia. I heard Commissioner Bellamy on the second first. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? It's approved unanimously. Thank you. Item number 58.
This is the adoption of Resolution R-21-176 on behalf of the Housing Finance Authority. This project is for bonds in the amount of $1.5 million. So this project is one that the board approved back in 2019. This is for senior apartments. This is in the city of Palmetto, now called the Reef at Riviera. And as was stated before, just in terms of increasing construction costs, they do need an additional allocation of the $1.5 million to be able to complete that construction. And a representative from the developer is here as well. If you have any specific questions for him, Mr. Travis Vochold on the audience. So this would all be part of that whole package that we have been talking about.
Commissioner Whitmore.
The only thing I have is at the end of this, could you tell us what approximately total amount of units that we just approved? All of these. You don't have to do it now. We'll wait till after this is over.
I asked her that in my briefing, too.
I think it was 500 and something.
You knew right off the top of your head in my
Yeah.
briefing, Jerry.
In the briefing, I thought it was 500 or 7.
That's okay.
Now you're an MIT grad.
570 are the ones at Onico, and the
Cool.
ones at Reef at Riviera is, I just had it at the top of the list
So
here.
570 plus this.
224 units in the Palmetto one.
So 700 or 800, almost 800.
Plus
Yeah,
224.
it's okay. It's close.
94.
794.
794.
Great job.
Good
Thank
job. Good job to everybody.
Yeah, it's definitely a team effort.
Anyone else? Okay, we'll open to public comment. Anyone want to come forward on this item?
Thank goodness.
Any phone calls?
Phone calls, Madam Chairman.
Thank
Chair.
you.
Thank you.
I'll close public comment. What is the pleasure of the board?
I
Somebody
move
say something.
approval of Resolution 21-176.
Second.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Serbia, a second by Commissioner Van Ostenbridge. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. All right, it is approved. Thank you, Jerry.
Thank you
That's
all.
a really great job.
It's a lot of work.
All right, we're going to go back up to the item that was pulled from consent.
Chair, Madam Chair, I
Yes?
just wanted to make a comment. I wanted to commend the board, as a past member of the board of the largest employer in Manatee County, and now as your county administrator, another major employer. With this one TEFRA hearing, this board has changed the future landscape for affordable and workforce housing. It's a long time overdue, and the public should commend both you and staff for bringing this together, because it's going to make a huge difference as we move forward, having this housing online. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. All right, going back to item number 15. Who's going to handle that?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Tom Yarger with Property Management. I have a PowerPoint prepared. I believe you've seen that PowerPoint a couple of times. If you would like me to go through that, I can certainly do that. Or if you would rather, if you have any questions or comments, I can take those as well.
I think we need the PowerPoint, Tom.
Yes, sir.
Everything.
Okay, so this is the Premier Campus Project Phase 1. It's $19,622,366. It's a library, aquatic center, and racket center combination. They've got it up here. Yeah. Next page, please. So I'm going to go through the components. The components, the first component is the Premier Campus IT Hub building. It's a $670,000 IT hub. But the funding sources are Neighborhood Services, Parks and Natural Resources, the Convention and Visitors Bureau, and potentially the MSO when they come on site. It services the library, the soccer facilities, and the parks facilities, and the MSO facilities. Next slide, please. We have a Parks and Natural Resources 200 parking spaces for $1,063,000. And that funding source is solely Parks and Natural Resources, and it's going to serve the park facilities, which would, in that area, be the aquatics and the racket center, and potentially some overflow from the library. Next slide, please. The Premier Campus site work. This is all of the underground utility site work and stormwater. That's for the Parks and Natural Resources parking lot, as well as the Neighborhood Services library facility, and that's $1,280,000. And again, it services the library, the aquatic center, and the racket center. The next is the Premier Campus roadwork for $310,000. That funding sources for that are Neighborhood Services and Parks and Natural Resources, serving the library, the aquatic center, and the racket center. Next slide, please. Oh, there it is. I'm sorry. Premier Campus Energy Plant is $1,050,000, and that is, at this point, the funding source is Neighborhood Services, but it is expandable to provide service to the limited areas within the footprint of the Premier Campus Phase 1 project. We have the library rooftop terrace at $915,000, and that funding source is Neighborhood Services. We have the library building second floor shell space, which is the build out of the second floor to just an open area right now. It would be the shell space, so there wouldn't be any flooring. There would be drywall on the exterior walls. We use part of that space would be for the mechanical room for both the first floor and the second floor. And that is $2,097,000. And that funding source is also Neighborhood Services. And then we have the library building itself, the first floor and the 2-acre site. That's $9,744,675, and that's the 25,000 square foot library building on the first floor. The funding source is Neighborhood Services. So with the last slide, I'm going to talk you through how this is funded. I'm going to start with the entire project. Then I'm going to talk with you about the expanded library project, which includes the second floor and the chiller plant and those things. And then I'm going to talk to you about just the library on the first floor, so you can get an idea of the costs and where they're allocated. So,
Bigger, I'm sorry. Is there any way you can make it bigger? I am looking on my screen. Oh. I was just wondering if you can make it bigger.
I think if you hit Control
No?
and then scroll your mouse, it might make it bigger.
Because they wouldn't be able to see it on their TVs, and I can barely see it.
I can't even
It's
read
no-
it from here.
You can't see it? Thank
I
you.
can see it, but I can't
Chair
read it.
see it. There, well, okay, a little bit smaller.
Okay.
Oh,
That
there you
works.
go.
There you go.
Okay.
Okay. well,
So the first estimate that we have is for the entire project, Phase 1 of the Premier Campus project. So the Premier Campus includes the IT hub at $670,000, and it's split three ways between Parks and Natural Resources, the Convention and Visitors Bureau, and Neighborhood Services. Then we have the Parks 200 space parking lot, which, as we talked about, is $1,063,000, and that is split between, that is strictly Parks and Natural Resources. The Premier Campus site work at $1.280, that's split between Parks and Natural Resources and Neighborhood Services. The Premier Sports Campus Phase 1 road work, $310,000, and that's also split between Neighborhood Services and Parks and Natural Resources. We have the Premier Campus Energy Plan at $1,050,000, that's only Neighborhood Services. The rooftop terrace at $915,000. The library building and second floor shell, which is Neighborhood Services, and the library building first floor and 2-acre site at $9,744,000. That subtotal is $17,129,675. When we add in the furniture, fixtures, and equipment, that is an additional $1 million to equip the inside of the facility with chairs and bookshelves and those kinds of things, and the equipment, copy machines and things like that. The soft costs, which is testing and FP&L costs, Peace River costs and things like that. And then the design and construction at $1.1 million. And that brings the total to $19,622,366, which was shown on the front. So if we move then to the expanded library, we're talking then about the Premier Campus IT Hub is just $223,000 because it's just the library share of that. There is no cost for the parking because that's attributable to Parks and Natural Resources. And the Premier Campus site work is just half of that because it's shared with Parks and Natural Resources, so it's at $640,000. Premier Campus road work is also shared with Parks and Natural Resources at $155,000. The energy plant still belongs to Neighborhood Services at $1,050,000. The rooftop terrace, again, is Neighborhood Services at $915,000. Then we have the second floor shell at $2,097,000, and the library first floor and 2-acre site, $9,744,675. That brings that cost of the expanded library without some of the other items that I listed in there and split between some other, some other entities is $14,825,000. And then again, the furniture, fixtures, and equipment and the soft costs and the design doesn't change. So we're at $17,317,701. That's just the expanded library. Now, if we strip everything away and just do the first floor of the library, the Premier Campus IT Hub, we don't need, so it's about $100,000 to run the fiber to the facility and then build an internal IT mini hub inside the facility. So that's $100,000 instead of $670,000. Again, there's no cost for the 200 space parking lot with Parks and Natural Resources. We still have half of the campus site work at $640,000. We still have our share of the Premier Campus road work, which is $155,000. The energy plant now, because we don't need to expand it or make it expandable, is now $750,000 instead of $1,050,000. There's no cost for the rooftop terrace because there's no cost for the second floor, so there's nowhere to put it. And then the building itself is $9,744,675. That gives you a total of $11,389,675. And of course, we still have the furniture, fixtures, and equipment, the soft costs, and the design and pre-construction. That makes that total $13,811,401. And that's for just the first floor of the library building and the related site work and road work.
Anything else? you want to add?
If you have any questions, I'd be sure to
No, I
try to
appreciate
get through
you
it as
being
quick
so
as I
thorough.
could.
Yeah. All right, well, I'm going to go to commissioner comments if I can get this thing to work. Commissioner Van Ostenbridge, I can tell you're next on the board, but.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So thank you, Tom.
Thank you,
Appreciate
sir.
the presentation. I appreciate sort of keeping it to the highlights. And I'm appreciative of staff in general, because staff have put a lot of work into this, and I know that it's gone on for years and years, this project. And so we have staff that have been, put 4 and 5 years into this project up at this point. So I'm very appreciative of the work that they have done. I'm approaching this from a county-wide perspective, right? I'm looking at this from a strategy standpoint. We, as a county, how do we want to go forward with libraries? I don't think I really have to get too into the weeds to explain to people that libraries are not what they used to be. I think we all know that. Are they still useful? I think yes. There's still people visiting libraries, yes. If you look at the demographics, though, I think you're going to see a much older clientele. Also, libraries don't do what they used to do, right? The original intent, we're talking about bookless libraries at this point. And so, to me, that starts to becoming a shifting of the goalposts, sort of a justification of your existence. And as long as people are using libraries, I think that's great, but I don't see a long-term stability for a library system at this point. And so, that's why I bring it up. So, I want Lakewood Ranch to have a library. Okay, they were promised a library, those residents were, and their district commissioner still supports bringing a library to Lakewood Ranch. But the question is, do we want to spend millions of dollars building a permanent structure for something that, in my opinion, in 10 years, the whole landscape of libraries will be totally different. So I'm going to propose the idea, and I've spoken to staff about it, and Joy has looked into some spaces that are available for lease out in that area. And if you just look at the interest that we would spend on, on that money, the millions and millions of dollars, that easily pays for the lease. And we don't have to maintain the building at all. And if in 4 or 5 years I'm proven wrong and this Lakewood Ranch Library is booming, hey, then I'll say I was wrong and we should build them a library, a permanent structure. We might still be able to get away with leasing even after 4 or 5 years. But in 10 years, if it turns out I was right in the end and that libraries are fading out of society, then all we would have to do at that point is lock the door and walk away from the lease. The other benefit to leasing, I think, is that if we were to lease, residents in Lakewood Ranch would have a library much faster than if we choose to build. And that is their objective. They've been waiting and waiting and waiting for their library. And I don't think it matters, it makes a bit of difference to them whether they're in a leased space or whether they're in an owned space. They just want their library, those folks that want it as quickly as they can get it. So I think leasing, in my opinion, is the smarter way to go. Simply off of the interest of that money, we could easily pay the lease. And in 10 years or so, if we decide that, we want to start to modernize or contract the library system down the road, that would be much easier task to accomplish if we have lease space versus investing so heavily in these permanent structures. I mean, we're talking about a massive investment of a 50,000 square foot building by the time we're done. And 25,000 square feet of that, we're not even sure we're doing with it yet. It's going to be drywall, so it still has to be improved. Chillers that would have to be built that wouldn't have to be built otherwise. IT hubs that wouldn't have to be built if we didn't do this. So I think it's something that we need to talk about and discuss. It's, the previous board went into this with good intentions, but this has just grown and grown and grown into this behemoth. And, now here we are facing, uncertain hyperinflation and supply chain issues, and we really want to embark on a 50,000 square foot building for a library system that I'm not sure we should be expanding. I'm not sure that that's the direction that society is going, that we need to expand the library system. I mean, to keep the justification for libraries, they're leasing, giving away pressure washers and household items to try and sort of continue to make themselves needed and necessary. And I'm not saying they're totally unnecessary or totally unneeded. People have the trend of society has just trended away from that. With we have the internet now. And very few people are going to libraries compared to, 20 or 30 years ago. So those are my comments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Whitmore.
So we're looking at 13 million versus 19 million after all those numbers I looked at, right?
Kind of.
Kind of?
Yeah, Commissioner, the 13 million is the library's share if we build only the first floor.
Right.
But the 19 million is much more than just the library. We have additional parking, we've
Right,
expanded some spaces, it's a campus phase one. So we're preparing for the next phases to come along as this first phase comes in. Because unfortunately, as we all know, whenever a new piece of development comes out and there's virgin ground, that the brunt of the cost of supplying the water and the sewer and all the other amenities that we need to continue to expand is borne by the first person in. And we're trying to split that as evenly as we can up front. So that's why you heard a lot about this is being split by neighborhood services and parks and natural resources and CVB. But the answer to your question is yes, the library itself is 13 million and some change.
And thank you for splitting it up because there are going to be other uses. This is a master planned area where we're going to have premier soccer, we're going to have sports venues, we're going to have a library, the sheriff's going to be there. I think Public Works is going to, not at the library, but they're going to be on that site. The sheriff's coming sooner than later from what I hear. I guess we all need an update on that one. And many other things. This is a 20 to 30-year plan. This is not something that Manatee County Commissioner previous boards did. What we did is say we need a library out there, and a citizens committee was formed, and then I didn't hear about it again until all this came before us. We got updates that it was moving forward, and what you see today is the results of those many, many meetings about our publics. And maybe you're coming from where I am. Where I live, I live in a totally tourist community. So my libraries aren't full, but every library in this county is full. And when you see, like you said, the pots and the cleaners, those are people that donate to give to the library to let people, the decorative pans that you mentioned one time, the holiday baking pans. Somebody in the community donated that so they wouldn't have to go out and buy it, and then they return it like they check in a book. So that was the foundation that wasn't all what that wasn't just we're trying to make it ends meet. Lakewood Ranch is the fastest growing master plan community in the United States, and it has no library. And the citizens came to us and asked Madam Chair, asked this board for quite a few years now, are we going to talk at all about the second floor? Because I've heard that there is maybe some discussion on the second floor. I don't know if Charlie can talk about it or if you want to, because I think to be transparent, we need to talk about things that we're looking at, because there is a lack of space in Lakewood Ranch for large community gatherings, arts and culture, stuff like that. There isn't a place, except for the one big restaurant that we have functions in. I can't think of another place in Lakewood Ranch. But if somebody could at least, tell the public kind of what has been discussed, because I don't know, again, if all commissioners I know in our briefing we were told, so hopefully all commissioners are aware of this.
Well, Commissioner, we've talked about a lot of things on that second floor. But the latest thing that we've talked about on the second floor is a potential use as an expanded convention center. So there are ways to expand that. There were some original questions about whether it was feasible to have a convention center on the second floor so that they would have to travel through the first floor library to get up there, and that really wasn't feasible. But it was brought to our attention to look at the Macy's over at UTC, where they have on the back side of the building, they've mounded up, so we could do some form of that to get people to park up there and then have a walkway that goes into the second floor, makes it a lot easier and then just increases the use by exponentially. And additionally, we could, instead of putting a mound, we could put a parking garage back there. Then we could expand the number of parking spaces that we have without using up the valuable land out there as well. So there were a lot of things that we talked about there. And additionally, just for everybody's information, some of these things that we're proposing to do to get ready for the next site, the Premier Phase 2 of the campus is the racket center and the pool, and that's already being advertised for requests for proposals. So we have that out there as well. So we're starting to move forward with a lot of this, and the amenities that we're asking to be put in right now are eventually going to have to be put in by somebody.
Right.
So it's just a question, and it's a question for you all. When do you want to start, and where do you want to end? And we're prepared to do whatever it is that you want us to do.
And I don't agree that libraries are going to go away. Some people like to, you know, look up on Google or whatever, Wikipedia, and find out things. Other people, a lot of people like to look at going to the libraries. You know, that is a gathering place for the kids, for field trips, for adults. What library in Manatee County is not full? You know, that, are we done talking? Something break? Okay, so my thoughts are when you talked about the TDC, this is totally tourist tax. This is not property tax, right? And I know we've had the Olympics soccer teams practicing at Premier. We've had all these international groups from other countries come down. And from just discussions, you know, there's no place for them to have a gathering spot like a banquet, an awards thing, or a family thing. Weddings out in Lakewood Ranch, all kinds of stuff like that. There is one large restaurant, but they're quite busy also. So something related to sports, maybe not, but I think whoever thought of this thought a little bit outside the box. I'm glad, because this is going to be long-range planning 20 to 30 years out. So do we have the money in our tourist funds? Yes, we do. Our tourism is not slowing down. So it's something we can look at, but you know, we promised this group that got together about 3 years ago to do this today, and here we are today, and now we want to lease property. I don't think that's what their intent was, and so I don't really know where I stand right now. I support this, but I'd like to hear from the commissioners.
All right. Commissioner Cruz?
Yeah. Couple of things. I just want to make sure we're on the same page. First off, you're not leasing anything with the interest from this money, because even if you assume the entire $19.6 million was being invested for interest, which is not, because not a vast majority, but a chunk of this is going to get built with some of this money regardless of what pocket you take out of. Even if you were able to invest the entire thing at 1%, which is basically what we're getting, it'd be about $7 a square foot. And you have to fit out whatever space you
At least a
rent.
50,000 square foot space.
That's 25,000 square feet, not at that, which is the library portion of it. Okay, well, see, this is, okay, I'm glad you said that. That's helpful to me. I think we have a fundamental difference in what libraries are and the importance of libraries. Libraries are not what you envision from the 80s when you were sitting there with index cards, working on your bibliography for the back of your book report. You know, they're not about stacks these days.
Yes,
Libraries are
there you
about
go.
community centers. They do provide things like power washers and pans. And that may not seem like a lot to you, but there are a lot of people here that's important to them. And they provide meeting spaces, and they provide authors coming in and speaking to people, and bridge clubs. And when we had town halls about ill-fated and poorly planned stormwater taxes, and when we were trying to figure out where to have a meeting for the FDAB line, we couldn't find anything. We ended up in a church that we had to cram ourselves into. Okay, again, you can keep telling me why I'm wrong, but that's just because we have a difference of opinion, and you're welcome to your opinion. I don't disagree that different people have different opinions. I understand there's other people with your opinion, but libraries are about community centers right now, and Lakewood Ranch is one of the largest communities we have. It's the fastest growing community that we have, and it's the only community we have that's the closest library is Braden River. It's clear on the other side of 75. It's not even close. And what we're talking about here is 25,000 square feet of library. Braden River Library is 25,200 square feet before the extension. That means this library we're building for the largest community in our area is smaller than Braden River. The Central Library is 57,700 square feet. The entirety of this building, including the second floor,
is smaller than Central Library over here. This isn't like we're building some behemoth structure that people want to act like it is. It's not. And if you look at the plans, these aren't line after line of stacks of books so people can go get the newest John Grisham book. We all understand you can just download that off Libby and get that on electronic. This is about centers for STEAM where kids can go and learn, especially kids that don't have that opportunity at home or in a private setting. This is opportunities for meeting spaces. There's a lot a library can do, and Lakewood Ranch, to Commissioner Whitaker, does not have any space for this whatsoever. And we could sit here and say, oh, Lakewood Ranch doesn't need this, Lakewood Ranch has money, Lakewood Ranch has internet. That shouldn't be the discussion that we're having right here. So when I looked at this, to say the library is 13.8 or the full is 19.6, that's disingenuous, because all we're doing is pretending we're taking money out of another pocket, because I don't care what you attribute to the 200 parking spaces. $1.06 million is building 200 parking spaces on that site. Whether we call it a library or we call it Parks and Rec or we call it whatever you want to call it, we need parking out there. And when we build aquatic centers and there's $1 million coming out of it regardless of which color line you put this thing in. You know, we need the energy plant. We need the IT hub. This is a massive project we're building out at Premier, and we're not going to do it halfway. So if we're going to need chiller plants, we're going to build them, whether we call it a library or not. Call it whatever you want. I'll even concede. Let's call it something else. Take it out of another pocket right now, and we'll say we're building an affordable library. But then, so the real discussion to me is the second floor. That's the only discussion in my mind. Everything else on this thing is getting built. I'll fight all day for it. The second floor is $3 million between the terrace and the shell. And the question is, where does that money come from? And there are some options like TDC, and we talked about this. But if you look at it, the ground floor of this library is $390 a foot to build. That's inclusive of the land, but $390 a foot. The $3 million for the 25,000 square feet on the top, including terrace, is only $120 a foot. That is dirt cheap for building right now. So if we ever have to go out and find another place for 25,000 square feet, whether it's for the county to use it or for TDC to use it as an expansion to a convention center or meeting space, $120 a foot is a reasonable price to pay for this because we're doing it in one lump sum. So, you know, we can have the discussion about that $3 million. I think there's more than enough use for it. I think the fact that we have multiple options for it just shows that we have multiple uses for it, whether it's TDC or parks for award shows or the county using it ourselves. I don't foresee a library needing to expand into it because, again, stacks aren't really the thing. And that could be multi-purpose space that the library can also just use for meetings. That, in my mind, is the only numbers on this entire thing that mean anything. I think, you know, we need to build a library out there. There's a need for a library out there. There's always going to be a need for a library out there because I don't care how many people start reading Kindles or how many people start listening to audiobooks. There's always a place where you need as a community to get together to do things. And that is what is lacking in Lake Ranch. With everything Lake Ranch has, that's the one thing Lake Ranch does not have, is a true indoor community center to bring everybody together. So I'm sorry if you disagree with the future of libraries. I personally do not, but I certainly do not disagree with the future of community centers as a whole, and Lake Ranch needs it. So, you know, I don't even see what the discussion is.
I'm next on the board. You know, I'm sitting here and I'm hearing all these comments. And thank you for all of the comments because it gives me an idea of where most of the commissioners are right now. And I find it very interesting because, you know, Lincoln, the pool there. Wow, I came in this meeting and I said, what kind of slide is that?
Really? I didn't see it.
It's awesome. You got to go see it.
It's like a Venture Island up there.
It's huge.
Really?
And, oh, I didn't mean to say it that way. I'm sorry. But all I could think about when I saw it was I couldn't wait for it to open because I'm going to be there and I want to go down that slide. It's like a snake slide that I grew up, you know, in my day going to. The point is, you know, we talk about what we need, what the needs are in different areas. You didn't have to have that slide. The main thing was the pool, but it makes it better. It makes it better. It means something. You know, it's going to be great for the kids. It's going to be great for the community. I thought it was fantastic when I saw it. I was so excited because I've never seen Manatee County do anything like that. So I thought it was great. Let's talk about community. I don't know, sitting here, how many of you have spent really much time in Lakewood Ranch. But I got to tell you, yeah, I know, me too. It's not just Lakewood Ranch. It's a community. It's Mayaca. It's Terra. It's Rosedale. It's River Club. I mean, there are so many communities in that area that are not Lakewood Ranch. And contrary to some of what I've heard on this board, Lakewood Ranch is not just hoity-toity. I've heard that, which I was insulted because I don't think I'm hoity-toity. And I've also heard, it's the land of only the rich. I'm not rich. We work very hard for everything we have, and have worked many, many years. The point is, it's a community. The area, the whole area. And it is the fastest growing area in Manatee County. And I don't know who said it, whether it was Commissioner Whitmore or Commissioner Cruz, but I heard that Lakewood Ranch, the one thing we don't have, and we've got some great things, don't get me wrong, but one thing we don't have is a place for community. We don't. I mean, I guess I could go on the Sarasota side and go to Nathan Benderson Park. Do I really want to have to do that? Not really. It's not just about a library, and that's not what this is. This is about a community center that, yes, will have some books in it, and there'll be activities for children. There'll be activities for teenagers. There's going to be all sorts of activities. On the roof, there can be activities. On the second floor, we can have, meeting rooms. We can have events there. And I heard somebody else mention, and it was a good comment, that one of the things that can be there are authors coming in to talk about their books that they've written.
Mm-hmm.
Now, to some, maybe that sounds hoity-toity. But I got to tell you, that's pretty cool. And it's really good for our children to be able to have that experience and that exposure. Let's carry it a step further. Let's talk about the ballet. Or let's talk about the Players. The Players is moving to Waterside, which is on the Sarasota side of Lakewood Ranch. But that's okay, because you know what? They could come over to that second floor and do a play where some of us could go if we wanted to. I don't know that I would, but some would. There's many, many things that this could mean to out east. Even Commissioner Satcher, his district, you don't have a lot of anything along that line. So for right now, until it is your turn to get that, you know what? There it is. The community center out east. Now, eventually, for those of you that plan to be here on this board forever, and I can tell you now, I will not. Never mind. I can tell you that Commissioner Satcher will be coming back to all of you with a plan for his area to need this. And if you look at him and tell him no, you're not telling him no. Y'all aren't looking at me today and finding fault with this library. You're telling the people that live in Manatee County that they don't warrant it. Instead, you want to put them in a leased spot where when we voted on the infrastructure sales tax, the citizens voted to tax themselves, and part of that money was for a library in Lakewood Ranch. Whenever anything comes up, Commissioner Van Ostenbridge, in your district, I'm all over it. If you tell me you need it, I support it. Because you're the district commissioner, and you know more about that district than I do. But you do not, sir, know more about my district than I do. For me, I think it's appalling that we're even having this discussion. Is it because it's Lakewood Ranch and how, it's hoity-toity, or it's racist, or it's a white, rich community? I've heard those comments. It's not true. We're citizens of Manatee County, just like all of you in this room. and we needed to be treated as such. And we spend a lot of money to have the amenities that we have in Lakewood Ranch, as far as taking care of our roads, taking care of the common areas, taking care of our medians. I have people look at me all the time, how can we have medians like you have? And now, all we're saying is that we need a library. We need an aquatic center. We need racquetball courts. We need pickleball courts. We need more soccer fields. G.T. Bray, boy, how much money have we spent on that in the last few years? I'd love to know that. Well, we deserve that as well. And we've taxed ourselves to make sure that we can have it, because we do put our money where our mouth is. So I don't really understand why we're having this discussion. I agree. I think it's an awful lot of money. But you know what? For what we're getting and for what our citizens in not just Manatee County, but even those that come to visit internationally for soccer tournaments and so forth, is it really too much? Especially as I think it was Commissioner Whitmore that said, TDC funds. They're tourists, that's tourist money. That's not even coming from any of us. It's bid tax. And if we can have that type of thing at G.T. Bray, if we can have that kind of thing at Braden River or Central Library downtown, we ought to be able to have it out east for our residents there too. It's only fair. I've said enough. I'm a little amazed that this is where it is, but it's a little bit of a disappointment to me, I must say. Commissioner Servia, you are next, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a couple of questions. Tom, does Manatee County collect an impact fee for libraries?
Yes.
Yes.
I don't have an answer to that question.
Okay.
I actually knew that one.
So when we collect the impact fee for libraries, can it be spent on anything else, or does it have to be spent on a library?
On libraries.
Okay, all right, that's what I thought. So I just wanted to make sure I understood. And are there any general revenue funds being used, our slush fund as we call it? Are we using any general revenue funds to fund this East County Library?
A small portion, a very small portion. I can show you what that is if you like. Would you
Okay,
like me to-
that would be good to know. And I'm chairman of the TDC. And so one of the things that I know is that we have 16,000 people at Premier every single weekend. And so is it true? I've heard that this may also serve that population, and that's why we're talking about using the bed tax to fund the rooftop deck and things where people can see all that's going on at Premier from the library?
So the overall idea is that just in the last little bit, it came up with the idea of using that second floor by elevating a space to get into it so that you could walk directly into it. All of that can be taken care of with TDC to promote the tourism and the other functions in that area. The first floor, which is a library, could not be used for the TDC funds. Just the second floor. And if we're able to do the second floor with TDC by elevating the space to get in it, then you could also use the rooftop. Before, when we were saying you're building a shell and you're not using TDC, then TDC wouldn't have a way to really get to the rooftop either. They don't want to use the elevator, they'd like to walk, is the concept.
Let me ask a question about the impact fees. So let's say that we took Commissioner Van Ostenbridge's idea and we leased space instead of building a library with the impact fees that were collected for building a library. What would happen to those funds? Do we return them to the people who paid them?
No, we would need to reassess the need for what we said. You collect impact fees based upon your overall goal of what you'd like to achieve. For example, if you use parks, there's so many per thousand of park space that you have per thousand of people. It's kind of a relative manner. So with the libraries, the same thing. So many square feet or so many buildings of a library per population. And that's what you're able to charge that fee for and collect and spend it on. But if you change the concept of what you're doing, you'll have to readdress the impact fees as well.
But what would we do with that money that we collected? I mean, that's my question. Just with my background, I believe the money would have to be returned. But I'm not the expert, so that's why I'm asking you guys. So if we collected it to build a library and we didn't build a library because we can only use those funds for capital, not for operating, then we would have to return the money collected from the community.
If you
I
deviate
believe.
from your plan,
Okay.
yes.
Okay. I also heard something about using the second floor, before it's built out. And I understand we're talking about building the second floor while it's less expensive to do a project all at once and then not build it out until we need it. But I heard that might be used for an area for staff people to congregate in an emergency to kind of coordinate a response to a hurricane, to a disaster of some kind. Is that still
That is
proposed?
correct. That was one of the, you want to address that one, Tom?
Commissioner, yes, I didn't know how far to get into it, but the building is also hardened, and the cost includes hardening the building as a post-event shelter. So you can't shelter in place during a hurricane, but as other places during a hurricane get damaged, this would give us a rallying point for staff and maybe first responders and things like that to come in and have a safe place that they can come and they can get something to eat and they can rest and then they can go out and serve the community.
Okay. So I'll tell you guys my experience recently with the library because our dishwasher died and I need a new dishwasher. And I really rely on Consumer Reports, but I didn't want to subscribe to Consumer Reports. So I went to the library and I did my research. I did.
Nothing wrong with that. I've done that, actually. That's why I'm laughing.
So,
I've done it.
I don't know, libraries have really changed. Another thing that I recently learned is that I'm an Audible lover, which is an app that you pay so you can listen to books by Amazon. But I recently heard that our library offers that for free. So I'm thinking about getting rid of my Audible subscription and using that service. And I remember my daughter, going through preparation for grad school and testing prep, using resources at the library for testing prep and the 3D printers that all of our libraries have, and the classes. Libraries really have changed. They are very different. Oh, and the databases. So a lot of times libraries have databases that we don't have access to. And of course, people go there to do job research and file applications and that sort of thing. So I just want to say I really appreciate hearing from the district commissioner too. That's always important to me, to listen to what the district commissioner wants, because in their district, they have their finger on the pulse. So thank you very much.
Thank you for that. Commissioner Van Ostenbridge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I agree. I like to listen to what the district commissioner says. I support putting a library on Lakewood Ranch. I've not in any way, shape, or form implied that I don't want to put a library on Lakewood Ranch. I think we're smarter to lease than we are to buy. And, this is a total of $20 million taxpayer money that we're talking about spending here. The district commissioner is appalled that we're even discussing it. Those are her words. She's appalled.
I'll
that
say
we're
it
even discussing it. I think $20 million in taxpayer money, Commissioner Baugh, is worth discussion.
It's not all taxpayer money.
Ma'am, I didn't interrupt you when you were speaking. You owe me the same courtesy.
I'll try my best.
Thank you.
That's all I can tell you.
If we do take another approach, to be clear, Jan Brewer, wherever she went, there she is.
She ran.
So,
Sorry.
well, if we did take another approach, we could lower the library tax. We could eliminate or lower a library impact fee. We could possibly return, we have affordable housing, crisis, I would say, in this county. And obviously that adds to the cost of housing, right? We could even return tax dollars to citizens. All this, in my opinion, is worth discussion. Looking back at the discussion about lending household items, that the libraries do that, power tools, that sort of thing. As a conservative Republican and a capitalist, I look at this and I think of A to Z Rental, which is actually on Commissioner Servia's district, across the street in Servia's district. And they've been there my whole life, probably your whole life as well. And they pay taxes, they pay property taxes, they're paying sales taxes, and they're leasing out all these, power tools, pressure washers, that kind of thing. And we collect their taxes, and then we provide a venue. Granted, someone donates the pressure washer, fine, but then we proceed to provide a venue and staffing to give away the same exact item that they're trying to earn a living leasing. And this is my point of, shifting of the goalposts when it comes to libraries, which is sort of the broader picture. But that goes, as a Republican, I don't favor that strategy. And then when it comes to community centers, I'm sorry the Lakewood Ranch doesn't have one. There are several in this county. In my district, we have the Anna Maria Island Community Center. We have Boys and Girls Clubs, 13th Avenue Community Center. The Palmetto Youth Center exists. And I don't believe that any of these community centers had their infrastructure, their land, and then their buildings paid for by taxpayers. These are 501c3s, they're not-for-profits. That's what community centers are. And they go out, on their own, and the community comes together, quite literally, and they build these community centers. And I think Lakewood Ranch probably has the means and the resources to do that if the community wanted to get together and build a community center. Meeting places was brought up. Churches. We used to meet in churches all the time. I don't know why society we're trying to get away from churches for some reason. And then pools. I hope you get your pool one day. I guess we're going to build these megaplexes in South County, because, John Marble's not much, right? So I don't know where your slide is over there, but I guess every corner of the county is due a megaplex and a 25 or 50,000 square foot library. Or is it just that Lakewood Ranch doesn't have one, so we have to build one there, right? So it becomes a fairness issue. Parish doesn't have any of these things. And is that where we're going next? Are we then going to spend $20 million in Parish, right?
are.
And then we're going to spend $20 million in South County, and of course, Reggie needs one as well for his district, so we're going to spend $20 million there as well. If it is, and that's where the board wants to go, so be it, but I think I've pointed out several areas where the private sector and the not-for-profit sector is able to meet these needs, and I feel that government should only step in when the private sector is unable to meet a need and provide a service. So that's just opening this up, obviously, for broader discussion, but I do think it requires discussion. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I can tell you it did do that, Commissioner Van Ostenbridge, because just about everybody got on the board that time. Seriously, I watched it. It just lit right up. Commissioner Bellamy.
Yeah, just listening to this, Kevin brings up some interesting points. I received phone calls last night and some concerns from, obviously, library supporters and things of that. And for you to bring up the Lincoln Park pool kind of aligns with my discussion, or my comments, shall I say. When the pool conversation came up when I was first elected, I asked this board to think outside the box. I asked the board to think not for today, but more importantly, for tomorrow. And now we have commissioners and community people that are riding across the bridge and looking at the pool, and adults are talking about, the adults are actually fighting to see who's going to be the first one to go down the slide.
It's going to be awesome.
All right, which was not my intent, but the intent was to make sure we bring something forward with an effort for us to change the focus or change the approach on how we look at things, in District 2. And the bottom line, what the one word is what we're talking about that altered everything is amenities. And that's what we're discussing here, as far as when you see the breakdown that Mr. Yeager and Jan, they brought forward, we're actually talking about amenities. Now, I was so curious because of some of the content of the conversations I've had. I was so curious on the position of the district commissioner. And the reason why I was so curious, because in previous conversation, the district commissioner stated, that's a lot of money. That is a lot of money. And with me recalling that, I said, okay, so we'll see how this goes, right? And to the people that are listening, if you want to make sure, this is a tough, politics are very tough, but if you want to make sure you have 2 or 3 friends or 3 friends to support you, right? You might want to make sure when some people are trying to do things in their district and to impact, their community from their vision and their view, you might want to extend them some support, because if not, they're going to remind you when it's time for them to give you your support, which is why I just listened. And I'm happy that you basically identified that you have the pulse of your district and that you are under the impression that this is something that is a need. Now, after the conversation last night and this morning, I thought we were going to shift, right? Because we shifted with the Lincoln Pool. And what I mean by we shifted is, I don't know whether or not people remember this, but there was a time where the pool went off the books.
Yep.
And we scratched it.
God, I don't remember that.
Yes. And we had to scratch it because we had to go back to design, and because of the contractor.
Joe McLeod.
Right. The contractor said
yeah.
one thing, but it did not come within the scope of the dollars that were allocated.
Yeah.
So we actually shifted.
Right.
And then when the shift took place, the staff and the contractor came together, and now what you're seeing is the fruit of those conversations. So I was thinking that we were going to shift, and we were going to look at it from a different focus lens. But I also was thinking based on the lead of the district commissioner, because again, the district commissioner has that commitment and obligation to make sure that that particular district is served. So the shift as far as leasing and as far as, libraries will not be what they are or what they were in the 80s based on what they will be, 10 to 15 years. And I agree that they won't be. And I agree that technology has definitely impacted, but you can also hear that our current library system has made an adjustment to that and meeting technology and those challenges where they are, but still providing library services. So here's my concern, because I initially felt, okay, if we're going to shift, and the district commissioner felt like we should go back to the board and look at things from a different perspective, I absolutely had no problem with doing that. And here's the reason why, is because she's the one that has the answer to those individuals in that district about that library. So when I thought that we were going to shift, and I didn't know it was leasing, I thought we were going to go in a situation, especially when Yeager, my man, that's a great guy too, Tom, when he actually had the breakdown, and I always tell you thanks for everything you do, he also had the breakdown of the impact of all the different allocations of where they were going to go. And just the piggyback off Commissioner Cruz, where he basically stated that that $1 million parking lot is going to get built regardless, all right? But that $1 million parking lot for the individuals that's out there, price was tagged into the overall price of the library, all right? So the mindset, to me, is like, hey, if you're listening, it's the library, but technically it's not the library. It's more important for the parking lot so we can make sure that we have adequate parking for all the growth that's out there. And then the second thing was about the chillers, and sometimes I can't read my own writing, that's why I like typing better. The second thing was about the energy plan as far as another $1 million. And the reality of it is that's going to take place out there regardless.
For the library.
Right, that's going to take place out there regardless. So he broke it down, and I'm sorry if I'm long-winded, but I want to make sure because I think I was put in a tough situation, and I want to make sure I identify why I am where I am. They broke it down in the bottom line, you know, with the without, it's about $5 million, $5.8 million as from the 19 to the 13. But 10 to 15 years ago, the board put up a master plan in order for us to move forward on this. And there's some things in my district that's in the master plan that I want to make sure that we move upon. So I struggle, and I hear you as far as how much money it is going to cost. I heard the individuals that I communicated with this morning and last night about it, about the about the amount that it's going to cost. But the reality of it is, I think staff and I think the individuals that are involved have put a golden penny on this. But here's my thoughts. If you take the price out and you say the value is going to be about 30 years, right? And you get it built, and it's going to impact for about 30 years in the way we're growing and everything like that. And George put some fancy financial formula to it. The overall impact, whether it's square foot or whatever it is, for this amount is really, really not that much because it's going to impact 30 years from now. Today, it's a lot of money, but the use will impact, you know, not just youth, not just commissioners, but it will impact a lot of people. So I'm struggling, but I am in a total different position because my question last night and my question this morning and my question earlier is what is the thoughts of the district commissioner? And whether it's a sidewalk or whether it's a pool or whether it's a library, I think the district commissioner should always take the lead because obviously when we start doing projects in our particular districts, we're going to want that support. That doesn't mean all of us as district commissioners, we're right with everything that we say or do anything like that. I'm not saying from that perspective. Thanks for your input, Madam Chair, as far as your position. But I thought when we said we was going to shift the focus, or some people said about shifting focus, I thought it was going to look at it from a different financial standpoint. But some of this stuff, some of these amounts are not going anywhere. They're going to be here. And I think it's unfair to the public, not that y'all did it malintentionally, but I think it's unfair to the public for us to put all that into a bundle, right? And then say, oh, we got a $20 million library. And everybody think, oh, Lakewood Ranch is getting a $20 million library. I think that's unfair. I appreciate staff by breaking it down and giving us a clear understanding that some of these $1 million allocations here are going to go with or without the library because of the growth that's going on at Premier. So that's just me for right now.
Commissioner
sorry, I know
Bellamy,
it's a little
no. I just want to say, because I want all the commissioners to hear me say this, you're right. When it came up the last time, and it was right at 20 million, I mean, I near about had a heart attack.
Right over there.
Yeah, I did. I mean, I couldn't believe that all of a sudden we were talking about $20 million to build a library. And I would not have voted for that. But in all fairness, when we started looking into, and I started having these meetings with staff and with the county administrator, and I started hearing, oh, well, this is actually for, you know, we've got to put this in because of the aquatic center, or we've got to do this because, you know, but we got pickleball courts. And, you know, then I realized that the monies that we were talking about were not all about a library. You know, it was many things. And then I started realizing, you know, like the second story, I will tell you, I was not in favor. I made it very clear that I was not in favor of that second story. But at the same time, when I started hearing, and you know, Elliot and I, we've had our differences. But in all fairness, when I heard that we could use the upstairs as, you know, a convention center, if you will, to have events and so forth, you know what? That's really needed. It's needed. And so, you know, I started looking at it from the standpoint, and trust me, they worked me like a rib because it was tough, you know, because I wasn't going to go there. But when I started hearing all this stuff, and I realized the cost is just going to go up. The longer we wait, the more it's going to cost. I've seen that over the last year. So from that standpoint, with all the different departments that are involved because of what they're putting out there, they should be involved and be paying part of the cost of this, because a lot of it's not for a library. So I just wanted to explain that because you had mentioned it, and I thought it was a very good point. Mr. County Attorney?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, I would like to add a little bit of additional detail to the discussion about the impact fee, because there are people who pay very close attention out there to how our impact fees work and what the rules are. So since 2015, the county has levied an impact fee for libraries. The proceeds of that fee can be used only to pay for capital facilities for libraries, which means you can build libraries with them, but you cannot lease property for libraries, unless you have a capitalized lease, which is very rare in local government. The money can be used anywhere in the unincorporated county, regardless of where it's collected. So it can be used throughout the unincorporated areas, and if it's not used here for this facility, it can be reprogrammed to be used somewhere else. That's how impact fee dollars work. There is a provision in our code, and you see this in impact fee ordinances all over the state and the country, really, that says that if the proceeds are not spent or encumbered within 7 years of being collected, they have to be refunded. Now, there's an option to extend that for an additional 3 years if you have projects on the books. To my knowledge, and maybe Jan, no, she's shaking her head, I don't think we've done that for libraries, have we, Jan?
Done it
No.
for transport.
So that, and since the fee has been levied since 2015, we may see some of that money sort of running up against that deadline. But that is the trigger, Commissioner Servia, that would require fees to be refunded. It's not necessarily one particular project, but simply not spending it down within the 7-year spend-down requirement.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Whitmore?
Yeah, just real quick, this event center, community center, gathering space, whatever it's called, if we're going to use funds from the Tourist Development Council, we charge for those services. You don't use the the convention center without paying. Any of our meeting spaces we pay. And I'm sure they'd have to go with our RFP and have a catering services that they have an option to use, just like the Crosley, like all other places. So this could be a revenue producer, not a big one, but it could at least maybe maintain the second floor's operations, et cetera. But I never thought of this being a free community center. Even our community center on the island, the kids pay, and that keeps the operations going. So, you know, this is an opportunity to have an event space, gathering place, community center, whatever you want to call it, but there's a cost to it. It's not like a free space where you can go like downstairs to the library. You know, if you're going to go up there, it would have to be to remember the purpose of tourist tax is to promote tourism. And so those teams, those 17,000 kids that come on weekends for all these tournaments from all over the country and the world, they pay a fee if they want to have an event up there. So that's a good thing. And then, you know, there are, since it is a county where you could comp certain things for nonprofits and have meeting rooms like our current library does. I've had many meetings in there. We've all been to meetings in there where they do that. So, you know, just a thought.
Commissioner Cruz?
Yeah, I'll be quick, just responding to one comment so we can get the public comment since we're going around in circles. Just to Commissioner Van Osterbridge, and we're all capitalists up here. This isn't a socialist board by any stretch of the imagination. But to say, you know, A to Z rental rents pans or power washers, so how dare we, you know, basically compete with industry. It's like everything government does to some extent or other competes with private industry. Like if you go right down this road here, there's a beautiful marina at Pier 22. Across the way, there's a marina over in Palmetto. You go out to Bradenton Yacht Club, beautiful marina. But somebody up here is pushing for like $7 million for a free boat ramp for people to pull their boats in. Why aren't we telling them go dock over at a marina and pay real money?
To put it in.
Okay. Yeah, then it's free once it's in. So, you know, then we're giving away the boat ramp stuff for free. But the point is,
there's private industry and there's public, and we're trying to provide for the greater community as a whole. So, if we're renting power washers to people, yeah, they can probably get a nicer power washer at A to Z rental if they want, and they can get it immediately instead of waiting their turn for the one power washer at Rocky Bluff to come back, 4 times that. This isn't a capitalist versus, this is us providing community services to the community. Whether it's boat ramps, whether it's pools, which the YMCA and others charge memberships for, we're providing a service to the greater community, and I think a majority of the greater community that utilizes our services aren't in a position to utilize the private side of what's available in Manatee County.
Commissioner Servia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one more question I forgot to ask, and this has been a very good discussion. So I think I remember that the design of this project cost us about $1.1 million. And please correct me if I'm incorrect there, or let me know the final cost. And I believe we're at 100% plans, which means we're ready to put shovels in the ground. So are those, is that correct?
And Commissioner, is 1.1 million, 1122 million dollars.
Okay.
1.1122.
Okay, all right. And so if we chose the option to lease a place in a shopping center, we would be just flushing that money down the toilet, really, I guess. So, I think that's something to consider as well, that there's been a lot of investment already in designing this. And, I think we all know this, that the costs are only going to go up. They're not going to come down. So, thank you.
Commissioner Satcher.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jan, how much is in the library impact fee fund or study? I'm told it's what it's considered. Is that where?
What you receive a year or what's in there right now? I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question. On impact fees.
Balance of the library impact fee account.
So there's an argument, at least being alluded to up here, that this was a tax that people put up on themselves, set aside. The only way we can spend it is on libraries, and we have only 5 years to spend it. And so I'm asking how much in the funds, the money that fits that description is going towards this.
Toward this library?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, hang on one second. And we were going to do it digitally. If I could get METV to help me out.
Just tell us. Yeah.
We can put it right here.
Ooh.
Can you guys zoom in, please? Takes them a minute. I say, yeah, zoom in because I'm getting older and I can't see. Okay. Sir, the overall library impact fees, you see a word that says library fund and then library impact fees. So currently, the library impact fees, so that we make sure we get where we're going,
9 million about.
4.3 million.
What about the one below?
Oh, I'm sorry, that's library fund.
3.8 million.
So,
3.8.
yeah, almost. Okay. So about 9 million.
That's the fund balance, Jan? Is that what you're saying?
That's not the fund balance. That's what you
That's
were
for-
going in. That's why I was asking for clarity.
That's for the amount of money for this project.
Yes, and I can tell you what you bring in annually in the funds, if you give me just a second.
What's our balance period?
I'm getting too old for this.
And with that, I have to make sure I'm remembering the correct fund number.
The correct phone number? Oh,
Fund number.
phone number.
Okay, the library impact fees, we are estimating that we're bringing in roughly right around $1 million a year is where we're bringing in. And for this past year, we are estimating that we're going to start the year at about right at $1 million. You placed some funding into the expansion at Braden River that you did,
Right.
correct. And then the estimate that is there is over time, that's how much that is going in. The first number is 550 you already have in it. No, excuse me, 2.9 you already have in impact fees. So you've invested that already. And we're suggesting you've brought in 500,000 more at the end of this year beyond what you thought you would have.
With what he's asking, are the library impact fees throughout the entire county paid and put in one fund, or
Yes,
are they
ma'am.
done in districts
No,
like
ma'am.
other impact fees?
No, ma'am. In 2015, as Bill alluded, it's all done in the unincorporated area.
Okay.
It can be
Yeah.
spent anywhere in the unincorporated. It's collected throughout.
Is there any way that you have any knowledge of how much of that money was collected in District 5? Just out of curiosity.
No, ma'am, I don't off the top of my head. I'd have to research that.
Well, considering that's where the majority of new homes and impact fees have been paid.
It was a good
you know,
assumption to say
It's in
that.
District 5 and Commissioner Satcher's district. That's why I was asking. Did you have any other questions?
Sure. What was the original budget that was brought before the board, the previous board?
The budget has changed over time. I believe we went back through, Charlie, help me out, it was like 5 million to start with, went up 5.7, went up to 10. When we got so far on the design, around 30%, we knew it was going to be around 14. That's what's actually in your CIP right now.
Thank you, Jen.
Is that it?
No. That's it.
Commissioner Van Ostenbridge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I can probably wrap this up from our end anyway. Just want to state for the fifth time that I never opposed putting a library in Lakewood Ranch. My question and what I wanted to discuss with the board and my position is that we should reconsider libraries and the library system and what the goals of it are and what it's going to be and what it's going to look like. And I think we've essentially workshopped that fairly well here. Well, I would say we did. I don't favor turning them into community center, into government-funded community centers and veering away from, the not-for-profit funded community centers. But, hey, you win some, you lose some. It looks like I'm probably going to go down 6-1 on this, but that's okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, thank you. I'm next on the board, and I just wanted to mention one thing that I hadn't mentioned before. There's a group called Friends of the Library, and I think there might be some in the audience, actually, as we speak. But there was an article that was done in the East County Observer, I guess maybe 2 weeks ago now. I posted it on my Facebook page, and they've already raised, just themselves, about $60 million. 60, I'm sorry, not 60 million. No, 60,000.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, not 60 million. Sorry, guys. That's because I was looking at them in the audience. Sorry. 60,000. But my point is that,
You raised a lot of money.
you look at a community, and this is very important to the community. And they're willing to put, as I said before, willing to put their money where their mouth is. And, for one, that's why, by the way, you brought up impact fees. And as I recall correctly, Jan, and correct me now if I'm wrong, or Commissioner Whitmore, I bet, would know this. As I recall, we did not used to collect impact fees on libraries.
Correct.
And it started, what, in 2015?
2015.
There was a reason for that. Guess what it was? Lakewood Ranch, the library. So that's why we started the impact fee to cover libraries. So I just thought I'd mention that.
You know what? You're right. I remember. Because we didn't have a library out there, it was starting to
Right.
grow.
That's when we started talking about this was, in 2015. And trust me, it's been the hardest thing to get done I've ever seen in my district. But anyway, Dr. Hopes.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Are you going to let him say that?
Two different items. One is just a reminder. The second is more technical, so I'm going to need my staff to address it. The first one, I just wanted to remind the board that a couple of months ago, you approved an updated fee schedule for the libraries and use of meeting rooms and et cetera. So there is a revenue stream there. But before you move the motion, I've got a technical question on page 10 of the amended agreement. And I'm hoping it's a typo. It's on the cost to be reimbursed. And every item in that table, the project executive, project manager, et cetera, has a dollar sign in front of it and then a number. But for some reason, the superintendent, to put it in perspective, the project executive is $148 an hour. I'm hoping that under the superintendent of the project, if I look at the ranking of those numbers on the hourly rate, I'm hoping that 4 in front of the 99 is supposed to be a dollar sign instead of $499 an hour.
Okay.
You see what I'm,
I
okay?
haven't gotten there yet, but I'm looking.
I can see that the, sir,
I was accused by my staff yesterday, and they have very constructive criticism that I get down into the weeds. This is why I get down into the weeds.
But it still was constructive criticism.
And I took it as a constructive criticism. I'm gonna try to soften it, but if you could look at that table, I just want to make sure we're not approving $499 an hour for a superintendent.
that's correct.
It should be $99 an hour?
Should be $99 an
Yes.
hour. Somebody did not hit the control key. or
Yeah,
the
that's
alt key.
fine. I just do not want this Board of County Commissioners
Yes, sir.
to approve that agreement without that correction.
We will amend it, yes.
Okay, for the record, right?
We'll incorporate it in the motion.
Okay, thank you.
The motion.
That's all I have, Madam Chair.
Oh, I got it.
Okay,
I'm
thank
not sure
you.
what I just saved us, but.
Commissioner Satcher?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've learned there's been a couple of times where after a particular meeting, I will get calls, and people, sometimes I'm almost too nice, and they won't even realize where I am on the issue. So I do want to say this, and of course, the motivation to not go into this is that someone could choose to use it against me later, because District 1 is the last district in the county that's growing. But I'm counting on better. But you know, saying that, okay, this was voted on, let me say why I asked some of the questions I asked, and some of them I didn't even know which answer I was going to get, but it's very clear to say that, okay, well, what people voted to tax themselves, yes, but that's only 1 million per year, so that's been 5 million in the 5 or 6 million in the years since it was passed. And so to say that people wanted this, I don't know that we're seeing that. And when I say that, wanted this on this scale. This is a huge scale, and I'll get to that. That'll be my last point, is the scale of this project, the price tag of this project. The second thing I want to say is that when you look at a budget that went from 5.7 million to 10 million to 14 million to now over $20 million, and you think about at your house, if you wanted to buy a car, and and you're going to buy a $57,000 car, but instead you decide, well, I should just go ahead and get a $100,000 car, and then I should get a $140,000 car, and then you know what I really need a $200,000+ car. So you went from 57 to 200,000 if we add some zeros to that, and we're talking about a car. And in my experience, that doesn't happen very often for a family where you see a budget balloon like that. It seems to be government where the budget balloons like that. And so that's my second point. My third point is, I appreciate all the workers we have in the county, and like to have a great place for families and children to go. I will say, since being elected, I've heard some pretty rough stories from some families in Manatee County of the way they were treated during this shutdown. I've heard of people having to leave with their children because their 2 or 3-year-olds wouldn't keep their mask on. I've gone into the library, a county meeting got canceled, and I thought, well, I'll have a town hall at Rocky Bluff. Those meeting rooms were still closed down. Every time I go to a library, the end cap, of the display is all, it's all stuff that you'd hear coming from the Biden administration. I'll just put it that way. It's all some sort of leftist, bent. So I can't say that I've been just, boy, the place I want to put more budget is in the library system. Now, we've made some changes, and I know more changes are coming, and I know that, this county is a ship, and it takes a while to turn a big ship. So I understand those things. When it comes to the budget, and to make this point, just so you know that I'm not speaking out of turn, I am talking about something. The first meeting I went to where I was presented this library, the vision for the second floor was as a standby area so that county staff could then have their families go if there was ever a storm. And first of all, let me say, I want everyone safe from every single storm. That should go without saying, but I will say it. The second thing, though, that I want to say is that to wait 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years between storms to use it as a shelter, and then that shelter would only be open to county employees, to me, coming from the outside, I thought, this is not a good use of taxpayer money. This is not, putting our citizens first. This is putting ourselves first, if you're the county. So I haven't been, that impressed. But things have started to change. We've got, we're at least getting some ideas of other places, the money that is already designated and has to be spent with TDC money. That's a great idea, and that's a much better use for that second floor than for it to sit empty years at a time. So I like that, and I do understand, I feel the pain of being the district that doesn't have the amenities or the services available yet. And so I do understand that. And so with all that in mind, and this is highly at this point, it's in my opinion, over-designed. So it's set up to deal with stacks of books on the second floor, and they have different engineering designation for static books, right, for lots of weight on something. And we're not going to have stacks and stacks of books. We're already talking about how the next, as we look into libraries in the future, I don't think we're going to see a lot of that. And so with those things in mind, and just so that I am clear, I want Lakewood Ranch to have a library. I want that library to be nice. I want people to enjoy being there. I want families to be able to take their children there and for them to read. And I understand that as the county government, that's our role to provide something like that. So I understand that. And with all that in mind, I would like to move.
He can make a motion
at
any time.
I want to make a motion.
Well, you're not going to want to make this motion.
Oh. That's fine.
And Madam Chair, you're going to have to, we're still going to be friends after this meeting.
Don't count on it.
So with that in mind, I make a motion that we send back to the county administrator to redesign and value engineer this down to a $10 million project, which is not what was originally proposed. Originally was 5.7, but I would like to move that this be re-engineered to be a $10 million project.
So before I second that, I have some questions.
Second and then ask questions.
No, I'm not sure I want to do that. So I wanted to lease the library, and all I wanted to do was to remove the library building, the chiller, and the IT hub from the project, but they still need to lay certain infrastructure for aquatics, fields, that sort of thing. So that was the angle that I was taking, Commissioner Satcher. Are you wanting to build a small, because I don't want to build a library building there, or chiller, or IT hub at all. Are you wanting to do a smaller, condensed version of a library, or are you wanting to eliminate the library building and the necessary?
I want the absolute best library you can get for 10 million bucks, which in the real world shouldn't be nothing. That should be nice. $10 million.
That's the bishop's.
That's what my motion is. I don't, you know, if it might just be an exercise in futility if you, and you can make that note if you don't want to second it for that reason, I understand.
Is there a second to the motion? Motion dies for lack of a second. Commissioner Whitmore, you're next, please.
You have to have an IT hub. We had the broadband that we already talked about. We're using the funds. We are going to build a library. You need to have IT for the library, and you need a chiller. And I've talked to Dave Sessions. I mean, we had downtown Main Street. You build this chiller, and in the long run, it's more cost efficient and more energy efficient. That's why we did it downtown here in Bradenton. And I wanted to say, this thing's 100% designed. If we do anything, we're going to be putting it back. Hopefully we'll get a positive vote today. I also want to say, don't make KV out to be the bad guy on this. He has a philosophical difference on this. And you know, it's either you agree or don't agree that you're a bad person or not bad person. We know from day one that Kevin's going to question things. We may not agree, but I would respectfully ask that everybody just take, you know, we're going to vote how we want to vote. So let's move forward.
Okay, I'm next, and just real quick, I made a couple of notations. All the money didn't come from impact fees. Some of it's coming from the sales tax where the people voted to tax themselves and for part of the money to go into the library fund. So the people have spoken. Second of all, you know, there's a lot that's going to be built at Premier. We're not just talking about a library, $20 million. So the bottom line is, you know, that's really, I'm not going to say anything else. I got the same phone call this morning. That's how I started my day at 7 o'clock. I got the same phone call that you guys got as well. And I'm still going to do what I think is best for Manatee County. That being said, may I please open now to public comment? Any other commissioners want to say anything before?
Let's go.
Okay. If you want to get up and speak on this item, please get up to the podium, state your name, and you'll have 3 minutes, please.
Line up.
Line up.
Hi, my name is Belinda Ritchie, for the record. I live in Mr. Bellamy's district. I wasn't planning on speaking about the library today. I have something I'd like to save to the end. But I would like to say that I went to the library on the break today. I went over and used a computer to print a few pages. I'm a library card holder. I go to the library in Palmetto. The staff there are very welcoming. They helped me find a book the other day in large print that I never even thought about getting a book that I wanted that was out. I go to pick up books from my mother-in-law, who I'm a full-time caregiver for, who lives in our home. But I did find it interesting that Kevin, Mr. Van Ostenberg, thought it might be a good idea to lease a property in Lakewood Ranch. So I did a little research over there, and I found one building that was over 25,000 square feet, and it's $31. It's $31 annually. I think that comes out to $925,000 a year. So in saying that, if for some reason the library failed in 10 years, couldn't you just sell the building to somebody else? I'm not sure what else I have to say, but I think the Lakewood Ranch absolutely, positively deserves the library. And withstanding with everything else that they do in that area, in that community, that the library, that expense is far undervalued for that neighborhood of the county. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Thank you. Let the major clean the microphone and then state your name, and you'll have 3 minutes, please.
Thank you. My name is Jamie Carter. I am on the board of the Library Foundation, and I've been involved with the Library Foundation longer than I can even remember. And I've watched it grow, transform. I don't know if Commissioner Van Ostenbridge can hear me where he
Oh, where he's going, he can hear you.
There's speakers in the back.
But I invite him to come down to the main library, the central library, and see what's going on. It's amazing to me, and I'm shocked myself that people would come in and take out power tools, sewing machines, but there's people in our community that can't afford it, and we give them the ability to do that. Hotspots. We started out with 12, and I think we're up to like 25, and more, and they're checked out all the time. So library isn't just about books. It's a meeting place for people. It is, it gives people the opportunity to experience things more than they might be able to. So thank you so much. I hope you move forward with the library.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Andrew Griffin, Manatee County. So I'm kind of in line a little bit with Mr. Van Ostenbridge with the libraries. However, I still believe facilities need to be out there, even including a library in Lakewood Ranch. Here's the caveat. The bottom line is we are, doing away with brick and mortars. I mean, we see it every day with online shopping, with a whole host of things. So it's not that I'm saying that we need to stop building libraries as much as we need to start thinking about the future. We need to start figuring out what we're going to be doing with all these buildings when, technology changes again and we start doing other things, with technology. So I almost want to say that I'd like to see a project or something, as like in another 10 years, you could bring it to the citizens of this county and say, here we have all these libraries or all these things, we're realizing people aren't coming and utilizing them anymore. What should we do to them or do with them? And I think that it needs to be the county's and the citizens' input on where we go from here. But I am also a library card holder. I haven't stepped foot in a library since I was probably in elementary school, maybe middle school. Everything that I read or print, I go online and look. I mean, I haven't been able to find a book yet. I can't find online. So, our generation's a little different. But, it's going to be a long time before, we all have grandparents, we all have aunts and uncles that they're not as tech savvy as we are. But eventually, that's going to change, and we've got to change with that. So I'm hoping, I'm hoping, Vanessa, you get your library in your area, but I'm hoping that we also look for the future, because I do believe, in Mr. Van Ostenbridge, what he's saying is they are kind of becoming extinct. So what are we going to do with all these libraries when they become extinct? So just start thinking ahead. That's all I'm
Sell
asking.
them, if they do. Anyone else from the
housing.
public want to come forward?
Affordable housing.
Affordable housing. Anyone else from the public want to come forward? Are there any phone calls?
Yes, Madam Chair, we have 2 phone calls. Caller 731, press star 6, and please state your name for the record. Can you hear me, caller 731?
Maybe it's not for that one.
No. All right, next.
Okay, we have caller 445. Please state your name for the record. Press star 6.
For the record, Glenn Gibolina. Engaging conversation, that's what I like to see. For the record, Vanessa, every book signing I go to, I buy that book and have the author sign it. And I generally pass it on to my daughter. So that's a big plus right there. The second thing I like about it is that at some point in time, MSO is going to be in there. I've always been a proponent of mixed use with our government resources, and this library can also, house the MSO at some point in the future. As far as the second floor, a home run. Raise it up, let the tourist development fees pay for it, and there's $1.3 million saved right there. So that's also a good idea. The other thing I would say is, statistically, if you want to go to the other libraries, since there's not one out there, how many people going to these other libraries are from Lakewood Ranch? That would give you a pulse on it. Personally, I wouldn't drive that far to another library, but some folks would. The downside of this, again, is there no renewable energy component in this building? I don't know about you, but I've been beating this drum for years. We can get money at 2%. Renewables are at a 7 to 9% payback. Why would you not want to put taxpayer money back into our pockets? You have the roof space to do it. If you just took 5%, a lousy 5% renewable, and spend $1 million or $2 million on solar panels, you'd never get an electric bill. That's the direction we should be going. I don't know why we keep having the building department come forward with plans without a renewable energy component in the system. And I get it. Oh, well, we do LED lights and thermostats and smart thermostats and blah, 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 blah. They cost us money. Solar panels pay us back. And the lifespan is getting longer. The cost went down 90% in the last 7 years. So why aren't we moving forward with a renewable component on every building? So that's the downside. I would say go for it with all the whistles and bells, including the panels. It's not that far of a stretch, particularly if you're saving the money from the tourist development tax that's going to pay for the second floor. You were planning on spending that anyways, so let's just redirect that like we redirect so much other funds, redirect it for a renewable energy component. Get a solar guy in there, get an expert, and let's move forward on this. So it's going to be a great addition and move forward. So that's it. My time is up. Thank you.
He must set a timer every
He
time.
does.
He's probably
Puts it on his phone.
Okay. Any other phone calls, ma'am?
Let's take an action.
Any other phone calls?
Yes, Madam Chair. We have caller 731. 731, press star 6. Please state your name for the record.
Yeah, you can hear me?
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
Hello?
Hi.
State your name and you'll have 3 minutes, please.
Okay. My name is Sheila Schifrin. I'm moving into Crestwind in December. One of the first things I did was to look to see where the closest public library was located. In today's auto-centric society, the library serves as a replacement for the traditional town square. It's a place that brings people together to learn, to meet, to gather, and to discuss topics of interest to the community, as has been previously stated in this meeting. Libraries have evolved from being merely a place to read and to study to a dynamic community focal point. While people do use Google, serious researchers realize that libraries have databases not available. It's a place where people meet to play games, to engage in arts and crafts, to hear speakers on current affairs, and join clubs, as well as reading books. Both children and adults can learn new skills such as coding, crafts, and using a 3D printer through their maker spaces. Yes, libraries act as the hub of the community, bringing a variety of resources possibly otherwise unavailable. This is a good thing. It deserves to be promoted and nurtured. What does the library mean to me? It means community. And as a side note, at least 5 years ago, when I was living in Illinois, Adlai Stevenson High School, which is consistently rated #1 in the country, spent $2.5 million to renovate their library. My school district spent $750,000 to renovate 2 middle school libraries, $750,000 each, and $500,000 on each of the elementary schools. So if you lease a space, you will have to renovate as well as paying rent, and fiscally, it makes sense to to have our own space. Speaking as a retired librarian, I have to say, librarians keep up with the trends and they make changes to serve the community as new things and new technologies come. They are ever evolving. So I ask the commissioners to please, please, please support this budget amendment for the library. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, we have no more calls.
All right, thank you. I'll close public comment. I'm on the board. I just want to mention that before I turn the gavel over, that I think we won Library of the Year, was it 3 years ago?
Yeah,
I think, something like that.
Jamie knows, yeah.
Yeah, and the reason
5 years
for it,
ago.
was it 5 years ago? Gosh, has it been 5 years already?
They would know, they raised $60 million
I know.
for it.
2 million.
The reason, though, part of the reason we won that was because we were changing what we were doing and keeping up with the trends and what was happening. So anyway, I just thought I'd mention that. Commissioner Servia, before I turn over the gavel to make the motions, did you want to say something, ma'am?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I was remembering back to one of the FACT conferences we were at, and I don't remember who was there, but I remember hearing from our governor that he was putting $31 million into libraries for the state of Florida. And I mention that because, you know, we've talked about, you know, what the future holds and what libraries may be in the future. But our governor of the state of Florida, who is a Republican, for those of you who like to keep score on the partisan side, thought that libraries were very important to the state of Florida. So I just thought that was interesting. Thank you.
Wait a minute. Commissioner Satcher, you're next on the board. Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to go ahead and just say that I'm not happy about the price tag, but I'll be supporting this bill because I do support libraries and children having a place to go. Some of my most conservative supporters have messaged me in the past, not today, but that they use the library, their children go there, and we're building good families and a great place to be here in Manatee County.
Commissioner Whitmore?
And before you make the motion, I just wanted to remind everybody, those that haven't been up here, that the library board has brought John Grisham, the guy with the scary movies. I keep saying it, Stephen King, raised $250,000 to the, more than once, and given it back to the county to put back in the library system. So they raised not the 60,000, they raised hundreds of thousands of dollars, and they're very good at it. So we appreciate your hard work.
I don't know how I forgot about that, but I did. Too much going on. Okay, I'm going to turn the gavel over so that I can make the motion for the library in my district. Jan, am I correct that it looks like I've got 3 motions that I need to make? Is that correct, ma'am?
As it's written before you, I would do them separately.
Okay.
As it's written.
All right. And did I close public comment?
You did
I
now.
did, didn't I? Yes, I thought so. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and read this off. I hereby authorize the procurement official or designee to execute the design build amendment to agreement number 19-TA003044D for design build services for Manatee County, East County, new library with Willis A. Smith Construction, Inc., in not to exceed the amount of $17,129,675, with a construction schedule of 570 calendar days and authorization to date the public construction bond.
Madam Chair, could we add to that and to correct the Scrivener's error in section 5.1B of the agreement to provide for a superintendent hourly rate of $99 per hour?
So moved.
Oh, good point.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
Aye.
Madam Clerk, that is 6-1 in favor. Second motion, Madam Chair.
Next motion, adoption of budget resolution B-22-019, amending the annual budget for Manatee County, Florida for fiscal year 2022. This budget amendment adjusts the FY 22 through 26 CIP.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
Aye.
Madam Clerk, it is again 6-1. Third motion.
Adoption of budget resolution B-22-022, amending the annual budget for Manatee County, Florida for fiscal year 2022. This budget amendment adjusts the FY 22 through 26 CIP.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed?
Aye.
Madam Clerk, it is again 6-1. Thank you.
I want to thank everyone that was here today on this issue. I know you've had a long day. I appreciate it very much, and I look forward to this breaking ground. Thank you all. We are going to go ahead at this point. Thank you, Vice Chair Cruz. I'm going to go ahead and take a 10-minute recess.
Don't we only have comments?
All right, we are back in the meeting. At this point, my computer, well, we've really got to work on these computers because I'm having trouble again. I think so. Well, no, we've got a few more comment cards to go back. Yeah. I'm going to go ahead and reopen future agenda items, comment cards. I've got several. I'll name them out. The first one is Christine Hervia. After Christine is Keith Green.
Hi, thank you.
State your name and you'll have 3 minutes, please.
Hi, my name is Christine Hervig, and thank you for letting me speak here today. Commissioner Satcher, this is for you. On your Facebook page dated October 19th, you wrote that some misguided people are upset about your decision to protect babies. We're not misguided. We know exactly what you're doing with your sanctuary city ploy. We're upset with your attempts to further your political career and promote your personal agenda by pandering to an aggressive and very vocal minority using women's bodies and reproductive rights. Abortion is a wedge issue, a red meat morsel for your base, and a chest-thumping way to show you're not going to let those poor, misguided women make their own decisions when you know what's best for them. I don't think you're pro-life. I think you're keeping two sets of books. If you really were pro-life, you'd help the currently living to continue living. But instead, you use your social media site to quote other Trumpuglicans who call President Biden's measures to prevent the spread of COVID and in this pandemic, federal overreach. If you were really pro-life, you'd be promoting vaccines and masking to save lives during this brutal COVID-19 pandemic. If you were pro-life, you'd support sensible gun control to keep children safe from gun violence. You'd fight the effects of climate change in Florida to keep the future environment livable for the babies you want to protect. But you're not pro-life, and you really, really don't care about the lives or opinions of females who dare to think they should control their own bodies. You must know that this abortion issue in Manatee is a cheap, cynical, self-serving stunt. We sure know it is. You must be self-aware enough to know that, or maybe you're not, but in any case, I sure wish that you would mind your own uterus and leave us to mind ours. Thank you.
Thank you. Keith Green, and then Chris Johnson. I thought so, but I wasn't sure.
Keith Green, for the record, Manatee County resident. I would like to give a rebuttal for that last comment and basically say this in this is a quote from a policy report here.
Excuse me, Mr. Green, would you just pull that mic up so we can hear you a little better, sir? Thank you. Thank you.
I have here in my hand a policy report from the Center of Urban Renewal and Education. And this is about the effects of abortion in the black community. I'll read a quick excerpt for it and then finish whatever I need to say. Since 1973, Roe v. Wade's Supreme Court decision, over 50 million babies have been aborted in centers around the nation, and it can be said with certainty that a practice has had a personal, practical, and political effect on communities and citizens. Every town, city, ethnicity, procedure, the true toll of abortion may remain unknown and immeasurable because of the data, for most part, has not been collected or has been ignored by those responsible for its collection. Abortion has become the most unregulated industry in the United States because governors, legislators, and attorney generals fail to enforce or write laws that will actually protect women. In addition to a lack of regulation that ravages choice, continue to take a toll on individuals, families, states, and economic stability of the nation. This report seeks to examine this issue in hopes that Congress consider investigations to explore the physical, legal, cultural, and economic harm abortion has created in our nation. Long story short, I just want to make clear that there are some people who advocate for abortion, but if you're gonna advocate for abortion, you might as well advocate for, African Americans, Hispanics, and other nationalities to be killed as well. So these are things that I take personally as an African American male and as a practicing Roman Catholic. So if they want to say that we conservative Roman Catholics are religious zealots, then thank you. I'm happy to take that mantle. Also, I would like to mention, if time allows, of course, that all we're talking about is protecting life. I have an elder sister who was a teen mom at the age of 18, just before she left high school. My niece now is 28 years old. She's successful. She has her own career, and my sister, of course, has been married for about 10 years. She has been successful, and it was all an unplanned pregnancy that she herself went through in high school during homecoming. I personally couldn't be more proud of my sister and all the accomplishments that she's made. So the argument that a young lady had made prior, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Green. Chris Johnson, I don't believe is here. Glenn Giubilina, I don't think he's here. Rodney Jones. State your name, sir. You'll have 3 minutes, please.
Thank you, Rodney Jones. Several quick topics. I want to continue to show a concern about the disingenuous nature of this board. I mean, you talk about transparency and you talk about doing right for the people and all these wonderful things that you're going to do, but you don't show it in your behavior and actions. Only when it's something that you want to get past, then all of a sudden it's transparency and for the people. Feel really disrespected by the comments of Mr. Stature during the redistricting meeting. You offended the entire room of black people that have given their lives to the betterment of Manatee County, have served this community well. And to hear your comments about you not caring about ethnicity and race as it relates to redistricting, the law says different. The fact that you've made those comments in public, along with the fact that this board has allowed Scott Hopes to come here in the midst of controversy after relaying to you that he has under federal investigation, is now named in a federal lawsuit in the Middle District Court of Florida for just what we see you guys doing, racist behavior and targeted behavior toward blacks. My job in that role was to take those damages that were done due to Mr. Holt's behavior and apply a criminal element to those actions, and I did so. Due to my background, I was asked by my community, and now we have federal criminal complaints with the feds, and you guys didn't even follow up with me. Not even Misty, you of all people, not even the dignity and respect to say, hey, Rodney, you made some serious allegations down there. You want to tell us what's going on? Not one follow-up, so we're going to hold that against you when it comes to this redistricting, because the character of this board shows a definite line and a thread of inappropriate behavior toward the black community where you don't even hear us. I'm from a prominent family here. My mom's a 33-year school teacher here. First wave of blacks in the integrated school system. My dad spent 45 years working for General Motors, was the first black in the United States to be a manager for subsidiaries of Buick and Chevrolet. Pioneers in my family. My brother's a 40-year legendary employee, and Reggie can vouch for this. My family's very prominent. You came here and you shamed my family. You made me out to be a liar, and we won't have that. I don't care if we're a small population and we barely vote or whatever the cause, man, we deserve the same treatment as others. I watched myself defend my freedom of speech right here at this very podium and be tossed out in groups of whites right here, nothing against them. They were talking out loud, and they had every latitude to stay in here while I was ejected. It's not fair, and we're not going to have it. So what I'm urging everybody to do, and I keep urging Glenn and others, file the federal complaints. That's what we've done, and we'll have our day. And you'll have to explain to the community why you allowed this snake to come over here and undermine everything that we've worked for.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I have one card left, Belinda Ritchie.
Belinda Ritchie, for the record. I was here for the morning session and the commissioner's comments to the public comment. Commissioner Satcher accused members of the community of harassing and stalking clients from his charity Acts of Love Ministry. I take great offense to this. I'd like to correct him because in saying that, you attacked my character personally, as I am the one. As a concerned citizen, I decided to look into Acts of Love Ministry by checking out its webpage. I noticed a picture of a woman on a horse.
Okay, Belinda, I have to ask you,
Okay.
please.
I-
That's a private citizen, so please,
Okay.
don't go there.
She's not a citizen of Florida.
Well, it doesn't
Okay.
matter.
I don't need to show you the picture. Her face isn't shown, though. I don't know if that matters.
Okay.
As a concerned citizen, I decided to look into the Acts of Love Ministry by checking out their website. I noticed a picture of a woman on a horse, and I wanted to know more about that photo. I learned that photo, which was on the charity site, claimed to be a woman named Rebecca, who actually was Chelsea Snyder, who is from Texas.
Madam Chair, I asked to go.
I'm
This
trying.
is inappropriate.
Okay.
She's calling names
Please.
of people.
Belinda, please, no names are necessary here.
What can I do to get
Who is from Texas on the social media and in the equestrian community. I merely copied the link and the Facebook post and sent it to her in a private message. By early the following morning, she, not the girl, responded directly to the charity about fraudulently using her picture. I don't know if I'm allowed to put up her post. It doesn't have any names
No,
in
we're
it.
not going to
Okay, fair enough.
damage anybody else.
Okay.
Keep it to this board, please.
Okay. I've perused the job description of the BOCC, and I have difficulty determining which part of your job description, which specific section authorizes you to implement, establish, or discuss ordinances that violate federal or state law. I chose to give birth to my children. I gave birth twice, and God blessed me with 4 bonus children. 4 of my children are girls. One of those girls has decided to give birth 3 times. Being pro-choice is not being pro-abortion. And I want my 4 daughters to have the ability to make their own decisions, not this board.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to come forward? You cannot come back, I'm sorry. Any phone calls?
Madam Chair, we have 2 calls. The first call is 445. Caller 445, press star 6, and please state your name for the record.
For the record, Glenn Giblina, Future Agenda. I all sent you an email of what I was going to talk about it. I'll just kind of go over it. It's not as heated as the previous discussions. It's about a water line hookup. So currently,
I can't.
the county gets...
Glenn, we can't,
Can you hear me?
we can't hear you.
He never can. He doesn't speak into the phone.
Very muffled.
Speak clear in the phone.
Yeah, he's already spoken.
He's a
Oh, and citizen comment?
Glenn, did you not speak to this board this morning?
He
Yeah.
spoke during consent
good point.
agenda, and then he
Yeah.
spoke during the bonding.
future.
Right, okay. This is future agenda, so he can.
I'm glad you remembered that.
Yeah, me too.
Caller, are you still there?
All right, so Glenn, for the record, can you hear me okay now?
A little better.
So, all right, so I sent you an email of what I was going to talk about. Let's talk about the water line and the price gouging you do to citizens that want to hook up to it. So currently you get 3% interest plus a 3% administration fee every month. This is a bad policy and is not in the best interest of the taxpayer. Your interlocal agreements are loaned out at next to nothing with no administration fees. Let the citizen, taxpayer, and voter have the same deal. After all, it's all our money anyways. So why don't you extend that policy? That's a bad, bad, bad policy for the taxpayers. All we want is a level playing field and the same consideration you do on your interlocal agreements. So that one needs to be addressed. My second item was the duplex lot. I believe that is tainted and that agreement should be rescinded. As far as the community of New Pierce, you have gentrified my community by rezoning it light industrial to the detriment of our community. We can no longer have ADUs. We can't put affordable housing in. We have to have a minimum 100-foot lot. That needs to be rescinded. That's a terrible, terrible, terrible decision. For-profit builders, I'll stop asking the tough questions when I start getting honest and timely answers. So I will redress the commissioners instead of the staff from this point forward. So I am redressing my complaint about the for-profit builders in 2017. We still don't have a plan in place. This is a legal directive that was not followed. What checks and balances from the legal department have we assurances that the signed directives are fulfilled? There aren't any. Help me understand the delay, better yet, why it was never followed in the last 4 years. When the board gives a directive to a department, it expects it to be in place. That department is not to cherry pick which ones they do. It is currently done and is unacceptable. A complete lack of accountability and transparency, no checks and balances. All we want is that when you tell a department head to do something, do it. 3 out of 4 items is not good enough. You directed to do 4 out of 4 items, and it's taken 4 years, and we still don't have it. This is a 15-minute process, and we still don't have it in place. You know why? Because we would upset the apple cart. Well, they don't want to give surplus property to for-profit because they're already in bed with a certain nonprofit. So that policy has to change. It's amazing how we can go from a temporary position for our county administrator, and then overnight he's got a permanent position. Don't get me wrong, Dr. Hopes. I think you're doing a great job. It's the process that I'm concerned about, just as I'm concerned about the process of this for-profit. So I'll be back every week redressing my concerns about this for-profit for surplus property. Thank you very much. It's been a very eventful day. God bless you.
Thank you. Any other phone calls?
Yes, Madam Chair. Caller 746, press star 6. Please state your name for the record.
All right, it's Keenan Wooten here, District 2 resident. I couldn't come in from when you all were talking about libraries, and I thought that conversation was very interesting. I'm a big supporter of libraries, and I've even supported the thought of putting a library in our urban core neighborhoods in District 2. I'm giving this administration a task to see what's the next project that's going to come to Manatee County, and it should be in our urban core neighborhoods. You know, I visit Tampa and other neighborhoods in the areas, and all their urban core neighborhoods have free resource centers such as that. I can remember when Commissioner Brown was advocating for this, and then the recession hit, and that idea kind of went away. So we're celebrating the library out east in new territories and new terrains in our county, but let's not forget our urban core. About 2 or 3 years ago, our school district was 2 or 3 points from an A, but it seems the schools that hampered that were right in my district, Manatee L and Rogers Gardens. And also in that central corridor, we're the most bused group of students in the county, getting bused all the way to Lakewood Ranch and other neighborhoods. But see, when we come back to District 2, where are the resources? You might say a community center, but most of those community centers, you have to pay to go in there. You got to pay. All right. So where can I go? And people say, well, there's one right around the corner. There's one somewhere else, but it hits home when it's right in your neighborhood. So I challenge this board to, in the future, what's the next project? And let's not forget about our old urban core neighborhoods that we cherish and love. Thank you.
Madam Chair, we have no more callers.
All right, thank you very much. All right, we're going to go back to, I've got a couple of commissioners on the board. Commissioner Satcher.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One sentence that mentioned some of my comments from our earlier workshop, and I realized as I left there, sometimes just our ability to communicate only goes so far, and so I just wanted to, however my words came across, I'll just borrow someone else's that is much more eloquent, one of the greatest orators and Americans ever. Martin Luther King said that his dream was that my 4 little children will one day live in a nation where they're not judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. Mm-hmm. And so that's the point I was trying to make, and I understand we're talking law and election law and federal, and, so those are obviously important things, and I'm not discounting them at all. I was just trying to make that single point, and I will no longer try to use my own words to make that point. I will borrow his, because they are very capable. The other thing I would like to ask, I'd like to ask this board to condemn the targeting of private citizens who have been rescued or otherwise assisted out of a life of modern-day slavery and victims of human trafficking. I think it's, this is public debate, and we can participate in that debate. And I'm sorry if I got a little upset earlier, but when you see women and girls come from some of the situations and you work hard, or in this case, watch my wife and her team work hard to get them out of those situations that I won't go into detail about, to have someone target literally those victims and just seems completely self-serving, and I would like this board to condemn, so I move to do that at this time. That practice, so that it will not go on in our meetings ever again.
I'm going to make a comment on that. I believe this board in the past, and Commissioner Whitmore, help me here because my memory's not the best, but I think this board had already had a discussion on that previously. Am I correct? Do you recall anything on that?
I would ask the attorney, because when they come up here, there's certain things about free speech, and if you're in a public meeting and all that junk. I can't remember.
I do think the chair handled that appropriately by asking the speaker to direct their comments to the issues. So I was comfortable with the way it was handled under our civility pledge.
So,
All right,
maybe
I think we
still have
probably need to have more of a discussion on that to figure out how to go about it and what to come up with. We should have a workshop on that. Seriously, I do believe that.
But Madam Chair, since
ma'am.
you asked me, I've been literally attacked up here and nobody did anything. So we got to figure out a happy medium here.
You want to talk about being attacked up
No,
here.
I know, you get it. But let our attorney say, because this is the people's house and we've always been told we had to hold our tongue, and except when it got totally uncivil, but they could say whatever they want as long as it wasn't nice, it wasn't bad and they didn't swear at us or use foul language. And I just always learn, kind of like George has been saying, you just take a deep breath and just let them do their thing in 3 minutes. And as far as this thing with other people's names, I don't know. This is the attorney, not me.
Yeah, I don't think we should allow that.
I've been called, and my husband
Okay.
and everybody else.
All right, well, according to the county attorney, he's saying that the chairman handled it very appropriately. You know, I can tell you from personal experience that, I have been attacked, I think, more than any of you up on this board. And, it's not fun, but you know what? I've sat and I've listened to it and thanked them. I was always polite and thanked them for speaking. However, that being said, I don't believe, and I would not as chairman, permit anyone to criticize or be very ugly about someone else, a private citizen or something like that. I don't think that's appropriate, and I certainly don't think it's appropriate to, have our families attacked either. But that being said, we are dealing with a very tough subject. And so, I think we probably need to prepare ourselves for that. But at the same time, like I said, I think that it should be held just to these, us board members and not our families or private citizens.
Could I just add to that?
Yes,
I mean,
please.
our rules of debate and our rules of public comment say you direct your comments to issues.
Correct.
That's what they say, and I think that that's what the individual was told and adjusted her remarks. It took a couple of times, but that's not unusual for us.
No,
Something you have to
that's
do a
not.
lot of. It's a lot of work, quite honestly.
And I thank the citizen for the comments, but as long as they're not on a personal
Right.
level, that we should not have. No, go ahead, please. Let's discuss this.
I feel like I'm in an episode of The Twilight Zone. I've watched members, commissioners stand up here and defend staff. I've watched them defend, so many language, and can we say, I don't know if everyone understands what just happened. I'm not talking about me, and I'm not talking about my organization or organizations that I'm involved with, and I'm not talking about my wife or an organization she's involved with. I'm talking about the literal victims of human trafficking. Their name just got called in front of all of us. I think maybe I was the victim of the victim's name got called while I was asking us to mute a microphone, and now we're saying that that is okay and was civil. I'm not worried about me. I am I'm just fine. I think it is very inappropriate, especially for us to sit up here and say, oh, don't talk bad about our staff, but to say it's fine to talk bad about someone who has tried to change their life from our microphone. I'm not telling people what they can do at home, but of all things uncivil, that seems pretty high on the list. And I would like us to look into changing our rules to incorporate that if it is actually within the bounds of what is allowed now. Then we need to change our rules. The good thing is that we've got a lot of different people that we have helped, or that my wife has helped, and her team in the past. That's a wonderful thing. What would be sad would be for someone to see that as an opportunity to start throwing out the names and shaming or otherwise re-victimizing those girls. And so it is a strange situation that we are in, and maybe it won't ever happen again. But if we stand up here as a board and say, well, what just happened was fine, then we're inviting more of the same. And we have more women that we've helped, some that live here and some that have moved to other places. And that would be an absolute travesty in our community and an absolute misuse of of the chambers that we have here at Manatee County. Completely inappropriate.
I'm going to respond to that, Commissioner Satcher. I agree with you. That is not permissible. I said that earlier. I stopped it when it happened. This board will not have people, citizens, called out by name. We're not going to do that. We don't allow that. So, I think this board all agrees with you on what you just said. Commissioner Van Ostenbridge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to agree with you and Commissioner Satcher. First of all, Commissioner Satcher, the mission of Monica's charity is something that no one can really argue with.
That's right.
Right. And what the charity does in helping sex trafficking victims is a really wonderful thing, and it stretches beyond Manatee County, because I know that she goes up into Hernando and Pasco, and just in conversations like at lunch and that sort of thing with you, I've learned a tremendous amount about those brothels that Commissioner Servia has, been trying to shut down. And I've learned a lot about not just the brothels, but, strip clubs as well. I never thought I would say that word at the dais, but there we are. But I've learned a lot about that and exactly what exactly sex trafficking is. And it's through you and Monica, and you all are doing really tremendous work. I know you're frustrated. The rules are on the books, though, that prevent exactly what it is that you're trying to prevent. you know, it's tough when someone comes in who's just trying to basically heckle and get your goat and you know, just comes in essentially trying to make trouble and doesn't take the high road as that person did. But when they do, they bark out a name. It's too late now, right? The name is out. But the chair did address it right away. And I agree there is a difference between people attacking us as elected officials and private citizens, especially, you know, calling out the name of someone who's been sex trafficked. I think it's really just, you know, really a low blow thing for someone to do. And it was done today, but it was addressed, and it is against the, you know, the rules here of procedure here in our meetings. So that's all. I just wanted to, you know, show support for the chair and for Commissioner Satcher.
And you know, that being said, that was very good, Commissioner Van Ostenbridge, but you know what? We have so much of that in Manatee County, too. I don't think sometimes, you don't hear much about it, it seems like, but if you talk to anyone that's involved in that, there is so much of it, particularly with young females that takes place. It's terrible. Commissioner Bellamy?
Yeah. A couple of things. To be honest with you, my friend and my colleague and my peer, that ethnic comment offended a lot of people of color, and it also offended me. But I take my things in prayer, and then I go from there, and God always got me through it. I appreciate you addressing it. I appreciate you addressing it and positioning yourself where you are looking at it from a different focus lens on how you address it. I think that the comments that we're just saying we're not going to call names. So the public comment that was stated about the history of the family and the impact that the African American family has had on this community. Being 5 generations deep in Manatee County as a Bellamy and acknowledging the impact that the individual that spoke, because we say we're not going to call names, right? The individual that spoke, as he acknowledged the impact that his family has had on the community. Sometimes you don't always agree with people, but I've always applauded the passion of that individual and the work ethic. But I will go on the record to say, what y'all say we can't call names. There's a doctor at State College of Florida that is directly related to this individual that taught me about communication, that taught me about public speaking, and that taught me about my personal presentation. And she helped me to develop to where I am right now to this day. So to piggyback off of that public comment, right, to make sure it's clear that there's a lot of different impact from a lot of different ethnic groups here in Manatee County, which is why when you're discussing redistricting and you're identifying, you want to make sure you address it where all are identified and all are represented. Now, I'm going to say this again, and again, I am not attacking anyone. We talked about diversity, equity, and inclusion, all right? I really want this board, the same passion you have, sir, about making sure we look at human trafficking from a different focus lens with the support. I support that. I don't have a problem with that. I really want this board to look at diversity, equity, inclusion, and look at implicit biasness, because we carry some things that we don't even know that we carry. And the only way that we will be able to address these things if we go through some type of training and these things are brought to our attention. This is an attempt to not only make our county better, this is an attempt to make the character of our leadership better. And I think we need to look at it from a different focus lens. You want to talk about human sex trafficking? Bellamy, all on board. All right? I don't have a problem with that. But can I get this board to take and look at diversity, equity, inclusion? And we've talked about it. We haven't revisited everything like that. But we need to make sure, we want to workshop it. We need to workshop implicit bias.
Since last year.
And the reason why I'm saying this, I honestly think, and I've had some reading with it, and on Thursday, I meet with the diversity, equity, inclusion individual from State College of Florida, because I want some more training on it. Because regardless of your race, creed, or color, right, we carry some things naturally about one another, right? I want to talk basketball. Kevin wants to talk football. That's just natural. Somebody like Florida State, I like Bethune-Cookman University. I think we need to take and embrace this opportunity. We can't keep encountering these experiences and say we're learning from it, but not showing that we're doing something different and that we're learning and growing from it. We can't keep doing that. Again, that impacts the character of our leadership. And I'm just asking for the county administrator, the chairman, and everyone up here to look at it from a different focus lens when you're talking about diversity, equity, and inclusion. How about we embrace it and say, hey, we have representation for multiple ethnic groups in Manatee County. So we want to make sure that we let them know that we respect their cultures, their background, and we want to hear from them, and we want to respect the way they look at things because their voice counts also. That's all I'm asking.
Commissioner Serbia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And those are great comments, Commissioner Bellamy. I think since about the last year or so, I've been asking for leadership training for this board, and I know that, and that includes being able to understand our innate biases. I know there's a lot going on, and I know that Dr. Hopes is very open to that idea and has even some ideas about how to make it happen. So sooner rather than later is my recommendation, because, yeah, we can all benefit from that. You never stop growing. You never stop learning. It's very important that this board goes through that. And Commissioner Satcher, I am sorry that you got so upset. I know how it feels, if someone attacks a spouse or a family member, and I wasn't really understanding it as an attack when I heard the young lady at the microphone. And I didn't even hear, I heard a first name, I didn't hear a last name, but certainly we should never be identifying citizens outside of this room. Although they can attack us all day long because that we are elected to take it. So, yes, I think we have those laws in place. We should not be bringing forth any negative comments about citizens who aren't here to defend themselves. But what I was hearing was something completely different, which was about a picture that was supposed to be someone who wasn't really that person. And that's what I was hearing, but maybe I misunderstood.
You probably got a briefing on it, I'm sure.
No, sir. I did not get a briefing on anything. I don't even know what you're implying, and that's not fair.
Right.
I've sat up here and poor Betsy Benak, was taken through the ringer by something her son did, and her son was attacked. She was attacked for her son. I'm saying it's not right. People should not attack your family members. But that isn't what I was necessarily hearing. But I know as soon as your family member is mentioned, we all kind of get our back up because I wouldn't like that either. So that's it. Those are my comments.
So I know what it was about as soon as it was brought up. I knew where it was going, and that's why I spoke up immediately to stop it. Because it wasn't something that this board needed to discuss, nor should the public. All right, I don't have anyone else on the board, so I'm going to go ahead. We have not talked about the dashboard. Is there any information that we need to know on the dashboard? No? Okay. We're going to move past it. County Attorney, is there any comments, sir, that you'd like to make?
No, ma'am.
Mr. County Administrator.
Just to commend you on a very productive meeting. You resolved a number of challenging issues, and you did it with honor and respect and dignity. I do want to make a comment to some of the statements that the last speaker made. Just so for the record, those are not true statements. They are a result of a citizen making allegations that have routinely found no merit by the Florida Department of Law Enforcement and every other law enforcement agency. It's just what they are. And so I am not aware of any investigations into any of my actions, but he included the mayor and a number of other public officials in those allegations. They are untrue. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, and I will add to that. I've been in a meeting with the county administrator, the state attorney, the sheriff, and I think the public defender was there too, was he not? As I recall. And there is no
Nothing.
truth to it, no, at any rate. All right, thank you, Dr. Hopes. We'll move into commissioner comments. Commissioner Whitmore.
Norma Kennedy sent me a message, and I've already sent it to the clerk. She sent me a text wanting everybody to know that Parrish doesn't have a library. And I think she expects the same thing coming, so I just wanted to let you know that.
It's on the border.
You heard that, Norma. You go after your commissioner, not me. Okay.
Get all encouraged.
Next, we had something sent to us a while ago that we had to do the 6-month evals for Scott Hopes. We got the paper, I did mine, I turned it in, and actually Scott and I went over mine Friday. It says it's due by November 1st. And then, so if everybody hasn't done it, ask your assistants.
Yeah, he sent it.
Well, I actually told all your assistants to remind you just the other day, because I had a feeling, since I was the only one that did it so far. Misty had said she remembered she still had to do it, so yeah. So you may want to ask your assistants, or if they're listening, hopefully they'll get it to you, because it's due by November 1st. That was the rules that we put in place, at least. Also, I've been working big time with the homeless issue, and I have a meeting, I think I told you last time, set up with Charlie Bishop and Lee Washington. I don't know if Bob's going Ryan Shuttle or not, but anyway, we're going to go. They have identified 2 pieces of property and 2 buildings that we can look at. I've also found online, well, actually, they were on the news, and then I looked them up. One where there's an area where it's only a 64-square-foot room for the homeless program, and then the others are 120 different types of things that they offer. Then I know there's possibly hotels and stuff that we can look at. I know Misty and Reggie are making appointments. I don't want to cross over. I know they're looking at actual programming, what they're doing in Sarasota and what they're doing in Pinellas. When I talk to them and say, I'm going to do whatever you guys do is fine, so we don't overlap, I'm going to go look at locations and let staff look at them and bring them back to you guys and see if it's something we could do. And I really think the private sector would actually contribute to a lot of this. I've actually talked to somebody pretty big in the private sector, and he would be willing to work with us on this kind of thing. I think the private sector would. They don't want homeless citizens where they're trying to build and do this, and we can get these people help and get them productive. So I wanted to let you know about that. Step Up Suncoast has been really helpful. Nick, his name is, and his boss said he could talk to me, and I know Reggie's met with him. He acted like he knew you pretty well. Mm-hmm. We got this homeless family that's right by your swimming pool that's behind Walmart's in the middle of nowhere. I had to walk down railroad tracks like I was in that movie, you know, with the police. But anyway, we're getting this family registered, and since there's 2 that actually have medical issues, they automatically move up the list for housing. But then there's a gap I'm finding already, and I've still got to talk to people who's talking to them about other things. Like they have a birth certificate, but they don't have a picture ID, so they can't get anything, they can't get a job, they can't, it's all trickle-down effects. So I'm working on that. And I just wanted to, and thanks to Kevin's aunt, does she live in Florida, Peggy? She contacted me and said, I sent something to my nephew, and he said you were taking care of it. But there is somebody homeless that I've known for a long time, but actually is living in Mayaca in a pickup truck. He's very sick. So I just emailed this whole group there and said, he's coming to Manatee Hospital to see a doctor on Friday. How can we get him registered for home? He needs surgeries. He's young, but he's not real young, but he's got a lot of medical issues. And I asked him if he'd be willing to help us get him a place to stay, to start transitional housing. So anyway, I'm working on that right now. So that's it.
Commissioner Van Ostenbridge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So last week on Monday, I like to go out and shadow county employees every now and again. And so I went out with Joe Westerman. He is the head of our beach patrol. And, yeah, well, it's in my district.
Yeah, he's going on
Get
the
outdoors,
beach. I
get
know.
dirty. So I spent the day with Joe Westerman out there at the beach patrol. We toured his building and the grounds out there, and I did meet the staff that were there for the day. And then we jumped on the all-terrain vehicle, and we headed out onto the beach. And personally, I was pretty excited to confiscate some contraband, but we didn't find any on the patrol, so I was
Did you
disappointed.
do a paddle out?
What's that?
Did you do a paddle out?
We did not do a paddle out. I had actually only the morning. I had meetings in the evening. But we did hit the lifeguard stands, and I learned quite a bit. We went all the way down to the public beach and back. I was fortunate. It was a beautiful, crystal clear day. The
No
water was
red
gorgeous.
tide?
It was
Please tell me
calm.
the red tide it gagged you.
That's next on my list.
Okay.
But no, it was gorgeous the day that I was out there. But as I was talking to the lifeguards, they don't make many saves on beautiful calm days. Those are kind of the good fun days. But when the surf is up and the wind's blowing and it's cold and it's rough, and those are the days that they have to go charging out into the water to try and save a life of someone they don't even know. And panicking, drowning person clutching onto you, kind of pulling you under as well. And so it's a challenging job, and it's a great job until duty calls, and then it's a really tough job, challenging and selfless job. So few saves are made on beautiful days. The other thing we discussed was challenges that department is facing, and similar to so many other departments, housing is the problem. He pays them, for being a lifeguard. They get a pretty good wage, but unfortunately, most of these guys, they're trying to help each other find roommates and that sort of thing to try and be able to survive in this housing market. So that was, all in all, that was their number one challenge, was cost of living. While we're out at the beach, the red tide, there's been a large bloom of red tide about 5 miles offshore, hanging out there for about a month, and it's pretty concentrated. We've been fortunate in that we have had a breeze that's been keeping it off of the coast. However, about 48 hours ago, the wind shifted, and we have an onshore wind, and so red tide has shown up on Anna Maria and Longboat Key beaches in a big way.
Yeah.
It's very dense. Respiratory issues right now. There's a lot of seaweed that's come up with it. Dead fish have started to show up on the shore as well. I've been in communication with Charlie Bishop, Property Management, and Carmine as well, and we started raking the beach out there. I've already heard from a mayor and Tom Harmer from out in Longboat. Both are extremely grateful, said that our staff are doing a fantastic job. And that's all we can do at the moment, and so we're doing what we can. Unfortunately, the weather looks like the wind is going to stay onshore for about a week. So that's not great news. But I'm staying in touch with the mayors out there, and they all seem very happy and feel like they're getting the best service they can get, all things considered.
And we are raking the beaches for Longboat Key, right?
Yes,
Is
ma'am.
that what I heard you say?
They reached out to us, and asked
Good.
if we could get. I don't know that we're doing it on the same regularity that we are Anna Maria, but they got one, I think, this morning, or they're getting
We'll
it
provide
tomorrow.
the same service that we provided for
Same
them
service
before.
there you go,
Good,
for the northern
good.
half of
Oh,
LBK.
just the northern? I was going to ask where.
Yeah, we're just in the northern half, right?
Northern, yeah, not the entire. That's Sarasota
I'll have to
County.
verify it.
We should
I-
get a
I
big
know we're
Manatee-
doing Longboat
We
Key.
really should, no joke, we really should get a big Manatee County flag and fly it on that tractor as it's going up and down the beach, so
We-
people know exactly who it is that's cleaning the beach.
That's a good
That
idea,
last
actually.
time, we did do both
Yeah,
sides, did we not?
I suspect we're
Paid us.
doing all of it.
I think we are
Paid
doing
us
it all.
last time, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they paid.
I'll text or email Carmine about, I like the flag, I think that's a good idea.
Mr., can I ask Kevin? I walked around the block last night, and I was talking on the phone, shut up, and I was sneezing and coughing. I mean, it was so bad. It's the
Yeah.
first time the whole year that's been bad on Anna Maria. So it's really bad.
I knew it was bad yesterday morning, at it was like 8:30, I was walking Zeus, and I could smell it.
You could smell it?
By Blake, yeah,
Oh,
so
dear.
I knew it was bad. Chick-fil-A, the city of Bradenton did approve Chick-fil-A for West Bradenton. Fantastic news.
Everybody loves that.
Everyone likes Chick-fil-A, except for all the people that emailed me that don't want Chick-fil-A.
I voted against it.
But Chad has reached out to Chick-fil-A to discuss intersection improvements, working together on those intersection improvements, and so that's something for next year's CIP.
Has
But
to be in our
just
budget?
giving you a heads up, I'll be coming to you for that next year.
Huh.
We just spent on a library.
It'll be built.
Yeah,
for
I
that.
think you just blew all that money on the library, but no, I'm teasing. So,
Yeah,
but
I don't
yeah, but
think
next year
so.
we'll talk about that. And then lastly, there's a gentleman named Nick Pagnotta who is very well known in West Bradenton. He's born and raised in West Bradenton, and a lot of broken hearts in West Bradenton because he contracted COVID and he only was able to fight it for about 3 weeks, and he lost his life last week. And he's a young man who graduated from Manatee High School in '93 and was on the '92 state championship team. He's a father and a husband and leaves behind some middle school boys. He was the president of Manatee Wildcats football and lacrosse for many years. And they had a viewing at Brown and Sons. Gene has him. They did a viewing at Brown and Sons. And at the end of this week on, I believe it's Saturday, there's going to be a service for him at the Wildcat Field. But I just wanted to, extend the condolences of this board to the Pagnotta family and, of course, to the Wildcat community and all those friends and family members of the Pagnottas who are missing Nick. That's all. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank
Madam
you.
Chair, can I ask Kevin a question?
Sure.
It's your district, the boat ramps. I mean, can you tell me, because I know you've been dealing a lot with the boat ramps. Do we have money in this year's budget to start something with the Penn Bay
We do. We have $7 million allocated for boat ramps in this year's budget.
for design and,
Right, for design.
I'm sorry, how much?
There's
Oh,
two and a
that's
half-
way too
There's
much.
actually 2.5 this year. There's 2.5 this year.
Yeah.
There's 7 total.
We're going to have to talk about that.
And of course, those would be for people in District 3 mostly live on the water, but the people in Lakewood Ranch have to
Right.
come over and trailer their boat. And they have to launch it in our district, and so they need a ramp. So
You better raise a few more dollars.
We're doing what we can to help the people in Lakewood Ranch to be able to access the water. So
They don't need you to help them.
budget, we're going to start design.
Can we lease these?
we're currently working with. Well, so
We can use the interest payments on that $7 million to lease those.
Well, we
love
are
it.
in talks with a public-private partnership with the Manatee Fruit Company in Whiting Preston to hope most likely get the land for free would be great.
Now, you're going to have to lease it.
Those negotiations are going to start next week. I think next week.
Good.
Yeah. So it's still,
Let me
it's
call
still a work
Whiting,
in-
hold on.
Still a work in progress. But I don't plan to add, pickleball and Ferris wheels and anything else to it to make it a $50 million boat ramp. We'll
That's
keep
too
it
bad.
where
You're
we are.
missing out.
So,
Stop there, though.
sure, why not? Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Bellamy?
Yeah, I'm gonna start with the sad news first. I want to echo what Commissioner Van Osher said about Pagnotta. It's a little different if you really know the Hurricane family and the individuals that have sweat equity and the individuals that actually played Manatee football. And I knew him vaguely. I knew him vaguely, but I knew his impact directly, because it's one thing that coaches share is the desire to make a difference in the individual's life. And from what I understand, he was that guy. He was loved, and I just want to extend my condolences to the family, as well as the Wildcat family. There's no telling what's going on emotional wise with those youth that he talked and the impact. I think that's one of the reasons why our friend Summer Bowen was not at the Hall of Fame induction. He posted something about, he was closing out practice, and he normally talked to Nick at that particular point in time. Nick has transitioned, so we just want to make sure we ask for strength for the family in that. To the phone call, as far as the request for the District 2 library, this came up right when I first came in the office, and I guess Kevin said we're giving out libraries today, but I do think it's important to note, where District 2 is as connect with the school systems and where those school grades are in those particular areas. More importantly, a library being in District 2 will impact a lot of individuals that struggle academically. If you look at the surrounding schools, whether it's Rogers, Ballard, Manatee L, and he basically said that Johnson is an A, but that does not mean that the individuals that go to Johnson that are within that walking area does not need a library. And it's a tough sell. I'm gonna be honest with you. When he brought it to me, I was like, man, they already have one on the books for the East. And it's a difference between what we would call East Bradenton really is west of 75, because we've been here, for decades. The development has taken, and now East Bradenton is east of 75. East of 30, yeah. Right, that was East Bradenton, and you're talking about a time when there were only 4 high schools in Manatee County. But I do echo that need, and I support it. But again, that would have to take some strategic planning, identifying the area. And we had looked at some areas just north of Wakeland, where there was some vacant property. There wasn't that much development, and we can revisit that if that is the consensus of the board.
Honest question, why aren't we just talking to the school board about using Wakeland, which is basically just a food kitchen prep area or whatever they're doing with it now? It's a fully functional school. It's a beautiful campus. Couldn't there be a discussion to use the existing facility, which I don't know why we shut down in the first place. My kids went there. It's great. Why couldn't we just do something with Wakeland as a whole? I mean, and then we just got to fill it with books and yeah.
Baking pans.
Seriously.
I like
Question.
that. And what you're having is, innovative thinking and finding ways to make a difference. And that's all that we're asking for, so we can have that impact across the entire county. So I appreciate that. And I would have never thought of that, to be honest with you.
We should lease that from them, not buy.
Don't start, Kevin. The next thing, the next thing is
Thank you for that.
about the work with Step Up Suncoast and the homeless family. And I will applaud Commissioner Whitmore for the work that she's doing. There's a lot that's going on with homeless. There's a lot of need. There's a lot of desire. And it's almost like, eating that elephant. We just got to take one bite at a time and be sensitive to it. That's it for me. I'm done.
Commissioner Cruz?
Oh, me? All right. Yeah, I'll just stick with one thing because it's kind of a bunch of stuff all kind of came together for me to start thinking about this one thing, which is actually like 15 things, but it's more just a list. Last week we talked about roads. And one of the things that Commissioner Servia brought up was how some of these roads we were discussing, like Terra and Mulholland, have been on the books for years and years and years and years. And we did nothing with them. And then finally it just kind of like got stale, and now they're going away. So we said, some of this stuff, maybe you should just do it when the iron's hot. And, we're seeing the same thing with the library. It kicked down the road so long, it became exponentially more expensive. And everyone says, government's different than business, and it is. In business, you have an idea, and you enact that idea as quick as possible, because you're not going to make the profit off it and reap the rewards of it without doing it. You can't just talk about stuff. You actually have to implement stuff in the business sense, but we don't always do that in government. I'm not saying us, meaning Manatee County or the administration. I'm not throwing anyone under the bus. I'm saying us, meaning anyone in government. So I started going back and looking at all my past notes of things at some point in time or another in the nearly year we've been here has been brought up at some point in time or another with the direction of, we'll look into it. And it's a year later, and I'm still waiting for it to be looked into. And I'm like, at some point in time, we need to kind of just, move some of this stuff on. Either explain why it was a bad idea and let me take it off my record, or do it. Because I started thinking, like, we're still waiting to talk about the ARP and the broadband. I brought up red light cameras back in the spring, and it was just brought up in public comment here for the 10th time. And I've brought it up numerous times since I brought it up the first time, and every time we're looking at a contract. It doesn't take that long to look at a contract. I'm sorry, it just simply does not. That contract can't be more than 10 pages long, and it's been 6 months. You could have looked at a page a month. Do it. Bishop, we heard about that in January. We're still waiting to hear on that. I've brought up on more than one occasion with affordable housing, half units. We keep talking about affordable housing. It's great, all the affordable housing we're doing here today with these bonds. But You know, in Sarasota, you can build 750 square foot or less units, and it's half impact fee, it's half density, it's half parking ratio. It encourages developers in the private sector to build smaller units that are inherently affordable on an absolute rent basis. Yet, I believe I brought that up in January during the strategic meeting back at the convention center. I've never heard another word about this. Transferable development rights. I brought that up earlier this year, and I brought it up again when we were at the church out in Mayaca. We're about to come up on this text amendment coming back. The whole idea of that work session was to come up with some ideas that we can use in that land use meeting, and nothing that we proposed in Mayaca has come back to us to say whether it's viable or solutions, and transferable development rights are one of them. Community land trust. We had a work session on community land trust. I was told that was moving forward. Still waiting to hear on this thing. Water taxis. I know we keep talking about that. Now it's showing up, and Ed Childs is talking about it. Still talking about that. I brought up after the red tide first started hitting, looking at our fertilizer ordinances, like whether or not to do something about herbicides and things. Still waiting to hear on this one. You know, I mentioned regulation forms where people and staff could fill out forms saying what new regulations we're imposing, and they go on consent agenda. Recently, child care licenses, and whether or not we're going to handle that for you. So all these things are things, and I know I'm throwing out a lot of stuff. I'm not expecting everyone to come running up with their summaries, but my point is, at some point, we need to start moving this forward. So, you know, I don't like making motions at the beginning, or during commissioner comment. So what I thought I would do is just kind of start throwing out at the end of every meeting for commissioner comment, which thing I'm going to put on the agenda next time. And let's have a discussion beforehand, because otherwise it's going to keep getting, if I don't force people to have briefings and give answers, then it's not going to ever get anywhere. So the first one I want to have a real discussion on, and, you know, I'll put it on the agenda next time, but this gives everyone 2 weeks, because it came up the other night, and Dr. Hopes knows what I'm going to talk about here. I want to know exactly what we're doing with this GTI building.
The what?
The GTI building.
GTE.
The GT building.
The phone company, yeah.
Yeah, sorry. It's the records building that has like 4 boxes in it. And 2 years ago, we promised players they could have that building.
Right.
Players have spent a fortune planning out that building. They have a strategic partnership with arguably the most well-funded performing arts group on the west coast of Florida to use that space. It has been 2 years, and they've been sitting on contracts. And when I first took office, I sat down with the previous administration and some other people and said, what is going on with that building? And I was told, it's in their hands, they're reviewing a contract, it's moving forward. Now I'm hearing, well, it may not move forward, because we may do this with it, may do that with it. Meanwhile, Janine and the players have spent a lot of money in good faith that we're going to move this forward. And that's a product of, if you let something go too stale, then it's just going to go away. That's why I said earlier, 181 days from now, if we don't renegotiate that contract, I want to be on the board to make a motion for Foundation of Dreams, because if it's 182 days, all of a sudden, we're going to have pickleball courts out there. Like, we got to jump on this stuff. So there's a laundry list of stuff that in the past year have been brought up by me. I'm sure if I went through everyone else's notes, it probably would have been 5 times longer, that we haven't done anything on. And we all have limited terms up here. So I want to start moving some of these things forward, and I want to start putting them strategically on agendas going forward to force at least meaningful discussions out of them and not kick them down the road. So the first one I intend to discuss is what we're going to do about that building with players. And if we don't have a meaningful discussion on why it doesn't make sense to move forward right now, I will just make a motion as policy to begin transferring that building to players the very next meeting we have. I'm not making a motion during commissioner comments.
He won't do that, yeah.
I will not, but I will put it on the very next agenda, so that gives everyone 2 weeks to explain to all of us why it does or does not make sense, and then I will make that motion. That's my only comment for today.
Madam.
Did you want to respond on that, Commissioner
Yeah.
Whitmore, and then Dr. Hopes?
I agree 100% with Commissioner Cruz. We do talk, but remember, if you don't make a motion at the meeting, it's not going to go forward. I mean, I've been here long enough. You have to make a motion, like all those things you've brought up, we've discussed, but there was never a motion. What you're going to bring up, I'm glad you are, because I'm one of the ones that supported it, and I know they've spent hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Not more.
And I hear we want to use it for something for county business, baloney. So I agree, we'll put that on the agenda. Our attorney probably needs to see where we are on this as far as if they ever even received anything. But 2 weeks warning, just to look at it, he's going to talk, it's going to be under discussion in 2 weeks. So just so the attorneys, because there's an agreement with us to turn this over to them. I remember there's going to be actors staying kind of like they do at the Crosley upstairs and all this other stuff. So I agree. I mean, and I think it's a good idea, but in all fairness to the administration, we've had a lot of stuff going on.
And I don't disagree, and that's why I haven't pushed the issue. That's why I haven't pushed a lot of this stuff. I've understood between budgeting, new administration, a big new board, redistricting.
We got a
That's
lot,
why
yeah.
I let it go to see
Yeah.
what came Piney Point. There's been a lot, so I let it go. But
Hurricane.
now we're getting towards the tail end of the year, and I just want to say, look, at some point we got to start moving stuff forward. So that's
So-
all I was saying was I got a big list. That's not an all-inclusive list, but I won't make motions at the end, but I'll say during commissioner comments, here's what I'm bringing up next time, and that gives everyone adequate time to meet with everyone, discuss it, think about it, and start moving some of this stuff
And we don't
forward.
even know, staff could have been working on it, but I know, since I've been up here recently, some people didn't want this to move forward. So staff had been working on it, so we'll get all that dusted off and.
Perfect.
All right, well, how about let's hear from Dr. Hopes on this issue.
Well, I will tell you that since I've been here, in between Piney Point, hurricanes, tropical storms, COVID outbreaks, red tide, et cetera, I am glad that you brought up that list, because I don't necessarily wait for you to take action to understand that there is a consensus. So I will tell you, the only item I'm not aware of where we are in our current work is the fertilizer ordinance, but I will tell you, everyone, including child care licensing, which I was on a call with the Early Learning Coalition last week discussing it, we are prepared to bring forth a plan to you on ARP. It was discussed in our director's retreat yesterday. We have been working on it. Red light cameras, Bishop. So my staff is probably smiling because they are prepared to update you and give you recommendations, including where we are with the GTE building. And I met with the, as you know, Friday night, and I look forward to those conversations. And we are scheduling work sessions on a number of these, including ARP as well. So I'm glad that's your list. I look forward to your expanded list because I think we have these covered.
Communication, we didn't know that.
We
And
have
to be fair-
we had to prepare the communications.
Yeah, to be fair, Dr. Host, we had lunch last week, and a number of these things were brought up. So I knew to some extent or another who was working on this is more of a, so everyone knows what's going on. But you and I, and obviously we talked about the players because we were over there.
Numerous
So,
times, right?
I'm going to butt in for a second. On the fertilizer ordinance, the county attorney might be able to answer this, but I think, didn't the legislature make it so that if you have a
You have one.
fertilizer ordinance, you can keep it, which we
Yes.
have, but we can't change it?
Right.
Or any county that doesn't have one cannot have one at this point. I think that was just done last year or the year
Remember that.
before.
I'm not certain if that preemption applies to the fertilizer ordinance. I think when that came up, we
Yeah.
talked about staffing it out because we have
Yeah.
expert staff that decides what's appropriate to regulate, and we could certainly look at that issue as to whether there's
But George was talking about pesticides, not fertilizer.
Right, well, he
herbicides,
said
yeah.
fertilizer, so.
I do want to just say, we do not have any work on the GTE transaction at this point in the county attorney's office. It's
Ever?
not.
Well, there was never a written agreement either.
Right.
An executed agreement. There wasn't even a letter of intent that was executed. But we'll update you on it.
It's not a particularly
Just move
difficult
forward.
transaction from what I know about it, if it's something the board wants to move forward with. I'm pretty certain we own that property outright in fees.
Yeah.
So
Now there's records.
it's something
Commissioner-
if you want to do, we can do.
I thought you were done.
Right.
Commissioner Van Ostenbridge,
Hey,
did
thank you,
you
Madam
want
Chair.
to
This
make
is
a
on-
comment?
Yeah, it's on the
George.
subject of George's statements. I agree with him, but I also understand we've had, quite a lot going on. But my question would be the county attorney, where are we on Bishop and where are we on red light cameras?
So I can answer both of those. When the red light cameras came up the first time, we asked the purchasing department to provide the agreements to Dr. Hopes and myself, and I think Commissioner Cruz had stated you can terminate it within a certain number of days. So it's a straight business decision whether or not you want to terminate it.
Yeah, the question was, what was the depreciable value of the remaining, because we can do a 30-day notice, but we have to pay the depreciable value of the remaining equipment. if we do it in less than 5 years after the equipment was put in. That was the question that John Barnott and some people were supposed to be looking at.
Okay, because I can't answer that. That's a factual and accounting question. That's, I can't touch that without potentially committing malpractice.
I'm saying that was,
Yeah.
that was the
On the Bishop transaction, the due diligence is there's no legal dispute over the language of that contract. The difficulty has been staff getting the information from the foundation to go through the due diligence process. And we talked about it recently, Dr. Hopes, and it has dragged on. We do need to have a meeting with them and try to finalize
Yeah,
it.
we
was what he and I
need
agreed
to,
needs
this is
happen.
one of these things that we need to say, okay, we're going to stop right here, because this has gone from what appeared to be a facility donation to an acquisition of an ongoing business, whereby we are being asked to make long-term commitments to staffing and services and et cetera, so. And so it's become a much more complicated transaction because of the party that was making a donation, but it's more than a donation. It's actually expecting us to acquire a business operation and commit to continuing a business operation, which may or may not fit with our animal services service today.
That's not what it was when I
I
saw the
agree,
agreement.
but that's what it is today.
I do think Dr. Hope's characterization of what they are proposing now is accurate, because they're asking for us to take on at least one executory contract, and I don't remember how many employees.
A large number of employees.
Okay, 5 employees.
No, it's more than that.
Attorney the other
Okay.
day.
It's
Yeah.
more than that.
Sorry.
It's more than 5?
Yeah.
Okay. So it's basically like acquiring a going concern in a business. It's more than acquiring a building, it's acquiring an operation and then being committed to run the operation.
Under their terms, apparently.
yes.
Meaning running the operation under their terms.
There's some standards articulated in the agreement in terms of, yes.
Clean it up. You can't
Yes.
clean it up.
I mean, and I want Bishop, obviously. I mean, we have to do this, right? But is anyone else lining up to take this thing over?
Not to my knowledge.
I mean, I'm not trying to tell you how to negotiate or anything, but I mean, we have to have some leverage here, right?
You know, and what's important here is it's important that we bring to you not just the cost for, you know, updating the facilities, et cetera, but the ongoing operating costs. So we have to be able to model and forecast what it's going to cost to operate it under the terms of the donation. Because it's not just giving us a building and saying, you know, you operate it under your animal services. It truly has become a transaction where, you know, a contribution of the building, subdividing the property, committing to hiring the employees, delivering a certain level of service, et cetera. And so we have been struggling to get adequate information. It's like a due diligence of acquiring a business, and we have to have the data in order to project for you what the ongoing operating cost would be under the terms and conditions of the contribution of the business entity.
Okay. Thank you. And, you know, carry on, because I don't want to dive into a quagmire with that, obviously, and regret a gift, you know. On the subject of red light cameras, Attorney Clegg, would you and would the board, because I'm trying to adhere to the gentleman's agreement that we have to not throw, you know, make motions and commissioner comments, would you and the board be okay with if I made a motion to direct you to bring us an agreement on the 16th at our next regular meeting, to put it on the agenda essentially, and to direct you to prepare a termination agreement so that we could debate it at that time and then vote on it at that time? So we wouldn't be making the decision now. I'm just asking to direct the county attorney to prepare the
So-
termination agreement and have it on the agenda on the 16th.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Van Alstenbridge, typically when we're directed to do that, we just prepare a notice of termination. We don't draft an agreement.
So you don't
We
need, it's not over the 2 hours, I don't need a
No,
motion, a direct.
I think
directive
the
from the board.
business decision is the issue. What's the cost, in terms of, and I think the board should know that before you make that decision.
Then I'll just let the board know, I plan to put it on the agenda on the 16th for debate.
And I have no objection to that whatsoever. That's a business call for the client if you want to terminate the agreement. It's just, it is a board decision.
Sure, okay. Well, I'm going to put it on the agenda for the 16th.
Well, and-
That's all. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Servia.
Madam Chairman, thank you. And the reason I was raising my hand to speak is because I'm already working to get it on an agenda with Natasha, okay?
Carry on.
So, and I was at the FDOT Destination Zero leadership team meeting when the sheriff was there, a sheriff deputy was there who is involved in the program talking about it. So she's been coordinating with the sheriff's department also to be here, because I think it's important that we have all the facts. So I am already working on it.
We have it ready by the 16th.
There are a lot of things that that need to happen. I've been working with Diane to make sure there's space on the agenda. So that's what I'm waiting to hear. So hopefully.
And just so you know, we've begun taking action from the earlier conversations in basically stopping any new camera installations, which start the clock. So, it will be a complicated exit, but we're working through all of the aspects of it.
Commissioner Whitmore, you're next.
At one point, I spoke to the sheriff, and he didn't support us doing this. He said he could work with delaying some of them, but he was not in support of this. And I know how we support our sheriff, so I'd like him to weigh in before we do anything, because he's the one, his office is the one that requested him ages ago.
That's why he'll be
including-
here.
Yeah, and I want to talk about Bishop, because I asked to meet with Camilo. Did I say it right?
Yeah,
Camilo
Camilo Soto.
Friday.
He's
And I
the
wanted to
attorney.
know what was going on with Bishop, because getting all these snarky remarks from people that we're not doing anything. And it's stuff that we have all known since day one. We've known that the property's going to be broken up. We've known since day one we were
Right,
going to
that's
fire
not
some of the
new.
employees.
Right.
From day one, because our current staff can't add another shelter without acquiring staff. And I know for a fact, I went over there a few months ago to see the new place, and there was only like 7 or 8 new employees left. They all left because they know they're not going to possibly have a job. So from day one, we knew that. And then I've heard the other day, the entranceway, eventually they want that entranceway, well, we can always just split it or use 21st. So there's all stuff we can be, 21st is the second access.
I was just going to say, I hadn't heard that.
Yeah.
That wasn't in the first agreement that I
Well,
read.
the property's divided on that line, and in that original agreement, it said after so many years, you would split it up, because they're going to have the whole north part of the property, and they'll probably someday build their foundation, and we'll have animal services. And then there's the house where Keith lives, that the bishops carved out, and he can live there forever, so they gave that to him. So there are things working out, and the naming has to have bishop in there. And that makes
And that's
100%
right.
sense.
Yeah.
Well, I heard, people here don't want it to say that, and it's part of the deal. So we've all
Who said
known.
that? Who?
I'm not, I don't do that.
I
So-
haven't heard of any
no,
commissioner
but-
that wanted to change the
No,
name.
no commissioners.
Okay.
So, but what I'm saying, it is moving forward. So as much as I do want the East County, because we're going to need it, but let's don't take this deal away. Mr. Blaylock years ago went to give us this. He was going to give us $10 million to build a new shelter out east. And it took so long, and Mr. Clegg's aware that it took so long, and what they were wanting us to do didn't make legal sense for the county. He said, heck with you guys, and he took his $10 million and he built a new shelter. So that's the history. I've been involved since day one, and we were going to build a $10 million shelter out on Lena. So I remember him going to just give us the gift to do it, and we just couldn't get our act together, and he wasn't happy that it took so long. So he took the money and put it there, which we do need it for all the development out in West Bradenton, so.
All right, Commissioner Bellamy, and then Commissioner Satcher. No?
This is, Kevin, yeah, I guess my question was why we can't just discontinue the services, but from what I understand, I'm not referring to the red light cameras, why don't we just turn them off or discontinue the services, but,
See
yeah,
how it
obviously they
works?
get say again?
See how it works?
Well, the real issue is the citizens are complaining about the red light cameras and the impact. The impact is somebody go through a red light, the camera catch them, and then it's a fee.
$158.
Because they're terrible.
All right, you know what, can we keep some order here
And
in this
Madam-
meeting, please.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
I have a 5 o'clock meeting with the
I'm
Secretary of
trying.
DEP that's upstairs.
Go ahead and
Yeah,
go.
You go.
Okay, thank you.
That's important. Anything else, sir?
50 seconds.
Okay.
Commissioner Satcher?
red light cameras.
These guys don't stop. How does the-
I was
All right,
going
listen,
to say
please.
to you at this point, as many times as this has come up, why not move to sever our business relationship, assuming it doesn't cost over 500 grand? And then,
Next
and they
meeting.
bring it back to us if it's over 500, but we could rip the Band-Aid off and move on.
For two reasons. So number one, we have this gentleman's agreement to not make motions and commissioner comments. And then two, Commissioner Servia, when I started to do that, said that she's already got time invested in this and she's bringing it. So I just, out of courtesy, decided to take a step back and let her do that. So that's the only reason. But I mean, otherwise, that's pretty much what I wanted to do.
NPO people.
But Misty's on it, so. When do
It'll
you
get
think you
done.
can bring that to us?
I will tell you when I talk with Natasha after this meeting.
Okay.
Okay?
Commissioner Cruz, did you have anything else, sir?
Now that you've started.
No? I swear I can't keep up with all of you. Commissioner Thatcher, did you have anything, sir?
Yeah, I was going to go over some of the things that Dr. Hopes and I have been working on as far as just efficiencies in county business. If we're going to be doing a lot of buildings, I think it's important that we look for ways to save taxpayers money. If we're building multiple pools within a few years of each other, multiple libraries, we don't need to be paying over $1 million for engineering over and over again for the same basic thing. No private enterprise would ever do that. And so I've just kind of been offering some ideas. I won't get into detail with those since he is not here. Also, I just want to give everyone a heads up. I think that at some point I'm going to revisit the funding for Moccasin Wallow, just because, as you've seen, the numbers have gone up on what we're, what it's taking, the price of goods, the price of construction, et cetera. And so then when we look at other smaller, less, where it's less important, less urgent, but we're spending as much or more money than what we have set aside for Moccasin Wallow. So I think that really, so I want to revisit that. It was a lot of money when we first got here. It still is a lot of money, but it's very important because it saves lives. So I just wanted to give you all a heads up to be looking for that in the future. Thank you.
You want to stop it?
No,
okay.
no, I want to speed it up. I want to put
Oh,
more
you
money.
didn't say that.
I want to put more money towards Moccasin Wallow because I believe it's one of the most important, if not the most important, project that the county is undertaking right now. We need to get on it and not be, piecemealing a little bit here and a little bit there. It needs to be a priority to get done because the price is only going to go up as time goes forward.
All right, I'm next. I guess I'm last. Or actually, Commissioner Servia, sorry.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. I'll go down my list real quickly. So yes, red light cameras are coming back to this board to be discussed. We'll have the sheriff here. We'll have all of the facts so that we can make an informed decision. Those of you probably already know that there was a pedestrian killed yesterday at US 41 and Bayshore Gardens Parkway. That is one of the most dangerous intersections in Manatee County. It's also one where we recently turned on the red light camera. And yes, I hear from a lot of people who say they got a ticket. And so what I learned from the sheriff is that if you are making a right on red at less than 12 miles per hour, you will not be ticketed. But if you are not slowing down to less than 12 miles per hour to do right on red, you will be ticketed.
Food for
That
thought.
I didn't know that was the miles per hour rule. And there is I guess something on the red light that actually measures the speed. Okay. So another thing that I'm going to be putting on the agenda is 44th Avenue, and there's a segment of it where we raise the miles per hour from 35 to 45. And, I've talked about this for a while with Chad, and I've talked about, walls and different things that we can do for noise and safety. And it's just a problem that's been kicked around for a long time for some communities along 44th. I did vote to increase the speed 10 miles per hour when it came to us initially without understanding a lot of the facts. And since then, I have understood more of the facts, and I see the safety issues, and I think it's worthy of some discussion. So that's another thing that I'm going to put on a future agenda. And, that is the policy of this board, that we don't make motions during commissioner comments. So it used to be, like Carol said, that you would get 4 people, 3 friends, to agree with you, make a motion, and then that would direct the staff to do something. But we don't do that any longer. So what we have to do is put it on an agenda and bring it forward and discuss it so everyone has a heads up about it. I wanted to wish Woodruff & Sons congratulations on 75 years of doing business in Manatee County. I was at their celebration, as many of you were as well. Great, great company, and 75 years. I mean, for those of you who weren't there, the pictures of the projects that they have done, both in Florida and outside of Florida, was something else. I mean, they have just been involved in so many projects. And Donnie Woodruff, if you don't know, was in a terrible motorcycle accident. He's in North Carolina, recovering in a hospital, but keep him in your thoughts. November 1st, I will be working with Truly Valued in my district and handing out backpacks. If anyone else is interested and would like to help, it'll be in the Pride Park area. Please let me know. Prayer breakfast is this Thursday. If anybody doesn't have a ticket and wants to go, I know others who have tickets, so let me know. It's always such a great event. You heard me speak at the last meeting about the homeless man in the truck. Do you remember? Yeah. He had emphysema. He couldn't care for himself. So there were so many people who came together, and he is now, because of the acuity of his situation, he is on a list to receive housing in December, which is really fantastic. But then what happened was, because I heard from his physician to get that ball rolling, over at the Dedicated Senior Medical Center, fantastic place if you guys don't know about it in my district. After that happened, I got another email, and they said, well, here's 4 more homeless people that we have who also have terrible health conditions and need assistance. So we can't get this affordable housing on the ground fast enough. So happy today that we're getting more than 700 units. Pretty soon, please build them fast, because we need them. And I think that's everything. Thank you.
Okay, I've pushed my button. I'm going to comment about a couple of things. Commissioner Servia, thank you for what you said about 44th Avenue. I remember that. I'm the one that tried to keep the speed limit at 35. However, back then, it was that you had 4 friends, and we know how that went back then.
4 friends.
So, that's what happened, and the speed limit was increased. But it really has been an issue. Yeah. I know on 44th, because I've heard from the residents as well. And I just wanted to mention that it's the same thing on Lorraine Road that Commissioner Whitmore has brought up several times about wanting to look into raising the speed limit on that road. And it's the same thing. As a matter of fact, right now I'm going through where we've sent emails to all of the residents on both sides of Lorraine there between State Road 70 and University to get their thoughts on it. Because what happens, I don't know if the new commission, you probably know this, but the faster a car goes, the louder it is, and that's where the problem comes in. Not to mention, accidents and so forth. So it is a problem. The prayer service that you mentioned, I had been asked to be a part of that and to speak that morning, and I can't. I'm going to be in Orlando. I leave tomorrow afternoon after our redistricting meeting to drive to Orlando. I've got a meeting at 8 o'clock Thursday morning and another one at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So I am going to miss it. And I just wanted to say, I hate missing it because it really is such a great event. So
I heard there's going to be 1,000 people there.
I wouldn't doubt it. It's always so big.
Yeah.
I mean, I hated not being able to be there, but I just can't. So.
And I slipped into your speaking spot, so.
Did you? I told them to call you. Okay, good,
Yeah.
good. I'm glad. So thank you for bringing those issues up. I just wanted to say that. Is there anything else before I go to myself?
Yeah, on that one comment, Madam Chair, I only brought up whatever Lorraine because your people in your district were emailing Me and I'm sure everybody else, and I just brought it up because the citizens asked us to. That's the only reason why I brought it up. I forgot
Well,
the
it's
person's name.
good. It's probably time to have that discussion again, because it's been, well, obviously, it's been over a year, because, it was before the board changed. Commissioner Satcher, did you not have anything else, sir?
There was one thing that I overlooked, so since you called on me again, and that's that with Veterans Day coming up, I'm excited about that. I wanted to point out to just anyone watching, there's an amazing couple in Parrish. They run the food drive at the Parrish UMC just a bunch of Saturdays, not every Saturday, but almost every Saturday. So Jim and Lori Racky, and they have got a project. He bikes and raises money for police, for retired police officers, and as a memorial. I'll get you the details, so anyone interested in being a part of that, every year he does the long bike and people sponsor him, and he does a great job. I got the email today, and just a great couple and a worthwhile project. So email me at my county email, and I can get you more information about that if you're interested in supporting just a really pillar of the community, Jim Racky. Thank you.
Thank you. The only thing, I'm not going to bring anything new up. I think it's time to go. It's after 5. We're all tired. I do want to say thank you for your votes today on the library. Commissioner Van Ostenbridge, I apologize if I offended you in any way, but it's an emotional thing for me.
Ditto.
I have worked very hard over the years on that library. As we said today, it's probably even been before 2015. In trying to get that moving forward. And trust me, you know what the board, a lot of it has been like before you guys came on board, and so it was generally not a very easy task. So I just wanted to say to all of you, thank you for your votes today on that. I don't have anything else, and I don't have any more commissioners on the board, so that being said, this meeting is adjourned.